So did you see that charger?
Yeah.
Takedown charger, I should say.
Yep.
I hate the picture makes it look kind of cool with that grip or whatever you call it, like the stock, I guess, whatever the wood part is. But in real life, it looks horrible, and it's like really bad. But I got to assume there's some cool furniture to put on that thing.
Oh yeah, I remember the video where they said you can like put different AR pistol grips on it.
Yeah, that part was even. I don't understand that either. My hand's holding it, so you can't really tell. It looks horrible with the stupid like stock like AR trigger or AR pistol grip, but the gun itself, I can't imagine how awesome that thing would be. But the configuration I was holding was super lame. Like those little cutouts in the front part, like the
Yeah.
handguard, I guess. Those are horrible. They look like some like crude machine yanked them out of there. Like it was just horrible looking. Like you can't believe they put it out. And then that bipod is all held on stupid. And I don't know why they put it on there. I guess if you're sitting at a bench, but then kind of defeats the purpose of it being a takedown, I would think. But anyway, that could be on there just a lot cooler, I think.
Yeah, I think all the chargers come with a bipod.
I think so too. It's supposed to be like a hunting pistol or something, but anyway, I think that thing is pretty freaking cool. But it was, well, more than I could afford. Threaded barrel though, right away. Freaking neat. Would you put a red dot on one of them and just like shoot cans and those like self-sealing rubber dice that you just throw out into the dirt, or would you put like an optic on it and try shooting long range with it?
I'd probably put a scope on it. I don't know, I'd probably switch between both.
That seems like you'd buy a second gun instead of switching. But I could totally see that thing being super fun with like a red dot, like an aim point or something big, maybe even EOTech for this gun. And then just have like you know what I'm talking about, those rubber dice looking things you get as targets. You just throw them out on the ground.
Yeah.
And then being able to just like sit at a bench and kind of pivot the bipod around.
Yeah, I bought my dad some of those targets for his backyard.
The kind that swing or the kind that roll around?
The roll around ones. One's like a square and the
Was
other's
all
like
happy.
a circle.
We're out shooting these M16s one time, not too long ago, and it was this other guy, I don't know him, and we got out there, and we all got there at the same time, but he must have like ran out of his vehicle and threw him out there because I got out and I thought I was like one of the first people to get out and look around, and I'm like, oh shit, there's like 5 of them things. So everybody starts unpacking or whatever, you know, and you shit's in it like a pickup, you know, you start like staging everything. And I like go out there and I grab them all. I'm like, score! Look, I found a bunch of these things. They're like, no, that's that guy's. I'm like, damn it! I found like 5 of them. Because they're like not cheap, right? Like $25 a piece or something.
I forget how much I paid. It's not that. Yeah, it's not $25. I think it was
Oh,
like
really?
$14.99 or something.
Yeah, still, I remember him. I would want at least a few, and I remember him like being out of my price range. What's DB blabbing about in there?
I
What's
don't know.
this picture here? Oh, the bikers that are doing the cartoon of Muhammad at the thing. Oh, that's tonight, isn't it?
Oh,
Oh, this is live. Nice. So at 6:15. Oh yeah, that's happening literally as we speak. So it's 6:19 here in Arizona. At 6:15, this mosque, I guess they call them, in Phoenix does their prayers. Their six, I guess, their 6:15 prayers. So this biker group, I don't know if you're calling them a gang. Let's call them biker thugs. Would decided to like make a big Facebook and Instagram thing or something about like showing up there and making or doing a um, Muhammad cartoon contest as an open carry event. So I guess this is live coverage. I don't see anything to click on for live. There's like one still picture. Screaming on both sides. What? Coexist quality. I love it. I like how they can put coexist with like the Islamic C for the or the crescent for C.
We got a
And
yin
then,
yang.
again, they got the Jewish star for X. Like, okay. Except your C is going to eat your X in that little sentence there. No, it's just a bunch of pictures. It's not even live. Here's again, where did this become reporting? They have like a camera pointed at a drone, like video feed in the studio.
The actual live link is like down further.
Oh, there is one? Okay, I'll keep going. There's somebody tearing pages out of a Quran. That seems pretty uncalled for, in my opinion. So some guy gets up. So he's doing a speech in body armor? Well, he's just in the back of a truck in body armor?
Sound like a truck bed.
Yeah. Proud to be an American. Something of the great way to cut off the people's signs news, because like we care about like the part you showed, which is the people's faces instead of their signs, which is telling us what their point they're trying to get across.
Are these people Muslim?
Oh, doesn't look like it. The people that are anti-biker gang or biker thugs look like they're saying things like their signs say "Stop the hate," "Provoke peace," "Love one another," "Freedom of religion." I can't read most of the other signs because they're shitty photography.
Oh.
And they're not showing the biker side, biker thugs. What's up with that? Like a lone picture of, oh, I'm going back too far maybe. How far down is the, maybe this is more, makes more sense now. It got more crowded as I go up. Happening now. Oh, this is just a freaking Twitter feed. This isn't even news. This is just weak.
It's all a chat link, right?
Seems like these no hate signs could go both ways.
Oh, thanks. You mean the no hate, like don't kill somebody for drawing a picture of your Lord or whatever, and then also don't kill people who kill people to take pictures, draw pictures.
Yeah, I don't particularly support the bikers, but I support the message. You just keep challenging it. I mean, leave that shit unchallenged all the time, and it's only going to get worse.
It won't. Okay, there we go. I can mute it. Is there anything worth listening to on this live feed? Because it was sort of feedback on me. It sounds like.
I can't actually run it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, since I'm in Linux, it doesn't like HTML5 for some reason.
I don't know if I'm allowed to rebroadcast it through here, but basically it's like an old webcam, like a traffic cam, I guess, or whatever they used to call webcams when they're like stuck on the top of a building. So you're looking down at like an intersection, takes up the whole screen, just a 4 or a 2-lane, road intersection, and there's just a ton of people in the intersection. So to estimate, it looks like 2, 4, 6, 10, 20, so maybe couple of the most 300 people, and I think they just zoomed in on what might be an altercation. It's hard to see where there's like an actual line. I guess you could tell the line because the signs are held up against each other, sort of, and I can't tell. It must be police there, but it looks like the police's back is to the biker thugs. I think it's not like there's anybody actually wearing biker thug clothes. It's just a bunch of people in regular clothes on both sides. And I'm pretty sure I see flags on both sides, so it's just a bunch of confusingness. So I guess this will mean Edge's chat will be about concealed carry options. Holsters, maybe?
What holster do you wear to a Muhammad
No.
art contest?
What's this say? Can't hardly read shit from this angle. It's kind of interesting, but it's more of like Bunch of people standing there yelling at each other more than anything. Oh, they keep cutting in to tell me the weather. What the hell do I need to know the weather for?
I would think at these type of events there would be nothing to stop some crazy extremist if he's willing to die for his beliefs.
Are you kidding me? All I'd have to do is stand in the middle. Take out, I'm conservatively guessing 300 people.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh shit, here we go. Hatred, hateful hatred, and then they got a flag upside down. There's like 3 people holding a flag upside down, what looks to be on the hippie side of the border. There's basically just a row of cops with people standing all around on both sides, like if it's a crowd to, like, I don't know, watch fireworks or something. What's weird is when they zoom out and they look at the mass of people standing in the intersection, it almost looks like the shape of the United States. Kind of interesting. Somebody should have done a giant chalk outline first. Oh shit, we could have totally guerrilla marketed this. Had a big, like, Gun Channels G painted on the street. I knew this was coming like 3 hours ago. I could have drove up there and chalked it out.
That would have been sweet.
Seriously, everybody would have been like, what's this Gun Channels all about? Why did you join that? Seems like everybody's down with Gun Channels. What sucks is because of where the camera is, or maybe it's just a guy standing on a building, but whatever it is, he's definitely on top of a building. You can't see what half the signs say because they're not angled like down the line, they're angled on one side of the line. So you only see what the signs say coming this way, which I believe are the hippies. And all their signs look like shit, so you can't tell what they are. They're just like marker and poster board. Maybe Obama or the Common Core could do a better job of teaching these kids how to make poster board signs so they get their point across better, so they can community organize better.
Yeah, they suck at making signs.
Seriously. There's a bunch of blue ones there. Look like they're coordinated a little bit. Or at least they just all bought... They all bought the same pack of blue poster paper, but then they wrote on with blue marker on it, so you can't read shit.
You know nothing's going to happen just because of the fact that they could actually, like, fight back.
Oh, there's that giant fat guy on the hippie side, I think.
What are you guys talking about?
Oh shit, we're watching on... So you heard about in Texas, where they were doing a cartoon contest for Muhammad, and then a bunch of people got shot. So these bikers, thugs in Arizona, went to the mosque where those 2 guys are from, I guess, and that's in Phoenix. So at 6:15 was their big prayer, like the mosque had a prayer. So the biker thugs did like a open carry demonstration / cartoon contest for Muhammad out in front of their mosque, and we're like, anybody's welcome to join us. Come on in. And now it looks like we're watching a live feed from on top of a building. I'm guessing there's like 50, maybe 60 cops making a line, and then there's 200 people on one side, maybe 200 people on the other side, or 150, something like that. And it's kind of hard to tell.
You're talking about ABC15.com, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
A lot of American flags on both sides. Is there any commentary yet? No. The sound or the audio from the live feed is just like modem sound.
Yeah.
But it looks like more people are showing up to see what's going on than anybody showing up to do anything. And it looks like definitely more people are showing up on the camera side, which I believe is the biker thug side, and not the hippie side. The hippie side is all like, coexist, get along, incite peace. Shit.
Well, the whole thing with this experiment that we're doing, that we call America, whenever you have a bunch of different thoughts and ideas and cultures, you're going to have friction. Period.
Well, kind of like Yankee and anybody else in this chat.
Yeah.
Like Yankee and anybody who is right about things.
Well, I mean, it's just...
It doesn't matter. It's anybody. Yankee is abrasive to everybody.
Yankee's just an experiment we're having.
And that's totally fine. as long as you understand your differences and you ignore the person. And if you get offended, you have to realize it's not their fault. It's your fault that you are letting someone else offend you. You need to either ignore them or walk away and get out of the situation.
Well, except for when you get shot at for offending them.
That is true. Well, yeah.
Yeah,
That's their fault for shooting you when they're offended.
Right.
So,
But no, I agree. There's no point. Well, I don't understand. I don't know what you said, but I'm not. I don't think that you go to a church at their worship time to instigate them.
yeah, I don't
Like,
either.
going to the church, maybe, but like at an off time, I think might be a hair less or more respectful for whatever respect it's worth. Because it's not like this church did anything specifically, but so I can see doing it at a church or a mosque or whatever instead of, just some random spot. But and I guess they did on a Friday evening to get as much people interested in it as they could. But that part I don't understand, or I wouldn't be behind. But I don't know. So far, it just seems like I don't know if I even call it much resistance. I mean, there's definitely people showing up, but it's not like there's any kind of. I don't know. I guess it's because we're not hearing any sound. It doesn't sound like. Well, it doesn't seem like there's any kind of violence at all. It's just a bunch of people kind of standing there looking at each other. Maybe a couple of people shouting.
if they're getting
But it's
people-
definitely not a riot or anything.
No, it's a protest.
Definitely peaceful.
It's a peaceful protest.
Yeah, if they're getting pissed off about it, that's their problem. I don't see a problem with it. I mean, people protest
Well,
all
I mean,
the time.
there's two ways to look at it. There's, okay, we're having this protest, and you get offended, you come here, and you start yelling at us, and we're having a protest or we're having a gathering. Actually going to their mosque and doing something in order to get a response, that's a different story. That's what it looks like these guys are doing, and I don't.
Yeah, I'd rather have.
I don't do that.
Rather have a violent response when you can actually be prepared for it, rather than just randomly. So I understand it.
Yeah, and I can definitely understand the position that you can either let it happen randomly or you can create a situation. If you're going to create a situation, ideally it's under good or ideal circumstances or whatever. So
Well, I'm not talking about happening randomly. I'm like, if they wanted to get together, they could have gotten together, 3 or 4 blocks from here, and been
yeah,
prepared
but then
for
it
a
wouldn't have the
confrontation.
same effect for sure.
Well, I think
I agree, but that's like,
they did that the last time around, though, didn't they? They didn't do it in front of a mosque the last time. They had to, the cop had to shoot him.
right. That wasn't.
No, do you mean the art festival that they
Yes.
came to because they were pissed off, wanted to kill people because of it? That
Yeah,
was not.
exactly. That's
No,
why I don't
that
have a
wasn't
problem with it.
instigating
Screw
them.
them.
It was instigating them by drawing a picture, I guess.
Right, but that wasn't instigating them by going to their place of worship.
No, they weren't rubbing it in anybody's face. They were just doing it, and that was them getting
Right.
super offended by what the fuck? Here's somebody standing on a flag. No, it's not. That was them. Yeah, that getting super offended. But I guess that's why they brought it to them to say. And
Yeah,
I believe these are biker thugs are probably Marines because that's sort of what we,
Most
want
likely.
Marines to do. Get into shit and not worry about the repercussions necessarily.
shit, I'd like to give them gas money. Fuck those guys.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Looks like they're either bringing in more cops, I think, or they're doing some sort of like line dance. But it looks like there was the
Looks like
cops,
there's more
as we
coming
were
in.
talking, they like figured out, hey, let's move these people away from each other a little bit. So they physically expanded the little gap between them.
I see
And
that
now
big
looks like there's a
line.
bunch of cops like coming in and going shoulder to shoulder.
Yeah, Mika, you're pretty quiet on my end. I can barely hear you.
Mm,
Who?
Mika.
I can hear him.
yes. I think that the Muslims, the major of the Muslims are not militants or terrorists. So it's not fair to go to the place which they are using for the prayers.
Yeah, but they're not interfering with what they're doing, and they do that outside of churches all the time. And Christians don't. Well, at least for the majority of the time, they're not violent when people do that. I mean, it's disrespectful a little bit, yeah, but I don't have a problem with it. I mean, as long as you're not interfering with what they're doing.
Right, and don't forget, Christianity has its own far sect, just like the Muslims have their far sect, that are violent, hateful people.
Yeah, whatever.
No, I'm serious. I mean, it's every religion has it.
Sure.
Well, you have the extremes in any group.
Yeah, I'm just saying for a religion, whether it be, we're talking about Muslims here, and say 99% of them. I'm pulling that figure out of my ass, of course, but you'd have to assume about 99% of them, aren't in favor of terrorism. They just want to go about living their life and, practicing their religion.
Mm-hmm.
I think the irony is that the hippies are the ones that are having the biggest problem with it, and not the Muslims.
It's because they're bored.
Yeah, they feel like they need to champion them or something.
This is in Arizona, correct?
Yeah, it's up in Phoenix. So it looks like the cops are doing a pretty good job. Where all these damn cops come from? Now there's like dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens. I'm trying to count.
And they put up a nice barricade.
I mean, the cops? Yeah, they made like a whole little like walkway between there now, and then they're patrolling it. It looks like over on the right there, they might have grabbed somebody and stuck them in the middle and beat on them or something.
Yeah.
So if that's 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, I'm saying 100 cops.
100 cops? I'd say close to that.
I'm just trying to, when the camera stays out here, I try to count like 10 people, see how big that little group is, and then multiply. So the cops are easy because they're in a line. But this is like 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, so 20 people. There's like 150 on the south side or on our side, and then maybe about the same on the other side still, I'd say.
Yeah, I'd say about the same.
I don't think they really got more people showing up as much as the cops just made a big gap in the middle and corral them apart. So now the groups just got a little bit more together because they got pushed away from each other.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. The blue side, the north side.
Oh, is that yellow tape in there the whole time?
Yeah.
I just saw that now. There's like yellow tape on both sides of the big gap now.
And caution.
They have all those blue signs. It looks like they're just a lot more spread out compared to the other side, which are just
the top side, I'm guessing the top side is the hippies.
I think so, because their signs are all like coexist and that kind of thing. A couple of them have flags upside down. And then
how can you see that? I can't even see
the guy way in the back. The guy waving his fucking flag around next to the...
I see the upside down.
...in back, and then like right in front of the police cruiser, the fucker.
Oh, yeah, I see it.
He's way behind the crowd, I guess. But there's a couple in the crowd when they zoomed in. You can tell more when they zoom in.
America's not in distress, you idiot.
Right.
Well, I'm waiting for him to throw it on the ground. That's probably their next step. Just be like, yeah, you guys are the...
And stomp on it.
Oh, if there's Marines in the crowd here in the bottom, that would...
So this must be like on top of the mosque, huh? Or is the mosque the mosque is that building up over the top? Okay.
There's a helicopter.
The hippies. Oh, there's a helicopter this whole time? Shit.
Well, yeah. I mean, how it's rotating.
Now look at it. Yeah.
Because now it's panning around.
So that makes sense. The mosque is over there. The hippies stood in front of the mosque. The biker thugs got a permit for across the street, which is where they are, and then the cops came and made a line in the street more.
Right.
Okay.
And that is one long line of cops.
Yeah, count it though. It's like about 50. Count about 10, and it's like 5 groups of 10.
Yeah.
They have to be getting loud with each other. And
yeah, they definitely did that line well. Holy crap.
I'm going to hand it to that police
how
department.
respectful everybody's being. There ain't nobody.
All except there's only like 1 or 2 cops looking at the hippies, and all the other ones are looking across the street.
You mean looking at the biker gangs? Thugs?
Yeah.
Sorry? Yeah. Is this really a
investigators?
Or is this a drone?
Oh, it might be a drone.
It's got to be a drone, because now it would be like on top of the mosque, right? And look at that tree right below it. Those trees aren't even blowing. This
Well,
is
it could be a zoomed-in camera too. So
I bet you this is a big ass drone.
the problem with that is you cannot fly over people's heads, and they're in a populated area.
So a
news
helicopter can?
organization,
I'm thinking helicopter. Yeah.
can.
That
Because
you
it's manned.
What if it's a balloon? Drone balloon.
Well, you could fly over it like that, but you have to think how long has this been on the air? I mean, if it's a
however
drone,
long
you're
we've
talking
been
about
sitting
20.
there.
I mean, you think a drone, you're going to go, normal battery life for drones about 25, 30 minutes if it's one of those big ones.
I would think that if this was some other church, just for the PR value, the priest or whoever would come outside and get that guy with the flag upside down, waving it around like an ass, and go get the fuck out of here with that shit. Because that, now that I see it, that's like he's standing the closest to the fucking mosque.
Mm-hmm.
That's like definitely representing the mosque with that bullshit. And I'm sure that they would, just for the PR sake, would be like, no. Unless they're really trying to make a statement. Like, fuck this country that we're fucking in.
Well, if you say that, get the hell out. Anyway.
Dude, is this a helicopter? Look at those trees, though. None of those trees even below.
I just saw a shadow, and it looked like a helicopter.
Shadow like on the ground?
Yeah.
I mean, if you're a few, if you're 100 feet up or 100 yards in the air, you probably won't get that much wash.
I guess not, but damn.
My guess is they're actually farther away from this than it appears because they're probably zooming in with the camera.
Yeah, like they're way far away and just zooming in. They were way zoomed in, though. We were reading signs before. It felt like it was just sitting on top of a building or something. I mean, that thing was parked before. This is definitely excellent filming, because shit, you can see every angle this way. Oh, look, that guy on the right just went from one side to the other. Fucking traitor. I can't tell. It looks like birds are flying by. Every once in a while, it looks like somebody's winging a bottle or something way up in the air. Way too far, so I figure it's a bird. It really does end where those cops end. I mean, it's not that many people, really. But then again, it is just Phoenix, and it's like one Friday afternoon.
DF2 is saying that the copter is 2 miles away.
What?
Yeah, well, where are you
Eerie.
saying that to F2 or DF2? Where
That helicopter has to be going pretty damn fast to be able to do circles at 2 miles away.
Yeah.
Well, plus, look at, there was definitely not a building over here underneath that white roof or whatever. It was definitely, there was no building there, so it was just hovering in the air for all that time, acting like a building, or acting like a solid platform.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Alright, this is where you saw the shadow of it?
I thought so.
How far away it is,
But it
too.
could have been something else completely.
Where, in that dirt?
When it
That-
came around, the angle of the camera came around a little bit more.
Where's the shadow going to be, I'm saying?
Should
Oh,
be
shit.
It was actually in the background.
Why'd they zoom in? Something happened?
No.
It looks like the biker side, all the biker thugs, are literally just standing there. Like some of them are slowly waving flags, but is there anything else?
I see someone
Yeah,
pointing.
every time a frickin' bird, it's like, alright, it's gonna get. Oh, damn it.
Fuck, they've zoomed in, so now we can't see the shadow.
Yeah.
There's some guys pointing and yelling at the top of the screen.
Oh yeah, that guy with the white arm.
Yeah.
Freaking white guys. Always yelling.
Jeez.
Damn white guys. Send those crackers back home. This is coming from a white guy, folks.
All the Muslims went home for the night.
Yeah, fucking except for that one, the flag upside down. He's still standing there. Bitch.
Well, there's a flag upside
Oh
down,
look, there's another flag upside down.
Yes.
and that's on both. That's on.
What the fuck?
All right,
If
somebody
you're
go
Marines,
that guy in the nuts.
yeah, if you're the Marines, take them out.
No, that's not cool. So there's upside down flag on both sides. So
Ridiculous.
Agreed.
At least there's
We're in distress. We need water.
Gadsden flag over there. Everybody, what they should do with that asshole on our side, or on the side of right and goodness, would be to take a bunch of American flags and stand around that asshole with his flag upside down so nobody can see it.
That, or take it and turn it right side up for them.
That's taking their property. Or maybe just push them across to make them go stand on the other side with the gun. Whatever.
I don't see the one on the biker side, the upside down.
It's right in the
It's kind of right in the middle.
right in the middle of that like horseshoe thing, like 2 feet in front. Maybe somebody. No, it's still standing there. It's definitely upside down still. It's being a dick.
Yep.
Yeah.
And another flag's on the frickin' ground.
He has a white shirt. Guys.
Where's the flag on the ground?
Left flag, you can see it. You can see part of the flag's on the ground. Just from the size of the flag, and it's at its waist.
Oh.
He's dragging it on the
That
ground.
White House is pissed. They're like, damn, I wanted to go get a pizza. Can't do shit now.
Well, they do have a car there. They could. Oh, they're
Yeah, now they
gated,
can
so
get
they're
out.
safe.
I'm just saying they can't go get going anywhere. There's people standing in front.
I take
Can
it
we-
that's
can-
typical of
can we-
Phoenix front yard dirt.
Can we broadcast this?
No, well, I don't know. I wouldn't. So where's the shadow going to show up?
It should
Well,
show
I
up
think you
right around the
could.
next turn, because all the shadows are going the
Yeah.
same way.
And it was up by that logo.
Oh, way up there?
Every time they go around to where the shadow would show
Would
up,
be,
zoom
yeah.
in.
There it is. No, that's a guy walking. Man, look at how that one guy walking had a massive shadow. The
Yeah.
sun must be almost down.
Oh, come on, Jubes. You can just look out a window and tell. When they're zoomed out like that, I can see it like on the blacktop.
Maybe they're doing that intentionally so we don't see their damn shadow. That'll make 6 more weeks of winter or whatever.
I wish there was commentary. But they'd probably just be speculating and talking stupid shit anyway.
Well, there could be somebody on the ground, like an old-fashioned reporter who would go there with a fucking
I'm
mic.
reading the tweet from that ABC5. I guess they do have crews in with the protesters. So
There's a photographer waiting on the end. There's some big fat guy just sitting there in a chair.
yeah, I know nothing about that area of the country. G-Wubs, is that what everybody's front yard looks like? Just like dirt?
Yeah, pretty much. Nobody goes. Some people in like Scottsdale put grass in, but only people that are like snowbirds that lived in grass and think that you need to have it for some like tradition or something. But there's no natural grass. In the cities, in the desert, there's like, grasslands or whatever.
Yeah, I just decided to let my front yard grow wild.
That's pretty much what. Well, see, there's some grass. That White House is in the top right. There's some jerk who decided to grow grass. Sometimes it's just bermuda grass, they call it. It's green, but it ain't like you'd want to walk on it. It's like gross. It's like just a bunch of roots and shit that are green that lay on the ground.
Sure have a lot of palm trees.
That there is. And those aren't even natural. They're just from California.
I know.
Well, they put them around the mosque to make it more Middle Eastern, I guess.
Now, no, they're everywhere. Now they're just freaking showing off with this fucking camera. Look how far away it is now. You know the camera hasn't moved. It probably is like a million miles away, just zooming in with some fancy-ass camera on a gyroscope or something.
And a gimbal. Stupid birds. Wait till the bats come out.
They didn't stop the mosque people from leaving, right? They just blocked the one entrance. They could leave for some other entrance, I'm guessing.
It looks like they can walk away from one side.
Well, they had to park somewhere, though.
Yeah, I'm not seeing the shadow now.
Dude, there's no way you're going to see a shadow. I'm thinking that helicopter is
No.
freaking a long way away.
Must have been something else I saw.
Well, no, it could have been the sun was at a different angle before. Look at how long the shadows are. They weren't that long before.
Holy crap, yeah, I just noticed that. It's like 50 feet long for a person. Kind of crazy. Gotta admit, this is pretty peaceful.
Plus, I'm pretty sure they got a permit or whatever to do their thing.
Yeah, otherwise they would have to
The
disperse.
bikers are on the other side of the street from the mosque, is what we're guessing. Because when they zoomed in on the pictures, or when they zoomed in on the signs, they said shit like coexist on the mosque side. And we couldn't ever read what they said. They won't even zoom in to see what the bikers say. Oh, look. Now they zoomed in.
Yeah, I saw somebody trying to leave the mosque there backing up. So maybe there's another exit.
There's, you can't see what any of their signs say on the biker thug side.
Nope.
It looks like those cops are like every other cop, or like the 5 cops are looking one way, 5 are looking the other way, or something.
No, it's every other cop is turned around.
Oh, it's every other cop. Okay, that way they can bullshit with each other too.
Yep.
That's pretty good. Is that asshole still got his flag upside down? Yep. So we ought to go over there and talk to that dude.
Talk with the dude that you can kick him in the nuts.
Yeah, I
Looks like
like
there's a
kicking in the
group
nuts
of them. They're
better.
probably being assholes. There's like nobody's going over there and talking to them, but they keep like passing the flag off between themselves. Embarrassing.
And that one idiot's... No, maybe it's not. No, never mind. I thought he had like his flag like draped over his back.
People think that's cool.
He's got resting on the shoulder. Oh wait, maybe not.
Maybe it's a beach towel.
Oh, you mean right there, next to the fence?
Yeah, it was kind of like next to the fence.
It's like going behind the tree now.
Yeah, but it was actually he was resting the pole on the shoulder.
Well, that chick on the white part of the like metal fence there, she's got a flag on like a cape or like a backpack. She's leaning up against the fence when they go if they zoom in again.
Now that pisses me off. They have a right to do what they want with the flag, but it still pisses me off.
So what the hell is that across the way? Is that like a pony ramp? What the hell?
I thought it was illegal to stomp on the flag or disgrace the flag. I thought it was something
It's
that was
protected by our First Amendment rights.
Okay.
There's a flag code, which is like a agreed upon traditional way to respect the flag, but it's got no consequences at all, just personal
Right.
discretion. Now, if
Make
you're
it
in
a
uniform,
flag.
it's a difference. If you're getting paid by the government, there's different rules, and you can get in trouble from your superiors, and even in real trouble if you do just fucked up shit in uniform.
Right. Like, you know, if a flag touches the ground, it's supposed to be discarded. Properly discarded.
How is it properly discarded?
Usually give it to
normally
the
burn.
VFW, and they burn it in a flag ceremony where they retire flags to burn
That's
them.
what I thought. That's what I thought.
Yeah,
A lot
and
of
I do
times
that.
scouts will participate in 4-H and youth groups of all kinds. We'll go help out for VFW halls when they do it, and they'll usually do it like quarterly.
They actually just did that, and I brought a flag into them. They actually offer here, they'll actually come out and pick the flag up.
So what, you figure if you went there and tried to walk in between the cops and the line, they'd kick you out. They'd be like, get out of here, you can't walk up and down here.
Well, my guess is
I would
that
assume
maybe...
so.
I kind of want to
yeah,
try to do
my
it.
guess is that
I'm
they'll...
going to fucking take pictures of this, so let me walk through here.
I'd ride at 10 speed down the line.
Is that... Oh, no, never mind. I thought that guy was in front of the tape, but no, he was just pushing on the tape. I'm sure that they've told the protesters, you cross that line, you're going to jail.
Probably.
They've got enough extra police officers walking the line that if there's any problems, they will be taken care of. Seems like they can dance where the thickest crowd is, which is smart. Spread out a little bit more where the crowd is more dispersed.
Do you see that fucking helicopter go by?
I missed it.
Kids, right then?
So you saw a helicopter in the screen?
Dude, a helicopter skids just went by. So there's probably like 6 helicopters hovering around in a circle trying not to hit each other with their camera guys focusing in. Because I just seen the skids go from like underneath that logo to about halfway into the screen. Like the obvious both sides of a helicopter. So they have to be really far away, and some helicopter got like, between them and the ground. That's crazy.
They could be like a half a mile away.
I don't see anybody drawing pictures.
Look at on the hippie side how they just dropped all their fucking signs or whatever. They're just all laying on the ground. Like, oh, let's just litter and leave.
My arms are tired.
This paper's so heavy. I'm gonna rest. We should have Obama picketers that do this work.
I would figure that they'd be all for going green and recycling, but I see they're all for littering.
Yeah, look how many recycled pizza boxes and pieces of cardboard that were at one time a box or something. Like, every one of these just like, I'm gonna go to the poster store and buy poster fucking paper. Bleached, please.
And Obama's administration is probably like, we need to hire some more people to get in there.
What was that glare in the corner?
Sun.
I thought it was an explosion.
Oh, there's a giant solar flare. We're all gonna be melted.
Yeah, reflection of the sun off the lens.
We're getting to where I seen that helicopter skid, so keep your eyes out.
There's definitely some jarring back and forth.
Someone should just throw a big beach ball. See if they'll volley it back and forth.
What the cops need to do is they need
A
to find
beach ball
people
that's made out of the globe, so that it's like a giant world.
The
Wait,
police
what am
need
I
to
saying?
go
A giant ass gun channel's G.
that'd be
People
nice.
be like, hey, what's this? This gun channel seems like a real party. Let's go hang out there.
Now you've got your next project, G-Webs.
Hey, that gun channel space really bringing people together. Let's go check that out. Let's join at the $12 a year level.
The cops need to go over there and arrest the people who littered the signs,
Well, it's not a arrestable offense; it's a finable offense.
or go over there and fine them.
Fucking give them a karma tag. You're like, hey, punk,
Yeah, littering
who's
here
trying to
is
help
like
exactly? The Earth or what?
littering here is like $750. I got 1, 2, 3.
But that's on the mosque
5,
property.
6.
So it's up to them to clean it up.
Well, is sidewalk property? I thought the sidewalk was common ground.
That's
Well,
a frontage road. That's a front.
in our
That's a
country,
frontage. So it would be
protesters
city
are-
property.
It's supposed to pick up signs. That's for women. So
Oh, somebody just picked up a sign from the ground. Maybe that's her. They're not littering. They're laying them there for people
I
to
see
pick up.
5. Yeah, I see 5 signs on the ground.
Well, I said somebody picked one up. He went over and actually picked one up and held it up. Way to
notice how
recycle.
many people are like up at the ribbon on the hippie side compared to the other side. The other side has barely changed, and the hippie side there's like big empty gashes of ribbon now.
All right. What's your estimate of the number of Muslims on the hippie side? What's your guess?
I have no idea.
Few, if any, I can't tell from here.
I'm just saying,
I'd
just
say
guess.
it's you.
They were probably
I
all
would
in
say
their prayer or whatever at 6:15. Well, I guess it's an hour later. How long does an
5%?
Islamic prayer last?
I'll go 9% are Muslim.
Probably not long. They have to do it like 5 times a day.
They don't have to do anything else during the day, though. So. I'm assuming this was a fancy one because they showed up for it. They don't drive all the way over here for each one, do they? They just do it wherever they're at, right?
Yeah.
So I figure this is some fancy one. Maybe it takes longer.
Well,
Yeah,
kind of
it's not a
surprising. I haven't seen anybody actually walk on those signs that have been thrown on the ground. They step
I
over
noticed
them
that
around.
too.
Maybe the sign said, "Don't step on the sign."
It said, "Don't tread on me."
Yeah, they're yellow, so maybe they're
It's true, except they're on the wrong side. That would be more like biker life.
I could say it just says could say don't tread on me.
Yeah, but the hippies don't care about that. They want people. They want their rights infringed on. They
Mhm.
want the state to tread all over them. Don't tread on me unless you're the state, and then tread all over me.
Except for
Don't tread on me and there's a
except
picture
for
of
drug
marijuana leaf.
laws. Right. Drugs and alcohol. That's where I draw the line. Can't infringe on my rights with that.
I do have to hand it to one of my neighbors. He's a couple houses down, sitting there. You know, today was a nice day, and I was driving by. He's just
Cops
sitting
are-
there, puffing away on a joint, broad daylight. But he's like 65 years old, I think.
They're not leaving. They're just spreading out.
Oh, you think they just moved?
Yeah, I think they're spreading out.
They're flanking the police.
Yeah, they're just spreading out. There definitely needs to be some beach ball going back and forth.
There's some dude talking to the assholes with their flag upside down. Some dude just walked over there in that striped shirt. Ah, fuck, is that American flag shirt? He's probably over there saying, yeah, fuck the flag. I made a fucking shirt out of it. Damn.
What they need to do is they need to put some ping pong tables down and play beer pong back and forth.
Badminton.
Yeah, badminton, that'd be cool.
Cross that police line.
Yeah, I can just see it right now. You do have a beach ball over there, and it gets passed over the hippie side. They'll just take and play amongst themselves and not share.
Well, I mean, it could be one of those that it's all different colors, so it kind of goes along with gay pride too. The hippies are all good, all down for that.
They were not on that side of the fence.
Oh, right, yeah, true.
The moss could just kill them.
True.
No, they would stone them.
That pile of dead bodies is also on our side, for the record. They were also for tolerance.
Are the priests spreading out or just kind of walking away?
I think they're spreading out, but they're now doing a shitty job of videoing it because, okay, here we go. Can't see what's going on. I thought maybe there was more people showing up. No, I think they're secretly walking the fuck away off the right side there. They're trying to make it seem like they're spreading out, but they're just leaving. Oh man, look at my cop cars are on the left. 1, 2, 3.
Damn.
6,
There's a
7.
highway. It's not like they can get.
Well, no, but I'm
far.
just saying there's 7 cop cars parked on the
Yeah.
on the on the frontage road or whatever that is, and it's blocked.
At least, what, 6 on the other side?
4 over here, 5, 6, yeah.
Ooh, there's a black
Whoever
one.
this guy is that
Jeez,
lives
what's that?
across from the mosque, he's got a nice setup.
There's Bob in his RV.
Yeah, so I think I take that RV, move it, and then I put a big ass fence all the way up along that tree line to my sidewalk, and then put a big ass fence to that, like where he's got that driveway, and then you could set up a shooting bench there and shoot all the way back to where your RV is down that side of your property.
Helicopter.
What? Did you see another one?
There's
Yeah,
one.
it's a whole helicopter.
Where?
It just
It
passed.
flew right by.
Oh yeah. See? Yeah, that's what I think I've seen a chunk of before. So look how far away this thing must fucking be. Fuck them
This
and
is
their
a-
cameras.
That thing is booking to be able to go around and around in circles like this.
And they're not wailing into each other. That's pretty good. Didn't they do something like this and crash in California one time?
I think so.
By the way,
Oh, there it is.
What?
Well, I guess my feed's really late because the helicopter just went by in my feed.
Oh, that's weird. Yeah, I see.
And mine's because whenever you guys were like, "Oh, look at all the cop cars," I'm like, "What the hell are you talking about?" And mine shows live.
well, the Phoenix police chief is walking the line, checking on his officers. According to the tweet feed from Mary Ellen.
It looks like they're doing their best on the hippie side to act like a bunch of people. They're doing like that Moms Demand Action or whatever, mom demand
Spread 'em.
attention trick, where they're like, there's a whole bunch up at the line, then there's a gap, and there's some more behind them, so that when they take their pictures, it'll look like a lot more people are there.
Those guys in the lane, those are police officers.
Correct.
Yes, and at who are the hippies?
The ones on the side next to the mosque, we're saying they're hippies.
The one that's all lined with palm trees, it's a hippie sign.
Okay, so there are some supporters.
Yeah, because it didn't
People
look
who
like
are
they
not
were
Muslims. They are
Muslim at all.
Yeah, my
So they-
guess is only like 5 to
Muslim
10% of
Donna.
those are actually Muslim.
Hmm.
There's probably a whole bunch of Moms Demand action down there too,
Hmm.
because wasn't the other side open carrying?
Yeah, that's a good point. Like, you don't need to bring guns to a free event.
You need to bring down to
It's
every
going
event.
Now they're zooming in.
Okay, now I think I'm live with you guys. I had to stop it and restart it.
Is
And
that
then they
true?
zoomed out, those
I
bastards.
see a chick in body armor.
No, I didn't.
I
It's
missed
just a
that.
fat dude with a small face. It's a fat dude with a mullet. It's not a chick.
Yeah, those are moobs.
They're saying I should have a good guy go over there, but he wouldn't get off work till like 10. I should have gone up there. I heard about it earlier today. I didn't think about the idea of a photo op.
How old is that guy in the straw hat? Just ask him.
That guy yelling?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's wearing a straw hat.
A lot of people wear those. They're very lightweight and they keep the sun off you. But they don't weigh very much and you don't sweat in them. They're pretty handy out here.
You have one of those hats.
He's defending
Well,
him, so you must.
Me? I don't wear them, but I don't, that's like a South thing.
I wear a straw hat at work.
You're in Hawaii.
I don't know why
You have
there's...
to import the straw.
Oh, there's
Well,
a guy
there
with
is a
gun.
chick
There's a guy with a gun.
with a back tattoo taking pictures.
There's another guy with a gun.
And there's a skinnier girl with means deeds.
What channel is everybody watching?
ABC15.com
Live show. It's on a
Thank you.
channel.
/live.
There's the link in the internal.
Thank you.
There was a guy with an AK in one of the pictures.
And there's a guy in a wheelchair and a guy on a bike.
Huh, that guy on the
Zoom
bike.
in on that sign. I want to see what it says. Oh, you bastards.
This is the only time they've shown any of the signs on our side. We're on the side of freedom.
Where are
They've
these
got that
people's
old guy with
guns?
flag shirt on. Yeah, so
Well, yeah, side of freedom and the side of, well, you got the right to say and believe in what you want.
Where are the pictures of Muhammad?
yeah, where's the cartoons?
That's
Maybe
what I
I'll
was
get
saying.
things going.
I don't see anybody drawing pictures.
Well, no, they weren't supposed to draw them here. They were supposed to bring them for the judging.
Okay.
Does that one sign say move back?
45 or something, so I think the judging had already happened. All those blue ones are together? No, I don't think so.
Hmm.
Yeah, it looks like somebody wrote, like, move back and Sharpie on a
There's some
white
sort
sign.
of guy in a robe.
Yes,
Mm.
there are.
Like a blue robe with a white.
Yes.
Yeah, I couldn't tell if he was like a monk or if he was what does a Muslim look like? Do they have specific color robes or whatever?
There is at least one woman, Muslim woman, but I think that most of those are hippies and there are no Muslims.
Yeah.
Maybe those Muslims went to home with their children. And
It
they are
depends
watching,
on-
and all those other guys are just hippies.
Yeah, the Muslims probably went out the back.
And it really does depend, too, for, like, the women on how strong, their mosque is, on if they actually have to wear the burqas and,
Hey,
cover up.
what side is the blue signs on?
Can't you
Not
tell by the
what-
big letter peace?
There are a
The
lot
big
of
signposts.
dressing.
What does that say? That says fuck something
Wait a minute.
on the
Where?
left. The white one, fuck something. Damn. Fuck, and fuck or something.
It's bees.
And then are those
Oh,
water
I figured
bottles
it out.
on the
The one
street?
side has the blue signs and the other side has the American flag. I got
Look
it.
at the side on the right and like how much shit is dropped on the ground, and then the side on the left. Look how much of a mess it is on the left.
That's kind of what I was thinking.
That's why they call them dirty hippies, I think.
Oh, I see what it says for the. It says "fuck ISIS," not Islam.
Oh, right on. So
That one I agree with.
Oh, and I did see what you
Women
said.
in black.
Those
Oh,
bees.
there's
Women
motorcycle.
Living in black? What the hell?
What?
Women.
It says women in black.
Oh, what is that?
It's like Johnny Cash's girlfriend.
Because they have to wear those burqas and they're always black.
I'm going to say again, fuck these people on their badass camera. This is amazing.
Awesome technology from
Look at how those
1988.
guys with the guns in the middle at the bottom are getting photographed. Now they move the camera.
Is it? Do we think it's a chopper or a drone?
Oh, we know it's a chopper.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's zoomed out, and it's like 4 or 5 miles away from where this is actually happening, and there's like at least a couple of helicopters zooming around, because we'll see another helicopter zoom in front of, between the people and the helicopter that we're watching
Nice.
from.
So there is a possibility of like a NASCAR crash of
Now
helicopter.
you see those guys
You're
in the
talking
black
about.
robes?
What happened?
Look at that.
Guy in black
robes,
robes right
and there's
there.
like a group of people.
Oh, the Muslim guy. I see. Yeah. He's
What?
like, why'd you come over to this side, dummy? Oh, there's 2 of them. Both of those dudes
Yep.
are over there trying to preach to everybody or something. Well, they got a bunch of people's attention.
I didn't say they're Muslim. I just said that they're over there.
They look like
You're
they're
the-
Muslim with them hats and their get-ups and their sandals.
Yeah.
That's
What?
3 things you need to be a Muslim, right?
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
No,
Wait a
A hat and a
minute.
sandal. You're 2 things
Ignorance.
away there, buddy.
Dude, come on. Really?
I don't know.
Come on, man.
He's also got some sort of a string of sausages, it looks like. So
I also
don't know.
have facial hair, but you know what? I love bacon, so I can't be Muslim.
you notice how peaceful that is? Well,
Look
it
at how
was
many straw
peaceful
hats in that
until they
one.
started hitting this
It's-
crazy.
It's popcorn on a string. That's what it is.
3 straw hats in this picture.
Well, at least they're talking. They're
Yeah,
having
well-
like a good conversation. It looks like.
Kind
Well,
of.
that looks like a cowboy straw.
Well,
hat.
wait, now there is a
Wearing
fence.
Nikes or whatever.
There is a fence in between them, though. So
And that cop standing over to the left.
a couple of them, it looks like they're just
And,
kind of waiting to
and
jump
one
the
in
fence.
riot gear.
A couple.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see 3 face shields down at the bottom there.
At the top, yeah.
Just like the just in case. I gotta jump over this fence and save these guys from
Well, that one officer's
Whatever.
not too concerned because he's got his water bottle and he's drinking, so.
Yeah, it's like just in case, and there's guys with AKs and ARs like
Yeah,
wait a
watching
minute.
from them.
I bet you these 2 guys are like, we're not all bad, and the other guys are like, yeah, we understand.
I was gonna say the cops taking a drink because G-Whips will tell you, man, you gotta stay hydrated, dude.
Oh, hell yeah. I'm just saying that's all
Super hot
not
today.
concerned
It's
he
like
is.
90 today.
Did it just go black for you?
It
Yeah.
does that
Yeah.
once in a while.
Okay.
Oh,
No.
it went dead black. Dang it.
Yeah, it's when,
bad.
when a helicopter flying by blocks the signal.
I must be
I must
behind
be.
you.
That's
I
when
must be
something
ahead.
actually happened and they censored it.
They
But
should
those,
have hands.
those Muslims can be pro-American. They are
Oh,
just
we don't
Muslims,
know.
but they can be real Americans.
That's Ebony and Ivory.
Oh, now it just it must be like 10 seconds behind you or 7. Oh,
Wait.
came back.
Catch, are you saying that they can't be real Americans?
They can be. They can be. It's just religion.
Oh, you're saying that if they were strict Muslims, they wouldn't allow them to be Americans?
No. I mean, when the America was founded, people from Europe came to America because there was some religious there are some problems with religions. So why Muslims can't be Americans also?
Well, we have this thing called freedom of religion in the United States.
Yes.
No, we're not
Yes,
stopping
yes,
them
you
from-
have, and that,
Right, but I think what he's saying is, in the Muslim religion, you can't be American. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, I got you now.
Like
it can
Muslim
be.
makes precedence.
Well, there's
Right.
nothing in the Quran that says you can't be American because America wasn't
Well,
invented.
true.
Yes.
But you know how religions warp their.
It might say
readings.
that you can't be in a country that isn't owned by Muslims or whatever.
Well, you know how religion brainwashes people.
Whatever.
And question: why were? I'm just wondering why those Muslims were on the other side of the street in that one parking lot.
Yeah, that
'Cause it's
seems like a little
America.
strategically stupid for everybody. They should have said, those cops should have been like, look, get the fuck on your side so we have one situation to deal with and not multiple little situations throughout.
Unless there's multiple mosques.
Well, there's a lot of cops. I'm just saying it didn't seem wise to let those dudes just
No,
hang out over there. What if they
multiple
got
mosques.
rushed or whatever, or did the opposite? And yeah, it just doesn't
No.
seem tactically smart.
But it's
Yeah, 'cause
America.
that parking lot, who
right?
knows? That
It's
parking lot
America.
could be another mosque, but I doubt it.
Well, when it's a thing like this, I can see the cops going, hey, go on that side of the damn line. Instigating shit over here. But
And
they
if
weren't
I was-
instigating, obviously.
Yeah, they weren't doing anything crazy. Well, I don't know what they were saying, but obviously they didn't agitate the people on the other side of the red fence that much. I didn't see
No,
anybody
but I-
crawl over.
Is there more fat people on the hippie side or on the biker thug side?
That's a good question.
Love to hate? Love.
Love, not hate.
Are these people live somewhere?
There are American flags in hippie side, and it
So
would be
you're not
very nice
saying-
that there would be few
Ignorant
Muslims
bigot.
walking with American flags because I think that they are also citizens of America. They go to work and they do what normal people do, and they are.
All right. I just got to comment on something. There are two guys with basically cornrows. Ignorant bigot.
What are they? Are they broadcasting this live on some cable channel?
Oh.
Sorry, Stone. Over in the internal
Get you
history
caught up.
we did. So this is in Phoenix, the mosque where, okay, so those two guys got killed in Texas trying to kill people.
Right.
So those two dudes are from this mosque in Phoenix. So this biker thug organization gang made a thing out, I guess I don't know how long they've been organizing it, but they said they're going to have a cartoon contest for pictures of Muhammad today at 6:15, like an hour ago, at that mosque in Phoenix where these guys came from. So that's when they were having some kind of prayer thing, like their weekly deal at that time. So this is a helicopter hovering around that we've been watching for like an hour now, and a bunch of people showed up. As biker thugs are on one side, and then there's police in the middle, and then there's a bunch of hippies and on the side of the mosque. And we've just been commenting and watching.
Oh, wait a minute. So hippies are on the side of the Muslims?
Mosques.
Yeah, they're saying
Yep.
things like coexist and instigate hate, love and peace and shit like that. So they're like trying to defend the Muslims or the whatever, the mosque, or the people that are getting their God drawn a picture of or something. So I don't know what they're protecting them from. But then the biker thugs said, if anybody wants to open carry, feel free. So that's another reason why it's a big deal, because there's a bunch of
Oh, okay. So there's some firearms present then.
Oh, there's quite a
If you
few.
look at the biker thug side, there's quite a few. Then there you can see there's guys walking around with like rifles and stuff.
I
open.
can. But I don't see that many biker thugs, though. You know what I mean?
Oh,
I
there's
don't.
no biker thugs. That's why I keep saying it. It's a biker club or gang or something that made the first thing, but it's just a bunch of regular people showed up on both sides.
Okay.
But
Because
It just
Well,
looks
'cause
like
you know what?
it.
'Cause if you're outside the law and you're a biker thug or whatever, you're not really going to want to push the issue with a bunch of cops standing there. I wouldn't think.
Now,
if you're outside the law,
I'm
you
gonna
don't care
say
about that.
this.
Well, I suppose. Yeah. If your
Yeah,
balls
it's called a 1%. Yeah, 1% doesn't. This could have been done by one of the 99 other percent clubs. So, just keep that in mind.
Can't mute their fucking commercials. Lame.
What?
I can't mute their damn commercial. It's chopped into my feed.
Ooh.
Commercials.
Yeah, that just pissed me off that somebody had an ignorant bigot.
Yeah,
And
but the
they-
arrow is pointing up. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, maybe he's saying like the higher power is an ignorant bigot.
I did not see
No, it was on the
what
hippie side, and
I
the
know.
guy had, they looked black to me. Looked like, they do the
Does yours
typical,
keep-
really long Rastafarian, cornrows.
Does yours keep cutting into like the Phoenix weather?
No.
Mine has not. But it has gone black once or twice. Like, dark.
And mine gets static and then skips a little bit.
I keep getting like every 2 minutes it'll turn to Phoenix weather, and I got to fiddle with it to get it back.
I wonder if it's because you're, like, the
Probably
closest.
an area code or something. Yeah.
And it's
Yeah,
your
women-
ISP,
Women-
it's your ISP address.
And it's going to be sunny, and it's going to be real hot. That's our Phoenix weather.
Yeah,
Thank
exactly.
you. And
Same.
thank you. Stay safe.
Tomorrow, high at 95, low of 90. Humidity, 0.
Dude, we were in the high 80s today.
Whew. We had a heat wave today. It was actually 85.
Wow.
It got up to about 83, and then the storms from Texas started to roll through, and it cools. It's, I think, down in the upper 60s right now. Actually, no, it's 66 right now in heavy rain.
We have a front
So,
coming through, I
enough
think, right
about
now.
The weather. We can watch the Weather Channel for that. What's the overall, I guess, justification or premise for? I mean, I understand the initial cartoon or caricature drawing, making fun of Muhammad, but now what are they protesting? Like, I don't understand why they're even out there. Like,
Why the
is this
biker thugs
news?
are out there?
Why they're there? Why the hippies are there? Why is this
The
news?
biker thugs wanted to make a statement that they can draw a picture of whoever they want, I guess. And then
Right.
that's why they
First
did it.
Amendment.
So they were going to Phoenix, to the place where those two guys were from that did it in Texas. They were from the Phoenix Mosque.
Right, yeah, they
No.
were basically
They're going
like a fuck you to those dudes. I understand that part.
So
What
today they were supposed to have the cartoon drawing contest,
Right.
and basically, so you got people on the one side of the mosque.
Yeah,
trying
yeah,
to
I
pronounce-
understand all that. What I don't
Okay.
understand is what's the point? What is?
I don't think there was
why is
any
this-
significance to today. It was just a day to do it. I don't think they did it. At least I don't remember hearing anything earlier today, like today was the anniversary or anything like that. It was just a day to do it.
And it just seems like it's a futile exercise in whose dick's bigger at this point, because it's like,
Oh, I think so. I think it's just to kind of thumb their nose at the idea that they're going to kill people because we draw a picture.
Well, Stone Guy, one side clearly has open carry of firearms, whereas the other side not so much.
well,
So-
yeah. But that's not the firearms aren't the issue. I think that, if you want
No.
to get into the First Amendment and, the fact that, us as Americans do have the right to make fun or to draw caricatures or cartoons or whatever we want of whoever we want, and I don't understand why there has to be a protest about it. I'm not saying
Actually,
it's right or wrong.
We also have the right to assemble, and those
Mhm.
people that had that first, or whatever they did, whatever it was, like an art contest. I don't know if was that first one in Texas, like
Yeah, I think so.
especially for the Muhammad pictures, or was that just a Muhammad picture at an art contest?
No, I
No,
think
it was a Muhammad art contest.
Okay, so they were definitely doing it to say like, hey, F you, here we're doing it. So
Right.
anyway, that was the right to assemble, and then the terrorists decided, okay, if we do something to act against these free individuals assembling and doing what they want because we have a problem with it, and we're going to take it to the extreme of killing them, I think that's the idea, to show these people who would go to that extreme that if you want to bring that extreme, bring it today at 6:15 in front of your mosque where we'll be standing there doing the exact same thing you got a fit about a couple weeks ago. We'll be doing it right here then.
Yeah,
And they're, in my opinion, they're definitely
Just to
with the
instigate.
try me, motherfucker. I haven't seen that sign, but I guarantee that's what they're
Oh
feeling.
no, that was sort of the gist of what I heard this morning. That's why I wasn't sure how big a thing it was going to even be,
Don't
because
you
it was
think-
just sort of like a bravado, like, come on, do it to us this evening.
Well,
So
and
that's
Right,
what it
I'm
is.
standing
don't
right
you-
here.
don't you think that on the heels of what happened in Texas with the biker gangs or the biker clubs, and there's still a lot of unanswered questions in that whole scenario, whether law enforcement actually
Cops.
fired the first shot with that whole
Bikers.
situation.
Kill.
But
Biker.
do you
Cops.
think? I mean, why do you think that the bikers? Jesus, Spoosh, you're killing me. Why do you think the bikers chose to be? I don't know. I guess what I'm getting at is, do you think
catalyst?
do you think this was intentional from the bikers to have another situation where they know the law enforcement presence is going to be overwhelming to maybe spawn another?
No.
I don't know. It's just it seems like they're putting themselves in a position
It might
of
be in
some bad shit to go down.
No, Scumguy, my question to you is, do you think this is this biker gang, which they're, 99% are law-abiding gangs that don't do anything illegal.
Clubs,
It's that 1% that is bad. So, can't meet the
Well, what
freaking
is that?
sorry.
What was your question from me? I missed your question.
Against.
Yeah, how do you know this is a bad biker gang that's doing this?
I didn't say it was. I said it seems off. It just seems awful coincidental that a biker club that it's a biker club that chose to basically throw down the gauntlet, at this mosque versus any other First Amendment, Second Amendment, militia group, any other group that would have an interest in protecting, our Constitution and our rights and our citizenry.
Or do you mean like crazy people? Like, why isn't Alex Jones standing there with a bullet hole?
It is. It's just, I don't know. To me, with the kind of the atmosphere with law enforcement versus motorcycle clubs, the whole, just the wounds are still fresh. That shit that happened in Texas is still fresh, and there's a lot of unanswered questions. And I just feel like with a biker club going and putting themselves in a position in direct conflict with law enforcement, it could open up a can of worms.
No. There was no conflict
the
with
invitation that the guy put out is in the link, that last link I put up there. So we're calling them bikers, but that's just because we got nothing else to do. They're just people on motorcycles. I don't think that this is organized bike gang that did it, because this is the thing that started it all, this round 2, bunch of exclamation points. So that's the thing that started it all. It doesn't have any mention of a club. It's mainly this one guy who is described in the paper when they talk about him as an anti-Islamic activist. So he's some guy who's just got a personal agenda. Decided to do it.
Not only that, but Stone.
But I
are
don't
you
think it
saying,
was like I don't think a biker club got together and said, "Hey, let's do this. It'd be perfect."
Right.
But Stone, I mean, if you're go back to that, what you were saying. So because one or two biker clubs got into an altercation where some people got killed and a bunch of people got arrested, is that supposed to be are we supposed to project that onto all biker clubs? No. So
what are you talking about? I never said that.
I know, but it's like you're saying, well, why would a biker club do this whenever there's so much light put on biker clubs? That one biker club isn't representation of all biker clubs.
Well, no, that's why I asked the question.
Okay.
I didn't say it was representation. I was asking if there was any correlation with the biker clubs in Texas and this biker club here in
I think that
Arizona.
part's just a coincidence.
Okay. Then I misheard you.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was getting at. I was basically wanting to know if the biker clubs in Texas, however many there were, if they were spearheading the movement in Arizona to throw down the gauntlet at the mosque, thereby putting themselves in a situation to be confronted by law enforcement again.
Well, the biker club in Texas, they were against each other. They weren't against anything like this. So
Right.
I highly doubt it.
Okay, yeah, and that's where I was going. with that whole
Now it-
conspiracy. It was like, is there a correlation? Is there any connection with this in Texas?
Now it seems like there's more hippies there than there are bikers.
Oh, way more. Yes.
Yeah, quite a bit more.
Now,
Hey,
do you
some of
actually
the
think
hippies
that's
were
enough
from the
police? Honestly, do you think that's enough police just to have the single file line right there?
Well, they got.
Yeah, I think so. I think
I
so
don't know.
because there's not
4,
being.
6, 8, 10.
Wasn't
That's
Phoenix
still
like
that's still about 50 cops only.
That's what I was saying. That's what I mean. That's what I
I
was
still
saying.
think
You
it's,
got 50 to
But
100.
nobody's doing anything. It was
that's why.
again. We have the right to assemble and
Right.
protest, whatever, make our voices heard. First Amendment, blah blah blah. So they did it correctly, and they said everything about it was it'll be a peaceful thing. So in other words, I don't think they have any reason to believe that it's going to be a negative thing. They're just out there doing prudent.
Considering how much the
policing.
get vaccinated all the time.
So there's no need for the MRAP and all that.
They should do this like all the time.
Dude, I don't even think there is an MRAP. Although, do you see one? I've seen a bunch of white vehicles.
Oh, I'm
that
just
go, like,
saying in Phoenix, I can't believe that they wouldn't have one. That's all.
There's
That's
one somewhere,
my-
but I'm saying I don't see one when they zoom out. There's nowhere. There's not one in the vicinity.
I would agree with that.
In the
Yes, I
immediate
had not
vicinity,
seen
at
one.
least. But also, this is a situation where look how many people I'd have to count again. But whenever it zooms out, I try to count
Oh
like
my
10
God.
people and see how big 10 people are, and then really quickly, give a guesstimate. And last time I did that, it was like 150 people on both sides. So 300 people showed up to this. There's nobody holding a bottle, nobody's holding a rock, or any weird shit that they're about to throw.
Is anybody getting that walkie-talkie sound?
Oh, turn mute
Turn
it.
the volume
Mute
down.
it.
There's no
Yeah,
sound at all.
It zoomed out and the helicopter's flying away on mine. And yeah, they were
It's a
far
nice
away.
sunset.
Yes, it is.
Oh, they're incredibly far away. It's crazy. Oh, they left.
Now there are people yelling across at each other, though. There are words being exchanged.
Shit, you can almost see my house from where they end the camera.
Seriously.
Wow. And mine just
Just
panned
take a
out.
look left, and that'll be my house. I'll wave.
Did you notice that the guy with the upside down flag on the hippie side was no longer there?
Really? That's sad.
By the way,
Only
why
because
there is no flags in the hippie side? Because they are protecting the living in the America. So why doesn't they have American flags?
they do. There was American flags on both sides. It's just that the first one we saw upside down was on the hippie side, but then there was one upside down on the
Maybe
biker
one.
side too.
But if you are protecting the Muslims and their way to live in the America, why don't you use American flag to show that you believe that system? And
Sure. I think they did. That was part of the point. There were flags on both sides, many flags on both sides.
I didn't see any flags in the hippie side.
I saw one or two, but I didn't see as many as I saw on the
Oh,
pro-freedom side.
Well, to be honest, I didn't look for them, but when we were first trying to discriminate which side was which, we didn't realize at first, because when we first started watching this about an hour and a half ago, oh shit, yeah, quite a while ago, we thought it was a camera on top of a building because it wasn't moving. It was just sitting in one position the whole time, and they kept zooming in and out, but they were staying in this. They were just hovering in one spot. So at that point, we got to see really zoomed in. We got to read almost all the signs on the hippie side, and we didn't even know it was a mosque because they were zoomed in so far. And that's when we seen they weren't the big like flags that you're supposed to put like on your building so that it hangs right. They're the little flags like on a piece of wooden dowel. There's a lot of those kind where people just wave them around at a parade or whatever. You might not have seen those from far away. There was definitely more larger flags and people holding up, flags that are designed to go on a flagpole, like holding them up between two people and stuff on the biker side.
So is that chopper refueling? Is that the theory?
That's I'm kind
Probably
of
not to
thinking
be able
that.
to see much longer either, even with their fancy cameras. It's dark.
They need to just break out the spotlights.
Get out of the midnight
Yeah, the
sun
whole
or whatever
area.
it's called. The midnight, Hallow Sun, or what is that light called that they usually have on those choppers?
How do we get to the feed on one of them other helicopters that was flying around?
Well, is there a
I
different?
feel like we should have more feeds available to us.
Is there a NBC15.com or whatever it would be in the area?
Yeah, it'd be another channel.
I am so not familiar with any of the Phoenix stations. But I bet
So
they got their
did
choppers
the
up
camera? Did that helicopter leave because Edge's chat is starting right now?
Probably.
He probably made a phone call.
there. Maybe.
Wait,
So his topic is 9mm versus 40.
no shit for the 15 billion time.
I'm not going to that. Maybe.
Jesus. Like, didn't we just have that chat?
So wait a minute, Stone Guy. Where do you stand?
He stands with 357 sig.
There you go.
Wow.
Good answer. Good answer.
Everybody goes in there as advocates of 357 sig, 45 gap, 10mm, 40.
45 gaps. So
45.
they tried to get that in our department one time, and everybody fucking was like, "No way were you going to gap," but they were willing to. I think it was Glock that was pushing, because I think didn't Glock invent that round?
Yes.
It's Glock Auto.
So,
Yeah.
so they, I think if I'm not mistaken, Glock was gonna. I mean, they were making, basically giving the firearms.
Yeah, they
to
gave
the
them to
departments.
anybody who would take them. Basically, they wanted to get their caliber out there, and then they
So-
went so far as like say you can have the gun for free, and we'll pay you for your used old gun. So that
buyback,
you're not out
exactly.
anything.
Yeah.
I'm gonna email Glock and be like, I'll take one
But that's
for
super
free.
smart because they buy
I
all
even
the.
heard.
You guys know the story about that, right? When even if you don't know this, you should find out about it because it's awesome, and it's one of the reasons why Glock is a cool company, or at least I don't know if they actually planned it or not. But anyway, they would more than just for the 45 gap. One of their marketing strategies has always been give the guns to the cops at cost or give them to them for free, and then if they get the old ones, whatever they are, old Glocks or Smiths or revolvers or whatever the old gun is, it doesn't matter. They get them usually for like, let's say something cheap, like $100 or something each, because that's how they do surplus stuff usually. Well, Glock can make enough money on selling the used guns to pay for the Glock they gave away for free anyway. So they still sold the Glock. It's just that the police department feels like they got it for nothing, and the police department feels like they got money out of it. So that strategy might just seem greedy or whatever if you don't like Glock, but then when you got to fast forward or get to bird's eye view now, 1968 Gun Control Act happens because the anti-gunners and anti-freedom communists want us to not have guns anymore. That didn't work. It wasn't effective. They restricted cheap, inexpensive, low-cost pistols from coming in from other countries by blocking import, but they did not stop the demand, and they did not stop the availability because the Saturday Night Specials came up, all the other companies came up and started creating inexpensive firearms again. So the reason I'm explaining this is the antis already had tried national legislation and it didn't work, so they started to sue at the financial level, sue these companies out of existence, and that's why I'm so interested in the Ring of Fire, because they were one of the brunts of that attack, right? The fucking lawyers and doctor who figured out that that's a strategy they could get rid of guns even without public opinion being on their side, because they knew little ways in the law to screw with them. They won a few lawsuits at the $4 million for that incident that I keep bringing up, where this 9-year-old babysitter was fiddling around with a gun and shot the kid he was supposed to be paying attention to, and somehow the gun maker is responsible to the tune of $4 million. So when that strategy was like, oh shit, we just made $4 million because we capitalized on an accident, and we are going to then, they've literally started, that was one of the things that crippled California's laws, because that all happened in California. They looked up from the fucking bloody carcass of the gun owners' rights, looked around and said, where can we do this again? And they went after Glock because it was a prime target. So I forgot what the actual case was. They describe it in the book, and if I remember everything correctly, it was a case in New Orleans where same thing, something had happened, and they were like, bingo, it's Glock's fault. So we're going to go after Glock because this Glock was used to cause harm, right? And it's Glock's fault as the manufacturer. But now the reason I'm explaining all this shit is Glock was able to stop that entire chain, like that entire line of anti-gun, offense by saying we didn't sell that gun. The New Orleans Police Department sold that gun, and because of that whole thing where Glock buys the guns and sells them and does all that, they're actually smart and they're not even touching them. So when they did that, they stopped that entire like way of going after gun owners. And that, along with, I think it was Reagan or somebody, or maybe it was even Clinton, said, okay, it's not cool to go after a company for the actions of an individual with their product. But that little thing that Glock's been doing with law enforcement, like, really saved us, at least in my mind. I could be totally wrong, but from my research, that's like one of the coolest things that, like, if they organized it, if they did that intentionally, if they knew what might happen and did that, then Glock deserves everybody's money for the rest of the time. If it just happened accidentally, then it's still cool as shit that they're out there getting in the way and stopping shit. So anyway, I think that's pretty cool that even though Glock gives away the guns and doesn't, some people would say, you know, they're kind of unfairly able to use their inexpensive to produce gun to gain market share. I say fuck it. I mean, that's what capitalism's all about. If you want to do that, Smith & Wesson, then make your guns cheap and give them away too. You know, if your gun can hold up, it can hold up.
Do you think that court case or the law change or whatever it was is what they ended up running into in Aurora, where they have to now pay for the court case or court costs and all of that?
When they tried to sue manufacturers after the Colorado thing?
Yeah. Is
I'm
that,
sure
do
the
you think that's
was
the
from
law
that.
precedent? Yeah,
or at least
okay.
that's where some of the originated from, because that was really the turn. Like I say, and again, I only know what I know, but from everything I've been able to find out, just researching the whole Ring of Fire and that whole, like, you know, realm of gun, you know, lore or whatever, is that was one of the big things. Is that's when they figured out, and look, it worked in California. They legislated the shit out of guns. If a gun is built in California, it's a Phoenix. That Phoenix Arms. It has ridiculous 3 or 4 safeties. It's like inoperable because it's got so many stupid safeties designed by legislation. That's what they were trying to do on the national level, and the Glock was one of the big, like, punches right in the fucking face. You know that video that's out now where the one guy tries to run the motorcycle guy off the road and they stop and they start fighting, and then that other motorcycle guy comes up and just ends it?
Yeah.
That was like Glock. Like, what now? Bam! Like, what the fuck did you say?
Yeah, I showed that last night on Danos. If anybody was paying attention, I was holding.
So anyway, that all started with the Gap, and yeah, I think the deal was they said, we want to put a .45 caliber bullet into a 19 or a 26 or a 17 size frame. We don't want to have to build a bigger frame for people that want a .45 caliber gun. So they said, well, we can make a .45 smaller, just like they made a 40 out of a 10, right? So they just made a bullet that was still 40 up top, but only, or excuse me, 45 up top, but only 40 in its grip. And why not? 367 SIG came out, 40 Smith & Wesson came out. Those were all popular. So all they did is throw a thing in the ring, and then they were just Glock at that point. So when they tried to do their deal, like, hey, how about everybody take these guns for free? People were like already hating Glocks and shit. So it wasn't like a free market for them to just do that. If they would have come out originally and said, here's a plastic gun, and then like a year later said, here's a new bullet for it, I bet you that would have been a whole different thing. We'd all be having like 45 Gap discussions all the time.
Yeah, every now and again I'll pick up a 45 Gap brass out at the range.
I do need a 45 Gap for my bullet collection, by the way. If anybody owns one and wants to send me a bullet, I need a 45 Gap.
Yeah, my state police carried 45 Gap for over a decade. They just switched to 45 ACP.
Did anybody get a link to Edge's chat? I haven't even gotten an invite or anything.
No.
I didn't.
All right.
Has he already started up?
I don't know. I just saw the announcement on the main page. He said he was going to start 15 minutes ago. I think it's 9:44 for you guys in the Central, right?
No, well, yeah. Well,
Yeah.
so something pretty cool. If you guys watch Jerry Mitchell, but he does his little YouTube channel thing, and he just did a video with a 460 or 464 Performance Center revolver, and he shot 2 different projectiles into some gel. And,
I think it was a
man,
460.
Yeah, he's got that super slow-mo camera. That shit was just neat because one of the rounds was like a 300 grain moving at 2,500 feet per second, and the other one was like a 700 grain moving at 1,500 feet per second. It was just amazing difference.
Whose channel?
That Jerry Mitchell. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, he's got some good stuff on his YouTube. If you're into that, sport shooting and stuff.
Yep, I agree with you on that. He's had a lot of good videos.
Yeah. I just walked away. That's why I asked.
There's something I could literally watch super slow-mo videos all day. There's something about slow motion. I just love watching slow-mo videos.
I know there's a joke about porn in there somewhere. I just haven't figured it out, Stone Guy.
Really? I haven't. I mean, I've been searching for a while.
And in that video with the 460, did it show the recoil in his hand, or was it just gel?
I don't think they I mean, you see him shoot it, but they didn't really focus on the Oh, this is another one. I'm sure. I hope everybody here is subscribed to Rated RR, and I think it's changed now. It's called like Full Mag.
I think you are correct.
But that dude's. I mean, he's #1 on YouTube, I believe. Or a close second. Yeah, he's.
I never heard of him.
Oh wow, yeah.
Man, he shoots expensive shit with like 50 calibers in super HD slow mo.
Yeah, like
he has some property and he puts like a TV out there and he shoots it with something in slow motion.
Well.
All right. Well, I subscribe to him.
Yeah, the latest one he shoots like an iPhone 6 with it's called the Shotgun from Hell or something. It's and I've never even heard of it. I don't know if it's just a Franken gun, but it was a 50 caliber brass that's been butchered, rimmed, and loaded with a 700, like a .700 millimeter projectile. So it's bigger than a 50. It's like the size of a 12 gauge or some shit. I don't know. It's like
It's the weight of a 19. The gun's 19 pounds.
Right. 19. Yeah, it's crazy. I don't know, man. It's almost like the 500 Nitro, but I think it's even bigger than the Nitro. I don't know.
No, they blow out it's 700. It's 750 diameter. I'm just kind of watching it right now, and it's a blown out 50 BMG brass.
Yeah, so they show him recoil on that, and damn, they almost drop the gun. That thing recoils so bad. And they do that in super slow mo, and you can see it looks like he's got whiplash. His neck bends like rubber when he shoots the thing. It's wicked cool. But yeah, that dude's got like the serious slow mo camera, 1,000,000 frame per second kind of shit. But he shoots all sorts of cool stuff.
Holy crap! I'm watching slow mo, and the gun recoils about 6 inches before his hands do.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And he's even. I think he's actually licensed, but if you go to some of his older videos, he plays around with det cord and does like shapes, like he does a Christmas tree with det cord and does super slow mo. Fucking awesome, neat shit.
Wow, it's like he almost breaks his collarbone as he face plants the back of the receiver.
Can you put a link in the side?
Yeah.
I want to see.
Yeah, it's wicked.
I put it into the external, and there it's in the internal. Wow.
Thank you.
But I've never even heard of that gun. Like, I don't know if someone just... Like, that's obviously not a production gun, right? That's like someone's garage trinket
I'd say so.
experiment.
Oh, wow.
I don't even know if I'd want to shoot that thing if I had the chance, you know? I like my shoulder too much.
I would do it just to say I did it. The
What time?
case is almost as tall. Actually, the round with the projectile is taller than an iPhone 6. I mean, it doesn't look like it's a 6 Plus. It's just a regular 6, but still. It's basically a straight-walled 50 BMG.
Hey, look, he's got a straw hat on, Corp.
Right?
Damn.
You got to the first firing?
Yeah.
Well, and his
Oh, wait till
his buddy,
slow-mo.
yeah, his buddy shoots it too, and his buddy almost drops the damn gun.
Holy shit, it looks like it's knocking his shoulder out of socket.
Mhm.
And like that bolt handle wants to break his wrist or whatever.
Yeah, that first time I saw it, it looked like that bolt went into his hand.
That's nuts.
Who cares about the phone? It like did more damage to him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but check some of his older stuff. He does a lot. In his older videos, he does a lot more, like longer slow-mo clips. And, man, it's just neat. There's one where he shoots a 50 caliber into peeps, you know, the little marshmallow peeps, and you can actually see the bullet deflect and, you know, come out and tumble. And
Oh man, it does almost knock his buddy on his ass.
Ooh,
And he wasn't leaning into it or anything. I mean, that was a poor stance for that gun.
what about a 40 millimeter anti-aircraft gun versus keg?
oh, that was a good one.
I'm not against it if the keg is empty.
Oh,
No,
I'm
it's
gonna
full.
see.
It's full.
I'm thinking it's gonna be full. Yeah.
Well, then I'm not so sure about that.
It's probably full of Coors Light, so it doesn't matter.
Oh,
There
well,
you
if
go.
that's the case, there you go.
PBR or some shit.
Well, I don't know. PBR, if it's cold, it's not terrible. If it's warm, it's terrible. He must have done that Peeps one for, what do you call it, Easter.
Yeah.
Hey, have you guys ever heard of Stag beer?
Nope.
No. Okay. All right. That's beer choice. Warm Stag beer is beer choice back home. Damn.
Well, that dude I'm responding to some of the talk in the side chat. That dude, I think, already was like a Trustafarian or something to start with, I believe, was the rumor I had heard.
Nah, I think you're thinking of FPS Russia.
Mm,
FPS Russia had money before he started. But,
I was thinking of Rated RR, but
well, it could be. I don't know.
let me do a little Google search. Let me see what old Google's got to tell me.
But he definitely makes bank now.
Well, but look what he's putting out too. I mean, it's costing him money to put out those videos. It's not like he got a new holster and he's doing a holster video, right?
Well, he was the first guy with the slow-mo, kinda, and he was lending his slow-mo camera out to other channels.
And he's just obviously sitting there at a, like whatever, a field or a hill, which I say, like just a shooting area. He's got regular people there, so it's not like, I don't know, some Hollywood bullshit where they make it, you know, they're making way more money in Hollywood is what I'm getting at. So even if that guy didn't spend a lot of money to make that video and he's making a lot of money on it, at least it's going to good people, right?
Right. Yeah, I'm not saying I have a
some
problem.
Hollywood fuck or somebody from some other country or some company from some other country. So.
Yeah, and like I said, so I don't know why he.
Shit too. That's all he does is slow motion shit. Then I've only seen like 2 of his videos. It's the second one.
Usually large caliber firearms blowing up some form of technology. Usually
you
the
know
new
what? I'm mixing it with this other guy. There was this other guy who's got some ranch or something, and he like throws shotgun shells in the air and catches them in a shotgun.
Demolition Ranch.
That's
I'm
Demolition
mixing
Ranch.
him with that guy, I guess.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're mixing. Now,
Uh,
Still, it's either both of them, or they're not. Still, I'd rather see the money go to somebody who's just a gun.
oh yeah, and he's a good dude, and rated. And I don't know why he changed his name, but see, originally it was Rated RR, and like I said, he used to do. I mean, he's done, but it's always been.
That guy was just always
super
shooting like an
slow.
iPhone the day it came out.
Well,
Like, here's an iPhone, I'm shooting it
exactly.
with a
That's
gun.
the thing. He shoots Google Glasses. He shoots the Apple Watch. I mean, it's he gets the brand new technology like the day it releases, or even before it releases, and shoots it with a 50 cal.
Yeah, he
That's like
shot
his thing.
Xboxes and PlayStations.
Yeah. So he even did one for a while where people could send him stuff. And then for whatever reason, he changed his name. I don't know the story behind that, but it didn't hurt his following at all. There's one way back where he gets one of those what do they call those parachute suits, the sky suit, like when you parachute, but you're in wingsuit. Thank you. And he's got a GoPro strapped on him, lying with that wingsuit, and then he does the super slow-mo, some stuff on that. I mean, he's just, like I said, I can watch his shit all day long with that super slow-mo. It's just so cool. It's amazing what goes on that you don't see, you know. Just the
You think Edge is ever going to start?
You think he's ever going to get any people to join him?
Not for 9 versus 40. Oh, dude. Well, I mean, seriously, that's like a 10-minute conversation that we've had 20 times.
Now, if you went, 25 versus 32, or some 2 oddball calibers, that'd be more. I think more.
Yeah, well, let's be realistic though. Honestly, you have to have a huge difference, like between 22 long rifle and 45, before you can really. Is there really any appreciable difference in ballistics? Even between a 9, 40, 45, 38, they're all relatively the same.
With modern ammunition, absolutely.
I got a question just going one step back to these guys that are shooting iPhones and Twinkies and hard drives is how many more ridiculous things can be shot to give these guys the kind of views that they're getting, shooting the same stuff over and over again.
Well, no, every time there's new technology, that's what he shoots, is the new technology that comes out.
Yeah, so they'll always have that. But what they're doing, hopefully, is archiving. We all have that curiosity. I mean, in little kids, you have scout camp and you shoot your shoes, your shirt, like stuff they let you shoot. As soon as you get the first chance and you're older and you can go out and you shoot a TV or something, everybody has that curiosity. So I'm just hoping they're going to cure that. We'll have a whole generation of shooters that don't have that itch to scratch.
Once any channel of size documents what an iPhone or a smartphone looks like to get shot, they're all going to be the same, whether it's an iPhone 4 or an iPhone 6 or an Android.
But I think the thing about his channel is the quality of the slow-mo really sets him apart. And I think, honest to God, it's just, I don't care if he shoots the same thing every day. There's something about watching super slow-mo that just brings you back.
All right, so the RR part is his name. It's Richard Ryan. He's also an actor and writer. He has been in.
So it's supposed to be
some-
like rated R, but he put 2 R's in it.
Yeah,
Well,
Richard Rader or something like that.
Richard Ryan.
Richard Ryan. Okay.
So he's also a writer. He did Totally Sketch in 2009. So some of the, like, whether it was the acting paid for some of this or the
Oh, so
writing
he is a
paid for
Hollywood dude. He's
kind
just
of.
figuring out that there's a bunch of gun people that'll buy anything, that'll watch anything if it's got a gun in it.
Yep.
Oh shit! Now we're being played.
He's
I mean-
probably more of like a video producer.
I guess
But I still see what you're saying, Dan. I'm just saying it's got to happen. Everybody's got the curiosity to see what it looks like to shoot something. There's 300 million people in this country, right? And then that's just one country of people who are interested to see what something looks like getting shot. All those other countries, they don't even have a gun to go check it out. I think most people, once you shoot a TV and you have to clean up the TV, you're like, oh, that's neat. I'm never going to shoot a TV again.
Let me
So-
give you another example. Matt V. After you see
I
a
will try to
Glock,
defend that.
Glock smothered in a bunch of crap, okay, how does he make an entire channel based off of smothering it in 3 different pieces of paste and crap and liquid and somehow make that an enjoyable video to
Because
watch?
people want to watch that shit.
See if
Because
it
there's
destroys
people
the Glock
that'll
or not.
watch fucking anything, and that's evidence of it, right? Some
I
people
guess
will
so.
watch
In
Paint
my
Job if
mind,
you made
it's-
a channel for it.
It's a torture test, right? Because it's usually the Glock or what
Not
have you,
really.
or the AK.
Doesn't seem
Well,
like
I
it.
mean, it is to some degree.
I mean, who
Well,
wants
would
to
say
watch?
maybe a
Who wants
stress
to
test.
watch growing
There you go. There you
tomatoes?
Drop my Glock and marshmallow.
Who wants to see someone grow tomatoes in a pot?
I do.
Right?
I am subscribed to one of those channels too,
But exactly, there's channels for everything, is what you're trying to say, right, Stone Guy?
Exactly.
Stone Guy, are you a prepper? A real prepper, or you're just or you just source some food? Real preppers actually want to know.
Oh shit, you just called the fuck out.
I think
Right.
you did, dude. Stone Guy, are you okay?
Yeah,
Are
I
you
mean,
okay?
I'll recover, but you know,
All right.
I don't think I bruised him.
I'm not trying to
but-
defend
but-
it. I'm
see,
just saying it's going to
well,
exist.
well,
It
well,
would
right
be
there, you
more
kinda-
interesting
you
if there
kinda
were more
answered
frustrating if
your
there was
own-
dozens of those channels.
right, and you kind of answered your own question, Dano. A true prepper would want to know how to grow tomatoes or potatoes or whatever the fuck you're growing, and just like people that watch Matt V, people are curious what chocolate sauce will do to a Glock, what ketchup will do to a Glock, what marshmallow, you know what I'm saying? So there's always that person that's gonna be curious.
Dude, how
Well,
many views does that guy get? I haven't watched his stuff, so how big is
I
it?
don't know.
Up
But,
there.
but it's also stuff that the individual guy doesn't want to do to his gun.
Right.
It's like I say,
Matt-
somebody has to do
Matt's,
it.
Matt's got about 20,000 subscribers, I think. And
Oh, yeah, I think
20,000. So what's? Well, I guess more importantly is what's a video get? Like an average video.
probably 5,000 views.
So Dano, when you look at how many views does Hickok get, or this rated R guy, compared to him, that's just a small subset of people that find that interesting. So I wouldn't waste too much time worrying about the fact
Well,
that he's
I
out
guess
there.
what I
You
making
just
a
said
channel.
he's over 100,000.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Yeah.
no, not
Really?
Matt V.
Yeah.
Go check his channel out.
Yeah.
Seriously?
I'm
Wow.
sub to him. I'll check it out.
I kind of make an assumption, and I don't know if it's true or not, that people
Well,
who
then
like,
maybe it just shows us that gun owners don't have to be like dedicated to anything more than pulling triggers, and if
well,
they
I
want
question
to watch
whether
ketchup
they're
and
even
shit,
gun
they
owners
can.
or if they're just people who like watching videos of car crashes and stuff.
That might be possible too.
You
But
know,
anyway, I was also going to say if there's 1 million viewers on Hickok, that means that there's at least 1 million people who understand what YouTube is and subscribe to his shit, so they know enough about the workings of YouTube to click. So that means that, 5,000 people or something only have to be interested. That means that if you have 1 million people at Hickok, that's like one person a day discovers that channel, and that can feed 5,000, right? I mean, do
All
the
right,
math. 1 million
I got
divided
an
by
example for you.
365. That could be
you
every
have-
single hit could be somebody who's watched one video for the first time. We're not talking about numbers that are.
So his video from 6 days ago was Will Tinfoil disable a gun, 10mm Glock 20 function test.
because that's
It
a
was 6 days ago, and it almost has 26,000 views.
and that's a
Oh, really?
practical test.
Well, hold on. Matt, we're talking about the same Matt V, right?
Yeah, he's got 118,000 subscribers.
Damn, dude, like less than
Crazy.
6 or 8 months ago when he was, or maybe it's been about a year when he
It's
was
about a
doing
year,
the
year and a
when
half.
he was doing the chats with us. That kid only had like 12,000 subscribers.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
But like just I guess 9 or maybe it was a year ago, he did like a 50,000 sub chat, and then after that it exploded.
Yeah, like a logarithmic or whatever.
Now is it his food and guns one or his
Guns
regular?
and Food has 118.
Yeah, Matt V.
Wow.
His other ones, I don't know about.
Oh, maybe that's what I was thinking of. His other one only has 6,000 subscribers.
Well, there's what is it? Matt the James Beast, and I think the other one is also Matt V.
So the Matt V Food and Guns, that's the one that's got big. Well, see,
But that's his original one. That's his original channel.
Because remember, you used to have, what was it, Tactical Operator or whatever?
the Clipazine. Remember he taped like 30 or 40 Glock mags together.
Yeah, that has 1.1 million views. Wait a minute, that's me somewhere.
A day?
No.
In the history of
the 600 round assault clip, extreme capacity, will it ban from 1 year ago, has 1.137 million views.
I guess I just question as to how in what favorable light does that put us, generally speaking?
I wouldn't worry about what light it puts us in, because we're not out
mean as
there.
gun owners?
What?
You mean as gun owners?
Yeah, I mean to the
I don't think he's doing anything. Matt V specifically is not doing anything to put shed a bad light on gun owners. Now there's a shit ton of channels on YouTube that don't need to be on YouTube.
The popularity is it's like fast food entertainment. It's not
right.
It's flashy and it's fast and it's usually a little entertaining. So
I'm just wondering
that you're never going to do to your gun that you can watch somebody else do to their gun.
I'm just wondering.
What Dano's saying, is that making us all look like a bunch of yahoos or something?
Exactly.
Is that what you're saying? Then it's the same as the open carry and Chipotle. I'm going to say the same thing. I might think it's lame, but it's going to give us a black eye and we can deal with it. It's going to be probably an ambassador to a lot of people. If he seriously say he's getting 26,000 views a day. So
No, that was from 6 days ago. He's up to 26,000 views on that one video. That was just an example.
Okay, well, we haven't done the math on his stuff, but whatever it is, he's going to be an ambassador to some amount of people, but I doubt these are the people who are, on a daily basis, these are the people that are giving a shit. I don't think Moms Demand Attention are watching daily videos. They only watch it when they have an agenda and they go research or whatever, but they are out there. But then look at Hickok blowing a face in a pumpkin. That's what got Hickok on the scene, and that could just as easily be say that's using an item for self-defense and personal security in a frivolous way. It's just what he's better off because he's an old man doing it and not a kid doing it.
Doing something once versus it's the whole theme of your channel, I think is where the difference is.
Well, check it out.
Well,
Dan.
I agree with these guys. I think what these guys are saying, that he's a big channel to us because we're in this, but to the rest of the world, that's not a significant channel. Hickok's barely a significant channel in real life, so this guy's a little speck. But I can agree with Dano that what you put out there, there's certain things that you have to take responsibility. You're getting some attention or some popularity or some cash or whatever it is you're gaining out of what you put out there, but you're also putting something out there for the collective. And yes, if it comes back to bite us, then people need to take responsibility for it. But
I watch a lot of his videos, and he does everything safe. He preaches safety and the safety rules while he's doing it, and he tells people that he would only. Some of the stuff he does, he tells people not to do or try at home and stuff like that. So
it was standard reason if he was reckless, he wouldn't have gotten to where he's getting. Right?
Yeah, he's not.
Well, his most viewed video isn't even a gag video. It's the first shots of the zip gun, and that's 1.3 million views from a year ago. So that one's not even a gag video at all.
Hickok right now has 1.5 million and 371 million views.
What you're talking about in
Hickok.
altogether?
Altogether.
How many?
He has 371 million views altogether.
371 million views.
How many subscribers does he have?
1.5.
That's
I've
like
got 120
everybody.
million views, and I'm not as big as Hickok, so I'm pretty proud of that.
How many views do you have?
Over 120 million.
Nice.
Well, you got to think about like that Jenna
Or a
Marbles
couple of people
chick.
losing money. We're not.
Jenna Marbles has 1.5 million subscribers, and she just
Who?
babbles.
What? No way. She
Yes.
has way more than 1.5 million, I bet.
Yeah, I mean she's pretty cute, but she just babbles about random shit. Like
But she's
Well, that's
funny.
her whole channel. That's
She's
her
funny.
whole stick.
yeah, oh, she's funny as hell, dude. and she's semi-hot, and
Jenna
Minus-
Marbles has 15 million subscribers
Damn.
Wow.
Damn.
Whoa.
and
Wow.
1.7 billion views.
Yeah, we're specs. The biggest gun channels are specs to the big YouTube stuff.
Oh yeah, like those toy channels that were the biggest.
Seriously? The
They just
toy channels are
opened-
the biggest?
Yeah, they opened
well,
toy.
since we're doing that, what about Roman Atwood? You guys ever watch Roman? He
Roman
was
Atwood.
What is
well,
that?
he does vlogs now, but he was the big pranker. He got to start doing prank videos.
Oh, I'm not a big fan of the prank videos
Well,
myself.
he's at 6.2 million subscribers and 923 million views.
Wow.
I mean, he
I
just
haven't
got
seen
picked up. He just did
I'm
a
just
show
not-
with Howie Mandel. Like they're doing. His wife just did something with Taylor Swift. I mean, they're like I said. These are all people that started small channels like us on YouTube that have just grown and for
But they're also, what do you call it? Like, we're myopic in that we are only relatively appealing to gun owners, whereas they're general.
Right.
And they appeal to many different people from many different
Right.
places.
And the cool thing
Goes
was
back to
Roman.
what Ken was saying then, right? Like, okay, are they an ambassador for us, or are they embarrassment for us?
Who? I'm sorry, I didn't catch that first part, G-Webs.
Shit, fill in the blank. Seriously, anybody, even
No,
me.
I mean, I think they are an ambassador because I mean, well,
Like a
That saying
YouTube
goes-
ambassador, you mean?
I mean they say no matter
Whatever.
what press it is,
Thing.
it's good press. You could always spin something around, even if it's someone that one guy shot himself in the leg. You're like, okay, this is what you do whenever this is what you don't do. You don't put your finger in the trigger before. Right. I mean, no matter what press it is, you can still turn it around to something positive. You
Right,
use that
and he
education.
got
So
the-
no matter what,
He got the chance to go on Tosh, right? For
I
the
think
Web
so.
Redemption?
Yeah. Yes, I think so.
So here's the other thing. You want to say that our people on YouTube, are they representing us? Well, think about all the stuff that actually goes viral and how stupid most of that shit is. So I hope that's not an accurate representation of us as YouTube content creators, and that would be more of you guys than it is me. But you know what I'm kind of saying there? It's like the ones that get however many million views hits on a video because it goes viral, usually that's some stupid shit that just happened in the damn video, right?
Right. Yeah, exactly right. It's some
I don't
stupid
know,
shit.
but-
It
And
doesn't
on
matter.
the other hand, look at that one you guys were just watching. Now I'm mixing them up, but I think it was the rated RR guy with
Yeah.
the big 50 that looked all cool in slow motion. That
Yeah.
could go viral because it's so fucking cool, and it doesn't have to go viral to the base level like dipshit crap.
Right. The nut. What was the guy? The nut kicker. What was that guy? He had a channel.
The gun in
Kicked
the
in the
pudding.
nuts. Kicked in the nuts. I wish
Yeah.
DB was here. He knows that guy.
Kicked in the nuts 2000.
Oh
think-
no,
yeah.
that's he had all the bad grandpa and is that guy?
Oh, that
Oh,
shit
that's
was
Johnny
stupid.
Knoxville and
Not so-
Check.
okay.
Fucking, that was.
No, Kicked in the Nuts 2000 was an actual YouTube channel.
Everyone remembers Jackass, the series. Well,
Yeah.
Dude, that's a multi-movie deal now.
Well,
Yeah.
I always have a little bit of a concern as far as, and it hasn't happened, and it may never happen. Hopefully, it never does. But as far as a gun channel, not necessarily going that bad, but literally painting a picture of the rest of us that's untrue.
There are tons of fucking idiots on YouTube that make us look like fucking hillbilly.
Speaking of channels, there is a channel, well, not a channel, but like these scare prank channels. Did you guys ever see that one video where they went and they went and scared the crap out of this one guy, and it was a concealed carry holder, and he pulled his damn gun?
Was that the evil clown one?
I don't know what the scare tactic was.
The fucking evil clown guy almost got himself.
Oh, I would have shot that fucking clown, dude.
That dude
I mean, but like he came around a corner like he was going to attack, and that concealed carrier drew down on him, and the guy like all pulled off his mask. Oh, it's just a prank, don't shoot.
Right, I'm gonna show you a prank, motherfucker. See, that's why I don't like pranks. That's bullshit.
Yeah, right then, exactly. Because what if he would have went and just shot? I mean, that's a valid shoot if you ask me.
And because
he was in fear for his life.
Well, but
that looked like New York City, where there is no concealed carry.
Well, no, that wasn't. Anyway, but if we're all worried about what other people do, how it affects us or how it reflects on us, well, then it is our job to put out the contrary if we're so worried about it.
Very well said.
Right? Because I'm not going to worry about what some fucking jackass with no teeth is fucking doing if he blows his fucking fingers off, because I'm not related to that guy. Well, I agree.
Right. I hear. We are talking about it, but I think that you're right, that the way that you do something about it is by individuals putting up their own videos, so that there's so many, like, sober, like, head on their shoulders, good to go, like, interesting, funny, knowledgeable, good time videos out there, that when they look at those crazy ones, they are the exception. We lose if we let those become the only thing that's out there, because then they truly do only represent us. But if we make them the minority of them, we win, I think.
I agree 100% on that.
Yeah, but don't you need to like have that kind of level of like subscribers and everything to like really make any kind of money back from all the investment that you put into it?
Yeah, but
try to do the gun channels to universities so we can explore that more. You know, I could try to do it, but I'm not the most successful financially of YouTube channels. If I could get other channels to talk about some stuff, yes, there's definitely ways to make a lot of money, and there's definitely ways to do it without going to the lowest common denominator bullshit crap that attracts the little kids in other countries.
Well, I think
TikTok's son does interviews and stuff.
Well, there's a lot of help
with him.
There's a lot of help with like certain items and everything, them giving you freebies and such. But I thought the ads from a lot of the background stuff really didn't amount to all that much, unless you had a lot of people behind you.
Most of the people that have YouTube channels do it because that's what they enjoy doing, not for a penny.
Well, the big ones like Hickok and stuff, I bet you he's still making bank off of it.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's...
all of his ammo's given to him, all of his guns are given to him, everything's basically profit, and then steel targets are probably given to him now too.
Well, yeah, I mean that's great, but I mean we're talking about YouTube in general, and I think that's a lot of, unless you have like an extreme passion for it, you're not going to really make it. I haven't made any, and I have no desire to.
Yeah, same here. I have no desire to.
I question your lack of commitment. Where's your heart?
I just don't want to do this for money. You know, I just mainly do chats. I don't do any video content because
that's a little
that
bit
doesn't. Well, I mean, the thing is, me making videos, that does not interest me at all.
It depends on what you bring to the table. I mean, you're absolutely right. If you do the same thing as somebody else, there's no point. But if you have some little niche thing that, you know what, nobody showed me how to get this cotter pin into my bolt carrier if I'm new to the AR platform. I'm just using that as an example. But let's say
I disagree, though.
Yeah, I think you can do the same video that everybody else does. I don't think that you...
Yeah, I think when Edge does a video and I do a video and Hickok does a video and Ballistic does a video and Good Guy does a video on the same gun, there's going to be people that want to watch multiples.
So you're saying we need more
because it's,
video
everyone
reviews.
has their own opinion.
I mean, how many more Glock 19 video reviews do we need?
How many more
However
reviewers do
many.
we want? How many more reviewers are we willing to deal with? Because I think that's the thing. Again, the Glock is an interesting, like, gold standard. We all know the Glock, so when we hear a reviewer talk about the Glock, we're really getting a resume for that reviewer. And if we like their style and their opinions, then maybe we're really going to listen to more. But that's just people that are into reviews or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think
they might listen to a bunch. Doesn't mean they're making a purchase every time they watch a video.
I don't think most people are like obviously going with Yankees stuff like all the time, but I still find it very interesting. I mean, he's got passion behind it, and it's a different opinion. I wish I had that kind of level of commitment.
Well,
he doesn't have a job.
Yeah, he says he's classically unemployable or something like that. But basically, I think he's too big of a dick that anyone will hire him.
That's what I use YouTube for. I form a consensus by watching multiple different people do the video on the
Absolutely.
same. Yeah.
Like that C308 that I bought, I never would have bought that if I wouldn't have ran across Such's video, and then I'm like, oh, that's interesting. Then I went out and looked at several other ones. I was like, well, crap, and it's cheap, so I picked it up.
I'm going to go right back to the Glock 19. After 5,000 reviews, how many more do we need?
Okay, so remember back before the internet when we would get periodicals called magazines in the mail and then catalogs because there was no internet yet? So back then, you might look at like I'm trying to think of the cool catalogs back then, like U.S. Cavalry, Brigadier Quartermaster, Cheaper Than Dirt eventually. Well, catalogs, not just magazines, but back of them, or maybe a special buyer's edition. So all I'm getting at is the same entrenching tool might be in these different catalogs, but we still read the catalogs because it was some of them were cool, like Cold Steel catalogs, Spyderco catalogs. Some of these catalogs are just interesting in themselves. So that's all I'm getting at is I hear you that if you're looking at it from the pragmatic, like I'm making a purchase decision, I can only take so much information, so I don't need more reviews. But if you're just looking at it from like us, we sit around talking about the same damn guns constantly because it's just what's on our mind and we're interested, and we can, somebody's going to come along and ask a question because they're just getting into the game, they're just jumping on the merry-go-round or whatever, and we're going to bring them up to speed and then maybe move on. So when you look at it from that angle, like say the reviewer, then some people are going to watch Nut and Fancy talk about a knife they don't even care about buying because they want to hear Nut and Fancy talk about stuff for an hour. It's part of their appeal.
Well, I mean, yeah, just with what G's saying, whenever Watch Your Six came in and was asking, we were talking about guns, and we were talking about a lot of those guns for, 6-8 months to 2-3 years, depending on how long you've been chatting. And she was new to it, and we asked her, what she wanted, what she needed it for, and then we helped guide her to, a gun that she eventually wants to get. So just us talking about it is a good thing, because I mean, there could be some gun that I shot 5 or 6 years ago that I totally forgot about, and then one of you guys talking about it, I'm like, oh yeah, I do remember that, and it brings back memories or whatever of shooting it.
And I do like that I can find 100 videos on something that I might have not paid attention to before. So no, it's not the newest or the latest and greatest, but it's something that interests me, and maybe it might be a purchase, it might not. But I want to see the redneck that drops it on the ground. I want to see, the guy that does it all technical, where he's got graphs and animation and all this kind of stuff. And I kind of want to see the guy that just goes out to the range and he just lets loose on some paper.
And Dan, you're talking about, who needs to see another Glock 17 review. Well, if I go out and I want to buy a Glock 17, I'm like, well, which one do I get? Do I get a Gen 3, Gen 4, what? And I would go out there and I'd look at those reviews for Gen 3 or Gen 4 Glocks.
You do understand the thousands, I would say probably tens of thousands that have been done on just the Gen 4 17 let alone the
yes.
Gen 3 17.
Mm-hmm.
So is your
Absolutely.
position like you're anti-gun reviews now?
Yeah, because it doesn't bother me that there's that many. That's
Well, it reaches a point of saturation, which is over information, and then a lot of it is not that good.
well,
So
only
then-
if you try and watch them all.
Well, you just watch the ones that hit the top of your feed when you
See,
search for it.
Not only that, sometimes I'll go deeper, and because you're going to have the same people usually up close to the top of the feed,
Yeah.
and if you want to hear someone else's, like if you pull up Glock 17, you'll probably see Hickok and Nothing Fancy or something up there. Well, if you're tired of hearing their reviews because Nothing Fancy is Nothing Fancy, and Hickok, he may be like, oh, tell you all the good stuff. He may not tell you the bad stuff. So you may go down, several pages and, grab Moons. And he's like, well, this is good about this. Trigger sucks. This is good. That's good. That's bad. Switch out the size. Do this and do that. It's a different opinion.
I'm not anti-review. It's just that once we get like 10,000 on the same subject, it gets difficult for someone new to that particular subject to get quality information.
Well, wait a minute. No, it
I
doesn't,
don't know.
because it could still be the same information, just presented differently. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be of any less quality. As a matter of fact, it seems like more people, the technology has advanced, whether it's the computer, the camera, or whatever, that actually you might be able to get a better video now than you did 5 years ago on the same exact thing.
Oh, you absolutely can. I mean, think about taking a video 5 years ago with, I'm not going to say state of the art, but a good commercial digital camera. Well, our phones now have a better camera in it than that did 5 years ago.
Video production is only one aspect of a video. It's the creativity of the channel and the knowledge of the channel and the assets they bring to bear. The video aspect, the cameras and things, is just only one very limited aspect. And yeah, I agree with you. A grainy video isn't as engaging as a high-def video. The same thing with the sound. But the creativity of the guy talking or whoever wrote it, the assets he brings to bear, and the knowledge, the depth of his knowledge makes a huge difference. Much more than the quality of the video.
Who's going to be the gatekeeper then? In that, oh, you know what? You want to submit to YouTube a G19 video? I'm sorry, we have too many of those. You need to do a different video.
I never said that there should be some sort of limit. I'm just saying
Self-discretion. If too many of them out there don't do another one.
If you're trying to start a new channel and say, gee, what can I bring to bear? I know, I'll do a video that there's already 20,000 other videos on. Do something unique. Do something different.
Well, but see, when I check videos like that, sometimes I'll do by view count out for the filter, but other times I'll do for date issued and stuff like that. Sometimes I will look for the newest one, and then I'll go look for the one with the most views, just so you can.
If there's a subject that hasn't been touched on in a while, maybe it needs an update. That would be a reasonable avenue.
Like my Maverick 88, for example. It's not a new firearm. It's not new by any stretch of the imagination. Yet, to me, I think I've probably watched at least 20 videos on the Maverick 88.
Yeah.
At least 20.
Right. It's just that when we do searches, they don't filter them by ratings. Not that we have a good rating system, but so you've got 4,980 that were in the way of those 20 that you saw.
Well, again, I use the filters all the time when I'm looking at videos and stuff like that. Whether, like I said, whether it's date issued, view count, time of the video, I definitely use the filter system for YouTube when I'm searching, for sure.
Damn, my Canic video has 37,000 views.
What?
Where's DB?
Wait a minute, should she take that down? Is there too many Canic videos?
There could be.
It's a steal. It's an all-steal pre-terrorist Canic.
Don't be putting words in my mouth.
No, but you did seem to ask about why. Why have another one?
Yeah. I'm asking you, the individual who's starting out with the channel. Gee, what should I do a video on? Something that you think is not well known, or that is literally new. And I'm not necessarily talking hardware. It could be something else.
What if you do a disassembly of a Glock 19 as your first video, because that's the first gun you got? What if that's the first video you do? That video is going to get views because it's the disassembly. You know what I'm saying? So I'm saying that you can make fucking chicken soup out of chicken feathers, or whatever the hell they say.
Yeah.
Chicken dinner out of chicken feathers, or whatever.
Some people don't have the best camera angle, and some people skip some stuff. And I've been through videos on how to disassemble the top of a HK slide and the top or the slide on the PPQ, and I had to go through a few different videos to find like the best one. So I'm glad that multiple people made them.
Yeah, like I'm trying to swap out my buttstock on my HK. And I'm trying to swap out the buffer and everything. So basically, right. But right now,
we're not talking common pistols anymore. We're not talking Glocks.
Right, but that there's you get into that butt and there's a screw in there.
Yeah, you get screwed into that button. That's going to be one hell of a video, folks.
I hear what you're saying,
but the
Dano.
thing is, inside this, on my C308, it's like you need an inch-wide screwdriver. And I've been looking around. I can't find anything that'll fit that. I've gone to tire shops and stuff like that, trying to get tire irons to go in there.
You think there's a lot of Glock videos, Dano? How many 1911 videos are there?
Well, I just use that as an example, and you're right. The 1911,
an AK-47, an AR-15. I mean,
one of the first videos that I made, or the first 10 videos, was for those that didn't have experience with ARs, how to get that cotter pin in. Because it's amazing how many people are just not familiar with something I was taught, almost 35 years ago, how to do.
In the military.
Yeah.
And there wasn't already a bunch of videos on it?
Nope.
40 years ago there wasn't YouTube? What? How is that even possible that there weren't videos on that?
But on something like that, literally in the title of the video, I call it a mini tip, so people know. Okay, it's going to be very short. It's just going to be this one thing.
Oh, you call it something else, mini tip, but
no. So Dano, was it just
that's what his girlfriend calls them?
Just the tip?
Yeah, I mean,
Is it going live?
I mean, it was. I think a year and a half ago, and I'm still occasionally gets comments on it. And usually from people who are brand new saying, thanks for putting it. I couldn't figure out. Last guy said, I spent 5 hours trying to get this cotter pin in there. Thanks for telling me to turn it upside down to let gravity help me get the cotter pin in.
Yeah, that's crazy. The simple things like that, how popular they'll be. Because...
Well, it's just, I'm not trying to stroke my ego. I'm just saying do something a little different.
I hear what you're saying, because that's what I try to do on my channel.
I mean,
I'm still the only person on YouTube to do RIT dye polymer gun parts videos.
Exactly. I mean,
so I was like, there's no videos. I got to make one. Nobody was explaining the rattle in an LCR, so I had to make that video. The frame bulge on the CZ polymer guns. Had to explain that to people. There was no videos.
I didn't know you could use red dye on the... How does it turn out? Pretty good?
Yeah, if you use black dye on any part that's not black, it turns black.
Wait, there's a bulge in the CZ polymer guns?
No, yeah, back in the day there was... they didn't use the greatest polymer, I guess, when they first started making polymer guns, and the frame would bulge.
Well, and especially that was the Ramey, wasn't that the example of that?
Yeah, that was the first gun that did it, but then the Duty did it.
Duty.
You guys
they fixed it.
Go to Edge's chat, or...
So, Dano, is it just that you want new content, you don't want people rehashing, But some people got to put out whatever it is that they're going to put out. You know what I mean?
I'm just saying, if somebody's starting off anew, don't think that your one video, when there's 10,000 others out there, are going to get the light of day when they hit search.
Well,
Oh, I don't know.
I really don't think anyone like makes a video on like a Glock 19 thinking that they're going to get a bunch of hits. It could be just them throwing it out there, just getting practice on the YouTube stuff.
I think if you do put out a Glock 19 video, that you are going to get a fair share of hits because that's a very common gun. It probably gets purchased, several hundred times a day. The gun itself in this country, probably several hundred Glocks get sold.
I kind of feel like I should do a Glock 19 video.
I think you should. Actually, I bet you already have shot several of them, if I had to guess.
Yeah.
I've never done a review of a Glock 19 for damn sure.
I did the CZ Duty versus Glock 19 video 2 years before Such.
And let's go ahead and explore that, G-Webs.
And you're cool, Moon, by the way, where Such is not.
Haven't done a review of a G19.
What?
I bet you there's a good reason you haven't done a review of some of the common Glock pistols. What might that be?
He doesn't do review videos.
I don't know, maybe I'll have somebody.
Because he doesn't have that one Glock in FDE.
No, I have them all. No, in
Oh,
FD.
yeah, okay.
No, why would I want them in FD? I have them
Or-
all in green, but no.
or
because of what
sorry,
everything
Desert
Dino
Brown.
just said. I'm not trying to just. Well, okay. The reason I didn't do it is I'm not trying to do a review of every Glock. But on the other hand, if someone had all the Glocks that they had in their collection and they wanted to do a review on each one, I'm never going to suggest they don't do one on the 19 because other people have. So I don't think you're saying not to do them either, Daniel, but I'm not going to... I mean, I agree. I have not done a review on... I don't do reviews on any gun because I'm not there to do reviews on them. I will show them to people sometimes, but most of the time I'm just there sharing what we're doing, shooting or whatever. But I've never been interested in doing reviews, I guess, so that's never been our thing. But so I agree with you. I would leave that to somebody that's their passion.
And to be honest, that's one of the reasons I love your videos, G-Webs, because it's not going to be fluff. You're not blowing smoke. It's not, oh, this is the best fucking thing ever. You're going to show us like how it works or what it is, and I appreciate that. Like I know that I'm going somewhere else for a review, but I probably heard about it from one of your videos, like the Medusa or things like that.
Is there somebody shooting a Medusa out there?
I hadn't really seen it. Let me just Google that, see what comes up on that.
We shot it, but I don't remember if we put up video of it or not.
I think you did a video.
Well, I know you did
I
a
did a video of it, but I'm pretty sure we brought it out to the range and shot it also, just with 38s or something. We'll see. I really, really wanted to shoot a whole full cylinder of different stuff, but.
Okay, like Dan was saying, though, I never did Glock videos because I thought there was too many out there.
Oh, I don't care if there's too many. It's something out there. I've done a video on an empty box of 22 I didn't even own.
Oh no, Life Size Potato has dueling Medusas even.
There you go.
I guess what I'm trying to say is if you can be creative or a little bit unique, you'll go a lot farther than just doing the cookie cutter typical videos. Add something unique to it, different. I mean, different can be like Yankee. He's adding his personality, or I should say his character.
See, but you're touching on the thing that makes me kind of like I can't get behind that, because if you're just gonna throw stuff out there to be different, then who cares? I don't need to see somebody in a dress like tell me about something if they don't know what they're talking about, or I don't need somebody. I guess it was a bad example.
Let
me explain.
I don't need somebody wearing like an Ewok costume telling me about something just because they're doing it in an Ewok costume.
In my opinion, what makes your channel different, G-Webs, is the variety and the depth of the things you cover. You're not in a dress, but that's what makes your channel unique. It doesn't have to be a dress. It can be
totally be in a dress,
it can be the
that's
breadth.
Don't do it, G-Webs.
You'll never know.
I'm just saying, I call it a kilt or some shit if I want.
Oh, there you go, tactical.
Oh,
tactical evening kilt.
They have one for concealed carry, from what I understand.
Well, he didn't even give us a link, so I don't know how we're going to get over there if no one has links to his chat.
Well,
so.
He said PM me for a link.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, with the tactical kill, you can colon carry.
Wow.
Did you hear what I said, G-Webs, about my opinion of your channel, what makes it unique?
I think so. But yeah, thanks.
Oh, okay. But that's just an example. No, you're not wearing a dress, but you're still doing something unique.
My channel's philosophy has always been, and everybody who participates in it has always been, just share cool gun shit that we do, period. So, and we feel, at least I feel, that's what lays down that foundation. So no matter what the hell other weird shit happens, if enough people are just being normal and sharing their normal stuff, and that means, like Tony, I used to really like Tony's channel because he would be out there shooting with his kids. He did that thing where he glued a bunch of those little army men to a piece of cardboard and shot them with a BB gun in his backyard. Like, I've never done that. I always just stuck them in the sand. I never thought about gluing them to a piece of cardboard. That's super cool. So just stuff like that. I mean, that's the kind of stuff that no matter how many Jaeger things doing his thing that got everybody all excited, or how many that guy who tried to bring a parade of shotguns into D.C. and it never happened, and then that guy, the same guy brought out a shotgun in D.C., all that kind of weird-ass shit, the open carry Chipotles, if there's enough of us doing our thing, then all that gets muffled by the choir of all of us being normal. So that's why I have to be an advocate of go do your own vids if you want, because the only way you're going to get good is doing them. That's, I guess, something that I haven't brought up. That I hear you, and I can understand in the collective, like, if there was some, like, grand conductor to everything, then yeah, you can have enough videos of something. But on the other hand, there is none. And I guess what I keep thinking of it as, you can look at the internet as a lake, or you can look at the internet as a river. And I think that those of us who started with the internet back in the day consider it a lake, because we've seen a lot of it, and we know that it's filling, and we know what's been in the past. But if you're coming up to it, you're just seeing a flow of information. You're going to think of it more like a river. And there's a lot of people that don't use the internet the same way as other people. So anyway, for all those reasons, there's a lot of people that are just walking up and seeing it for the first time, and they don't know that there's a whole other bunch of better or different or alternatives for the same gun. They're just going to see it. So I guess I'm also thinking that, if you're trying to practice and you want to just do it for the love of doing it, and you got to get better, then you got to do something. So you might as well do it in a Glock 19 if you own one. You can always do it over again or take it down. Just talking about 9 versus 40, I think.
Yeah, you said you want to do a like background chat at some point, right? With some of these other sites that have been fairly successful.
I would be willing to do it. I have not had any positive response from anybody who have asked about it. People don't like to do live shit, I guess. It takes a certain amount of we got to get used to being live. Nobody in here sat down one day and said, I want to be live on YouTube every fucking night. You get used to it, and then you don't care. I don't know how many people we're broadcasting into, but you don't feel like it. I feel like I'm just sitting at a bar talking to a bunch of people that come into the bar sometimes.
It's
but
also
some of those people, who, even if they've got like 1 million viewers, and they get tens of thousands of people listening to everything they say every day, trying to get them to go do something live is like out of their comfort zone, out of their realm of what they even want to do. So yeah, it's difficult getting them in.
Yeah.
Well, it's lack of control.
And then talking to them about, then being like, let's go live and talk about money.
Yeah,
I don't like doing that for some reason.
But it's live, so if something comes out of their mouth, they can't pull it back, and they don't have control over it. It's not theirs. Versus their channel, they got full control, and they can edit anything they want.
Yeah, that might be.
It takes a while to lose any interest in giving a shit about that, because I used to be the same way. There's a couple of times. Well, no, Stone Guy is in here still. He took down the chat for me one time where I went off on Yankee, and I felt it was.
Yeah, that was awesome.
But I felt it was over the line. So that one time, but if he wouldn't have been down with that, yeah, that could be pretty scary to do something, especially when you're in a chat with somebody like Yankee who knows how to poke people in all different kinds of ways.
Quiet contemplation.
I missed that. Is there a link to that?
No,
Nah,
the
it's
chat
been
was taken down.
I think there's only 40 videos on that.
Yeah, luckily there's by doing stuff daily live, then good luck. good luck trying to find anything that we've done. Like, even if somebody did archive it with like notes, minutes of each thing, you wouldn't be able to search through it all. There's no possible way. Wish there was some way we could make a penny for every hour we spent on these things.
No
Was
kidding.
that the Dave chat with the
Honestly, I
net
don't remember. I
neutrality?
just remember one time I
That
had to
might
ask the
still be
guy, "Can you take that one down?" And he was like, "Sure," because I don't remember what the fuck, but I remember Yankee really got me going, and I was like foaming at the mouth, and I got pissed, and I don't like doing that ever. So
Did you strangle your video camera?
No.
Because to me, that's
That-
still one of my most favorite chats. Was Matt's with Josh and you and Lars, when Lars just lost his shit. I'm sorry.
Which episode was that? You've lost it more than once.
No. Like, he lost it so bad. Because Josh, I don't remember what his YouTube name is, but, like, he was a guy that Yankee, G-Webs, and Never Enough Ammo knew from when they knew him, but they knew him from before. He wasn't normally in
talk
chat.
about Lars? I never knew who the Lars. Well, I don't know.
No,
who
not Lars.
is.
No, Josh.
Josh.
The bounty hunter.
Oh, Josh. Yeah.
Yeah.
Josh
where
used to hang out
is-
in Blog TV days. He's some friend of Matt's.
Right. So, like, you know, you knew that Josh was relatively a no bullshit kind of guy, so to speak. But in this one particular chat, I don't know if Lars
Josh
said
is
something.
whack, dude. He's not rational.
Oh, that's the chat where Lars told him he was going to fuck him up.
Yeah.
Yes, and he choked out his own
Crap,
fucking
yeah.
camera. Yes, which was, I'm sorry, that was one of the best chats, like, in
Yeah,
chat.
and the dude was like, "You don't fucking know me. Don't tell me you're going to fucking fuck me up. I will." Oh, yeah, that was a... Yeah, that
Yeah,
was a
shit
good
got
chat.
almost real. It almost got real.
It is hard to compare the best of chats, especially when you got like the Mosin chat out there.
Mosin chat.
Well, that's the Mosin Saga. That's not necessarily just one
Yeah.
chat.
But they tend to all happen on my channel, so just go look through all my old
There you
videos.
go. Anybody
I mean-
that was wondering, Stone Guy 223.
There you go.
Thanks for
I mean,
watching.
In all honesty, though, for some reason, like 6 of the 10 really great conflict chats have been on my show, so it's kind of crazy.
It's true.
Lucky, you know.
Like when you had American Warning Dave on with Yankee.
Oh, that was a good one, yeah.
Or as the name was
Yankee and Jaeger. Yankee and Jaeger was on my channel.
Parts
Why is
1
Yankee
and
always
2.
a common factor?
Well, he's in the chats, dude. I mean,
What does that tell us? Is it the guys or is it the Yank?
well, wait a minute. How many chats are you in? How many chats am I in?
Yeah. Yankee's definitely a prick.
You,
so
you guys don't get people to the point of foaming at the mouth, like yelling at you.
True.
He
Very
just
often.
brings that out in people.
I guess that's my point.
Oh, absolutely, because Yankee's such a hypocrite. Like, he'll fucking cut people off, talk over you, but God forbid if you do it to him, he gets all butthurt and offended. Like, are you going to let me finish? I'm like, really? You're fucking pot calling the kettle black. But yeah, Yankees, and it's great because Yankee's the kind of dude that you can have an argument with, and then it's over, it's done with. You know, we don't hold grudges. Next day you're talking to him just like normal.
Oh, 10 minutes later, when it's a different topic completely, all of a
Well-
sudden you're telling jokes to each
You
other.
also got to incorporate that as soon as you get done telling Yankee at the top of your lungs how wrong he is, the next day he just picks up your side of the argument and acts like he's always had that position.
Yeah, and does a video on it.
Yeah. And I agree. This is everybody should think.
Googly balls.
That's why we're doing good work in the long run, because we're getting it out through Yankee to all kinds of people that
There you
wouldn't
go.
listen to us.
Well, think about that. He definitely has an outlet in his subscribership that leans more that way than probably most of the people in here, I would think, currently. Mass communicating, as they say in, what was that? Oh, brother, where art thou?
That was on today.
I like that movie.
By the way, Wayne, I really got to tell you, I really like your thumbnail print since you stopped using the 3D GIF.
GIF? GIF like peanut butter? Or GIF?
GIF, man.
GIF. You're right. I said GIF. I meant GIF. That GIF file. Oh, I hated that thing.
What, the Wayne?
Well, because it was moving, it was always grabbing my eyeballs.
Oh yeah, that was pretty freaky after a while.
Yeah, I figured I'd spare everyone.
I mean, a static picture, I don't really care what it is, but one that moves, it's like those advertisements that flash at you.
Dan is afraid of the subliminal messaging.
Oh shit, we need to put we've got a bunch of people with subliminal gun channels icons down there that blink or something. Join gun channels.
Dano, are you the Manchurian Candidate? Is that why you're worried? And I'm not talking the new one. I'm talking the old one with the Frank Sinatra or whatever it was.
I'm afraid I don't. I'm unable to communicate with your question at this time.
Okay, that's an excellent way of putting it.
So are we going to solve the 9 versus 40 debate, or are we going to stay here?
When did Quirk get in this chat? He hasn't talked the entire time, and all of a sudden he's chatting in the side.
He's been here.
He's been here.
I think you got you
I was talking earlier, and then I fell asleep, and then I woke up. I didn't know what you're talking about.
Quirk passed out.
I have a link now to Edges, but I'm not supposed to share it. So I don't know.
I got the same thing, and I didn't feel right jumping out of one to go to another if not everybody else was invited.
Well, I don't know one way or the other. Just having a good conversation.
Well, don't hurt Edge's feelings, boys.
Oh.
Edge can suck it.
He's. I was gonna say, just as I'm about to say he's sensitive, Quirk says that.
Well, be nice, Quirk. Be nice.
Well, he just wants more people because he's got a whole 4 people in there. And
It doesn't make it bad. Sometimes that actually makes it pretty good if you get a good thing going.
I thought that was
got Bob in it, so.
Yeah, I mean, if you got 3 good people, that's all you really need. If you got 3 Bobs, you're in trouble.
Well, let's see. It's Bob, Caleb himself, and then what's his name? I think from Michigan that comes into Matt's chats quite often.
Nick.
No, it's Murphy's Musket. It's Bob.
Oh, that's Murphy's Musket. Yeah, never mind. Yeah.
It's probably a good chat.
Okay.
But you guys know what they're talking about with ammo. And then Bob.
Well, you know where he falls on the 9 versus 40 debate for sure.
So as I sit while you're watching my laptop clink or monitor like glitch out, I ordered one on Tuesday morning, right? And I paid extra, $7, but still extra to get a 3 to 5 day delivery. So I'm all happy that Tuesday. Wait, that was Tuesday morning. Wednesday, I'm already getting all the when you order stuff from Newegg, like a bunch of stuff goes out in different boxes from different people. It's like Amazon or whatever. They send them from wherever they're sending them from. So everything says it's in the mail. And then yesterday, Thursday, I get like most everything. And then the laptop says it's in the mail, but no tracking number. Everything else I've either got or the tracking number is coming from like Hong Kong and it'll be here eventually kind of thing, but on time. So today, nothing, and I'm like, shit, what's going on? So I call the place, since it says, please call us if you have any questions, and they're like, oh yeah, it's going out today. I'm like, what the fuck does your thing say that it was in a truck since Tuesday or Wednesday? On Friday, you're telling me it's going out today, and I won't see it till Monday or Tuesday.
That was my rant from a little bit earlier. Was I have Prime, but Prime's screwing me, and I'm pissed.
Yeah. It's not gun related, but hopefully you can feel the pain. It's driving me nuts.
But it was, wait a minute,
especially since this laptop won't even hardly boot half the time.
I mean, a lot of places will send you an email if it's only a partial shipment. But yeah, that's pretty shitty.
Yeah, they did it. I mean, I'm not complaining about Newegg. I'm just complaining about the vendor with this damn laptop. I'm just saying it better be perfect, because otherwise I'm in the mood to
chew on something.
The comments or whatever about the whole I paid extra money. I wouldn't care if I paid for whatever, but I paid the extra $7 for 3 to 5 days. There's no way that it's fucking 3 days. Is that 3 to 5 days handling? Like, we'll get it out between 3 and 5 days, or is that 3 to 5 days you have it in your hands, right? All I'm saying is
you
5
can't.
days. I guess you could say Monday technically, but still.
Well, you can't count Tuesday because
I know. Even though all the other vendors
Wednesday,
shipped on
Thursday,
Tuesday,
Friday.
I can't count Tuesday, but so that means Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Like I could have had it today. Saturday would have been 4, technically Monday, but still, if they haven't sent it till today,
Oh yeah.
Saturday is not considered a business day. It's just Monday through Friday. So
I know.
then you got
And then the thing is, though, that they said the little thing tag to everything shipped, so I was all excited that it was in the mail already. They should set it like pending order or completing order or something.
Yeah, I've had that where a person will print out the shipping label and stick it on the box on Monday, but then won't mail it till Friday.
Yeah.
Which really pisses me off.
Yeah, I've seen that too, where they send you the email, which is an automatic thing that the label's been printed. I don't give a fuck about the label. I want to know when the guy comes to pick it up.
I want to know why they said it was going to be shipped, but it still sat there for 3 days.
I can understand if you're going to put on your thing, we only ship 1 day a week, and that's Friday. All orders placed before Friday 9 a.m. will ship out on Friday. I'm fine with that if they put it on there. But when they don't do it and they just ship 1 day a week because, well, they're too freaking lazy to go and run and ship stuff more than once a week. Never mind. I'm gonna get pissed.
No, not Yankee. Another guy.
Okay. Yeah.
Came
I
in
was just,
and talked about it. It was a pretty interesting chat. And Yankee's a therapist or whatever.
right. Okay. Now I got you. That's why I was like, what?
I don't know if he was effective or not, but it seemed like it. It was a very special episode of Lobby Chat.
There you go. Well, and there's been funny ones. There's been ones that were pretty serious. There's angry ones. I mean, there was the guy that was, Frank the Felon or whatever his name was, and he just, I mean...
and don't forget about the chats, that are epic, but then YouTube screwed up and only put 47 minutes out of.
Oh yeah, this last week. That was my chat.
That could have been your...
That could have been my million-view chat.
Exactly, and yet...
Screwed.
Was that the Navy
exactly. Did I just say eBay?
Is that from Sliders?
I think so. Because that's definitely the guy.
Does it hold up? If you watch it now?
John Rhys Davies? Yeah, that's from Sliders.
No, sadly, the show does not hold up.
Really? I guess I haven't watched it since it was on.
I can remember watching the show, but dealing with that main guy who I don't like that much, because the show was cool, but I imagine if I watched it now, it might be too much to deal with.
I know who you're talking about.
It seems like that guy should
Gary
be
O'Connell, the guy from...
Not in a
that's it.
The guy that he's banging Rebecca Romaine Stay Moist.
Yeah, I tried rewatching that. I watched it when it was originally aired, but I tried watching it. It just doesn't hold up.
All right, since we're talking about entertainment,
is she still hot or is she old? Not.
Who, Rebecca Romaine?
Yeah.
She's still a nugget. You tap it, trust me.
Okay.
I got a question for G-Webs on Snowpiercer. So, what's the deal with at the end of the movie where he puts a little kid up in the forward engine?
I did not finish that movie. I forget somewhere I quit watching it and didn't look back. So you guys told me the end, but I have not.
Which movie?
Snowpiercer, the most realistic movie of the future on a train ever.
You have to think about it.
How many cars forward did you make it, G-Web? Do you remember?
I seriously don't remember. At some point I was like, this movie's just about them on this train. And then they showed outside once again, and I was like, I can't do this.
I will say, that kid was basically like the power fix or something to do with the train.
Yeah. But
I can't remember. I mean, I liked the movie. I didn't think it was great.
The ending
but I thought it was... It was better than some of the crap that got rated a lot higher. than it did, but yeah, it's I think on IMDb or something like that, it's like rated like an 8.5 or something weird like that. It's like a 5 or a 6. It's middle of the road.
For some reason, I thought G-Webs that you said it was not great, but okay. So that's the reason I
That
watched
was me.
Oh no, I hated that movie. I thought it was ridiculous.
It was
and
me who said it
most,
was okay.
like,
Well, then
garbage, like
it's your fault.
society bullshit I've ever seen. And like had a massive.
It's no, Age of Ultron, but
I felt like a pate goose being force-fed their freaking agenda.
yeah, I went in with no expectations besides maybe it has some cool action. It has some
Cool action. Cool in the sense that it was cold out and it was action.
And you wanted a protein bar, didn't you?
Nope. A lot of it was very predictable.
Get that
Oh
part
yeah,
you
they
went-
make a food factory on one of the cars, right?
Yeah. As to what was in the protein bars?
Bugs.
Bugs and what
What?
else?
I don't remember what else.
Those bugs had to grow off of something, didn't they? It wasn't just the water from the snow that came from the front
Oh,
engine.
well, yeah.
It wasn't the fishes, it was the fishes.
I'm just going to say this. You would eat that if you had nothing else to eat.
Oh, as far as bugs, of course.
Yeah. Do you eat tilapia?
I don't eat any fish, but
Do you eat the labia? What?
No, tilapia,
Well, I don't eat it.
tilapia. It's a fish. Any of you guys eat that?
tasted it.
I freaking love it.
Well, you know what it feeds on?
Shit.
Probably bottom feeder.
It feeds on leftover food and shit
It's
from
tilapia.
more profitable fish.
Yeah. Are you new to this? Name any food that you eat that's made out of a critter that don't eat some other critter's poop. They put so much protein into the poop, they got to get their money back out of it by feeding it to something else. There's not enough grain
Cows.
to feed things raw grain. Cows eat chicken shit. Chickens eat cow shit. Catfish eat other fish's poop. They do everything all over the world. That's how they feed.
I've seen cows eat cow shit coming out of the other cow.
Yep.
As
Sure,
you-
but I'm saying in wholesale, they'll take the, how chickens live in those cages. It's so that they can
Right.
remove the poop, and it's not just so that the chicken's clean. They don't give a shit about that. It's so that they can get the protein out of that poop and feed it to a cow with some straw, so that it can poop and give it back to the chicken.
Well,
They
that's
don't have
right.
enough
Chicken shit
topsoil
is
to
an
grow
excellent
enough
product.
protein
Driving in the
to
country.
feed all
Excellent
the
product.
animals.
And there's a cow with his or her head up the ass of the other cow eating its crap.
I didn't know you were into animal porn, Dano.
No, it wasn't porn.
Well, it sounds like it.
It's just real life on the cow
Real
prairie.
life on the dairy farm.
It's 2 cows, 1 cup.
Was it the derriere that
Yeah.
attracted you to it, Dano?
No, and then there was another trip when I
It's
was
just
younger.
driving by. That's what cows do. You
yeah.
ever seen cows be perverts to each other?
Yeah,
I've seen
I mean, you drive around the country with cows everywhere. Sooner or later, you're going to see something. Like the one time I was in my late 20s, driving by, and all of a sudden I drove by, this cow had its tail up, and I thought, oh, okay, it's just taking a dump. And all of a sudden I saw something sticking out of its ass. I'm like, what the hell is that?
Was it
I'm
rat?
doing 65 miles an hour down a state highway, so I turn around just a little bit up the road, come back, and also by the time I turn around to come back, there's a calf.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
You seen a cow
Yep.
pooping out a new cow? Crazy.
Yep. I mean, usually the farmers will take them into a stall if they think they're going to give birth in the next couple of days. But what was weird is that, that was in the cow pen where all the other cows were. So naturally it fell down into all the other cow shit. That's not just nice black dirt down there.
That can hurt no baby cow.
But it was bizarre.
Well, the mom licked it right away.
It's like 18 inches with a hoof sticking out of the cow's butt area.
Oh, is his name Veal or Hamburger?
I think that farmer did mostly dairy, so depending on its gender, it would have probably either become veal or beef.
Well, Daniel, thank you for scaring away both Stone Guy and Foos.
Is this
I would
the
think that they
cow
would
shit
know what
chat?
gender the cows are coming out at this point in the world. Cows worth $1,500. Meat cow. I bet a dairy cow's worth more than that. Meat cow's got to be worth less than a dairy cow.
Well,
So
If you're in
female dairy
cow's
cow
probably
is worth
Think
more.
about this. In India, they're all vegetarian cows, and they're worth even more.
Yeah, but
Sure,
a
but I'm
dairy
talking
cow
about here.
can't start producing immediately. Where a veal cow, in less than 12 months, you've got veal. With a dairy cow, that's not a milker yet. It's too young.
I don't know if I'm
He's never
offended
gonna be
by
a
that
milker.
picture or not.
No, I'm just saying.
With the dairy cow though, once you get the dairy
With the
cow
dairy
starting
cow,
to
you're not
produce, and it produces until it
male
can't.
dairy cow be born. Those kind of dairy cows are going to be born under ultimate circumstances because they're valued. The typical dairy cow happening in the field must be a veal, is what I'm saying, because the females, they're not going to let just plop out in the field like you're saying, get damaged or something. They're going to want to make that under good circumstances too, I would think. The males, the ones they don't care about, they're just going to eat them.
Yeah, males become food very quick. Well, veal real quick.
Well, even if they're going to sell the male, they still want to take care of the product because they can still get money for that calf. But if that calf is injured, then they're not going to get any money.
So are you mad because they weren't there with a catcher's mitt?
No.
Okay.
I'm just trying to say that it only can be a male, is my guess. Because if it was a female, they would care way more about it.
Can I ask a gun question?
Sure.
Is it a cow gun or?
Did I shoot it? No, I didn't shoot it.
You didn't stone guy it? 380 it?
No.
I was just going to say that.
While it was sleeping.
I wanted to ask what people's
Mommy,
opinions
Mommy.
are on the magazine release on the PPQ.
Not interested.
What about
What
it?
was the question about the PPQ?
The mag release on the PPQ.
Yeah, what about it?
It's at the bottom,
Magazine?
the trigger guard.
Yeah.
It's not a button release.
It can
Well,
be
there's
either
two different
depending on the model you get.
You got the M1 and the M2. The M1 is the European style. The M2 is the American style.
Yeah.
Right,
Moon
and
has
5-inch
F1,
only
I've got
comes with the button release, not the European kind of at the bottom of the trigger guard. You push it down, but you don't have to move your hand at all from
Yeah.
your firing position.
That sucks.
What do you mean?
Are you talking about the paddle, or are you talking about the
Yeah.
button?
The one with the paddle.
Okay, that's the one that Moon has.
Right. So I wanted
Mine's
some
the
opinions
M2.
on that.
He's got the M1.
Right.
He's got that little paddle built into the guard.
Right. What do you think of the paddle?
I like it. I like it a lot. Sorry, I'm eating, but I like it almost better than the button. But I'm used to the button, so it doesn't matter to me. But if all guns had this paddle, I wouldn't mind.
Yeah.
So
you just hit it with your trigger finger without changing your grip.
It's on both sides.
Yeah, ambi.
Dude, do you want your trigger finger doing two jobs though?
You don't have to move it.
Super critical,
Yeah, but you're not
important
going to
job,
shoot.
And another job that's pretty important.
You're not going to shoot while you're changing mags, so it's only got to move, and plus
I hope not.
Yeah,
you're not going to keep your finger on the trigger when you got to keep it here, and then
Yeah, but
move
when
it
you
to
go
the trigger.
down, I don't know. I'm just saying. I would get in the habit of using my other hand or my thumb.
I mean, I can see advantages to it because, number one, it's bigger. I mean, on some guns, the button is just too small for some people, or it's in the wrong location or whatever. Where that lever, I think it has some real potential advantages to it. That's just my opinion.
Which do you like better? I mean, because you've got both of them. I mean, do you like paddle or a mag button?
Well, one guy has one and the other guy has the other, and they both said that they like it.
Yeah, I mean, I did not buy this. This was bought by somebody else that I'm holding it for.
Right.
Cockroaches.
Bullshit. Why is it? Why is it still in my control if it's a straw purchase?
I just got a question, Dano. Haven't you had that gun like a year now?
It's been about 6 months, 5 months.
Well, at that point, that gun is yours.
Well,
that's arguable.
Well,
It's in his possession, so yes, it's his to that degree, but I don't think
storage.
I guess that would be whatever Dano agreed to.
It would only be Dano's if he used it in a crime.
There you go. That's a good way to look at it, because that's who they'd pin it to.
So, anyway, I went down to the gun shop today, but unfortunately I made the mistake of shaving before I went. I cut myself, so I basically, I couldn't like bleed all over.
Well, you bled all over the.
No, I went down there. I said I'm not gonna. I just talked to him because I'll go tomorrow when I'm not bleeding because I didn't want to bleed all over his guns. But yeah, I just talked to him about the paddle and.
What were they asking for it? HVS? What were they wanting for that?
He probably listed it at I don't know. It was. I'm trying to remember if the 4-inch. It was 6 something. I forget. Because I hadn't even made a decision whether I want the 5-inch with the button or the 4-inch with the paddle. Because they don't make the 5-inch version with the paddle. So.
What size this one is?
So you're pretty sure that that's what you're going to go with is the PPQ though?
No, it's either going to be the Glock 17 or PPQ, and I'm not sure
you
yet.
would know,
I'm just gonna chime in here.
Is a long slide.
What's that?
That's the frame. Okay, chime in.
I was gonna say, if you got a choice between a Glock and a PPQ, take the PPQ.
I don't know. I think you should get the Glock and do a Glock 17 video myself. That's because I would watch that.
It's always a troublemaker in the crowd. Always a troublemaker.
Do a Glock 17 video. Yeah.
I guarantee I'd watch it.
Yeah,
Well,
one view.
Did you watch my Gecko video?
Yes, I did watch your Gecko video.
Yeah.
The only thing I couldn't understand is you never said anything during the whole video. I was waiting you to tell me like something about it.
Well, I was waiting for him to start saying.
They, if you want me to, they see like 320% more color into the UV spectrum with their eyes than humans. So I thought that was.
I was hoping at some point along that video you'd start going on, start yelling at it that you don't want his fucking insurance. Leave me alone.
No, I think that I was saying that it's like you have to. PETA should sue whatever advertising the government employee insurance company uses to do that, because on behalf of all lizards, one guy actually asked me to kill it or something because, I'm sure it would be a great video if I chopped it in half or something, but I didn't feel like doing that to the guy. But it was just more.
You would have had one unsub real quick if you did that.
What?
You would have had me unsub you because they're beneficial creatures. They eat freaking insects.
Yeah,
as long as, I wouldn't have done it, but I do have. They're beneficial until they're in your house and they're shitting on everything, So.
Well, if they're in your house,
because they're still eating bugs. They're just what do you call that?
They're cleaning your house while making it messy. Yep.
Yeah, well, some people like them, and I don't mind them at all if they're outside. But when they get inside and into your nooks and crevices, and then they start shitting on your dishes after you clean them and stuff. It's they're a pain in the ass inside, But if you have a lot of mosquitoes where you live, then maybe you want them.
Geckos in particular.
Yeah.
I never had a sleep on nothing.
Then when they start laying eggs in the house, and then the eggs don't hatch, that smell is terrible. Terrible.
Yeah, well, it was just more like a nature video, I think. But yeah, I could do it. A Glock 17. I could do my name is not Max, and then do my life is pizza and beer. If I like the movie started, but
I got a barrel question for you guys. So is in a semi-auto the barrel length? Does that include the chamber? Or just include where the chamber ends and the actual rifling begins? Okay, all you internet gun experts, don't chime in at once.
Let me help you out, Dano.
I only know about geckos, so.
Here's a picture of the PPQ 5-inch.
Where?
In the side chat.
Oh.
Okay. Okay, no, that's not it. So apparently, and I like this
Apparently.
word now, apparently, they include the chamber.
Better
when
now
they
that you know
talk
the right
about-
context.
But when they talk about barrel length, it doesn't seem legitimate to include the chamber length as part of the barrel length, because there's no rifling in the chamber, and the bullet doesn't make contact until it enters the rifling.
Right, chamber's chamber, barrel's barrel.
Right. But when they say, a lot of times when they say, oh, this like the one I have in my hand, well, the total length of the barrel, including chamber, is 4 inches. But the actual rifling part of it is only 3 inches.
Well, what does it say that you have, a 4-inch barrel or a 3-inch barrel?
Well, the PPQ is a 4-inch. It says it's a 4-inch barrel.
But that's only if you include the chamber.
Most guns measure that and call it the barrel. I don't know why.
Well, that's what I was wondering. Is
So you're
that,
saying it's not a full power, like the Glock is a 4.5. Glock 17 is 4.5, and
But
the
that's
PPQ
including the
is-
chamber.
Oh, the Glock also includes the chamber.
And that was my question. Is that a common way of, when they say, like in the 17, 4.5, they really mean 3.5?
Basically.
Okay.
That's what I've found.
Well, because when you disassemble it, does the chamber separate from the barrel, or is it?
Well, I mean, I just took it apart. I mean, you want me to take it apart? I could take it apart again. But you know how when you look inside, I mean, the bullet itself isn't even at the back where it begins. It's already an inch forward, or however long the cartridge is.
Well, it is stupid because it's like if revolvers measured the barrel at the cylinder, at the front of the cylinder.
Right.
Exactly.
Well, that's where they do measure their barrel, but it would be like if a revolver measured its barrel, including the cylinder.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
I mean, if it measured it at the forcing cone, that would be okay. It makes sense because that's where the bullet enters.
That is what you measure on a revolver from the.
Right. Right. But in semi-autos, they don't. They don't do it that way.
So all semi-autos are an inch short, is what you're saying.
Approximately. I mean,
They're
depending on the cartridge length.
Well, but okay, so they aren't going to have as much power then. You're saying you may as well buy a subcompact or something because it's barrels.
No. I'm just trying to understand terminology myself. Period.
I'm trying to understand the exact. I mean,
right.
A full
if
barrel
you're-
will give you like 20% more power out of a 9mm than a subcompact. In
I
theory,
think
but-
when you're saying power, you're talking about velocity, and it's not.
Right.
It's a negligible difference between, say,
Like
like
it's not
4
even
and 4.5 inches.
Second.
Between a 3-inch and a 4.5-inch or a 5-inch barrel, there's a difference.
Well, yeah, but that's about 150 feet per second. I don't know.
Between the 3 and the 5-inch.
Either way, you're getting a difference when they measure all guns the same way. It's not like you're missing something. Because they told you it was a
the whole
5-inch.
thing, we don't measure.
You need to get a
revolvers.
revolver then.
Well, I already have a 357 revolver. I don't want a 9mm revolver.
Then you need a Glock 34.
Or
I don't
get
want a
17
subcompact.
No, a Glock 34 is the long slide.
Ooh,
Yeah, but-
what about like a 24? Is the 24 the long slide for in 40G Web?
Yes. But we gotta wait for the encyclopedia to turn his mic on.
That's alright, shit.
How's
You
this
already-
sound? What?
I was just trying to say that the 24 is the long slide 40, correct? But
Yes.
Dano answered.
Yeah, yes.
Oh, verification.
Well, way to get irritated, Dano.
Well, you know, it's that time of the month.
Yeah, but they don't make
Wait.
them anymore, so you gotta find a used one.
What? No, they make them. They make them in batches every couple of years or so.
So a Glock 17 is 4.5 inches, but it's only 3.5 is what you're saying because they count the chamber.
Why do anybody care? It's just what the companies use to differentiate between their own models. I mean, do
Well,
we
he's
really
just
care
trying
what
to
difference
understand
they
how
make?
many inches of rifling is the bullet gonna be exposed to. He just wants to understand it. That's all.
So it's on semi-autos, it's an inch less than the total barrel
If
length.
the chamber's an inch long,
Yeah.
Right, because if it's not, then it's less.
it's just
In other words,
whatever.
a 380 isn't the same as a 357 Magnum, and both of those are made in pistols. So both of those have barrels with chambers, which are of different distance. So you can't just say an inch; you have to say the length of the cartridge, I guess.
There you go.
And somebody just said that a minute ago. Who was that?
I don't know.
Did
Somebody
you
that
go
got all
with
Mom
peer
has-
reviewed? Because my comments are all peer reviewed.
nice. Nice.
And it was Bob who said that. Bob.
What happened to Edge's chat? Because
Still going. It's live right now. Except it's locked on his screen, so I don't know who else in there.
I feel like Rodney Dangerfield.
No,
There's no respect.
happened to
No
nobody.
respect at all.
Exactly.
Yeah, well, whatever.
Or do you
Get
feel
the-
like in the respect that you're going to go back to college and coach a diving team?
Nice. With the triple Lindy.
Was I the only one when he said he felt like Rodney Dangerfield that he meant dead?
Oh. Oh.
So what's the idea there? Is that like something he was passionate about? Diving? And I never really understood that part of that movie.
No, I don't
Well,
know.
it was because
I don't
his
know
son
if there's another movie
told him
about
that-
diving.
Well, it's because his son said that he was whatever, and he was from New Jersey. Because remember, if you want to look good, hang out with fat people or whatever. Because he was the big and fat clothes guy, but when he was a kid, he was at the New Jersey Shore or whatever, and he did the dive.
Exhibition
thing.
diving. Yeah.
I guess
Yeah.
I don't remember the movie so much. I've only seen it once, I think. But I'm just saying, Rodney Dangerfield must have liked diving, or at least not been anti-diving. And I'm just wondering if that was in his real life. Like,
I wouldn't doubt it was something from the Jersey Shore that he may or may not have done as a Ute.
yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
You.
I'd like to be an advocate of it.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
Different movie, different
Isn't that my
movie.
cousin Vinny? The Ute?
The two Utes.
And Herman Munster.
Right, was the
That
judge.
was a great movie. Yeah, it's funny as hell. So, but anyway, I'm still trying to figure out PPQ 5 with a button, PPQ 4 with the slide, or Glock 17. So, I don't know. I got till tomorrow morning.
Man, I keep hearing
What
that
is
the
it
triggers.
for? You can't carry there, so it's just for the range?
Well,
Or is it for home
Yeah.
defense also?
I would say home defense and range. I mean, yeah, we can't carry yet, but you know,
PPQ.
5 or 4.
I would almost go with the 5 because if it's a range gun, you got the
Yep.
added length for accuracy. If it's a home gun, you don't have to worry about carrying it, so size technically isn't really going to matter.
Yeah, the only and you don't have to worry about the magazine release at all. So
But a Glock is a Glock is a Glock, and if you don't have a Glock, a 17's not a bad first Glock.
I forget how many decades of reliability has the Walther PPQ earned?
Right, decade. I like that. Decade.
A half a decade.
The answer is
One
0.2.
One
Point
and a half.
I mean, that's a factor for me. It's a machine that's proven itself.
I think since
Wow.
your limit was $1,000, you should
Yeah,
just get the
but-
Glock 17 first, and then
Well,
when you
PPQ.
get bored of that,
$1,000.
yeah.
Well, yeah.
Plus,
They
if
didn't
you
want to go over
look at
1,000.
If you're going to look at it like economically, you buy a Glock, there's always resale value. You buy a Walther, you've already limited your pool because there's only a certain amount of people who are going to buy a Walther, and then there's a subset of them that are going to buy a used Walther, and then there's a subset of them that live in Hawaii. So it seems to me like you buy the Glock and you hate it, you got something you can do. You buy the Walther and you hate it, you're sitting on a Walther and then you're buying a Glock too.
I'm just gonna say that go there, pull the triggers, you ask you to dry fire them, do what you like better.
I did that.
That's like walking up and holding a pair of golf clubs though and expecting you to
Swinging
know
it.
how you play
Yeah,
golf.
right. Swinging it once and going, oh yeah, that's the one.
I'm assuming
Yeah,
that
they-
you know,
you
play
know-
golf with your clubs and know if they're going to be good or not.
Do you, at least from the start, do you anticipate maybe kind of swapping guns every couple of years to try something different?
What's with
No.
the shotgun shells and a pistol?
It's called Variety. You want something like that coming at you?
Oh, what was the thing that got posted the other day? It was supposed to be like a magazine loaded 4-gauge. I gotta look that up. I'll Google that shit myself. I'll post a link in a minute.
Because as much as I like the PPQ for its mag release, its looks, and the feel of the grip, and it's light as hell, and the trigger is awesome, I still would I don't know. It's like a hard decision because the Glock 17 is also awesome to shoot. Just doing it for recreation at the range, and you want accuracy, you're gonna become just as accurate with that Glock as you would with the PPQ.
Out of the 3 different gun pistol types I currently have access to, which is Glock's, Springfield, and the Walther, I shoot the Walther by far more accurately than the other 2.
But that's to each his own, though. You can't.
Yeah, that's
you can't
a
relate. You can't.
kind of thing.
Well, hey, I could have swore I started off my comment with I, not everybody. I, meaning only me.
You were trying to push your opinion on us.
Yeah, you're pushing your opinion on us. Study shows.
I didn't say study shows. I
I'm
said.
gonna say, though, if you take
It's a joke
home
from what you guys were
defense,
just talking about
reduce
earlier.
it to like a third, and the range is like 2/3, and you like the ergonomics of that Walther, it's gonna be more fun to shoot. Having a gun that is super comfortable, if that is comfortable to you.
Anybody looking to buy PMax?
Is that the new reloading thing? Like it's all chats are gonna go back to bulk.
Oh,
and
I'm just waiting until I hear the first guy say, "Yeah, but only for $25."
Why don't you guys start doing group buys? We have multiple people in here that own stores that could do wholesale discounts. And would.
In addition to Dave?
Yeah. At least
So
people that
what-
work in stores. I can help you out with that kind of stuff. I know I can bend people's ears, and they're not going to care if they can get something, and they're not going to lose money on it. They don't care.
This is, granted that this may be too wild of an idea, but like for Glocktober, do some sort of group buy through gun channels for Glocktober for the more common calibers, 9, 40.
Like we all get a 19 and do a review of it.
Nice.
I already have it.
Is that where you're going?
The only group buy I would want to do is like an OD green, like Lipsy, like group buy. Like
I want that motherfucker to say gun channels or Glocktober on it. I want that bitch laser.
Yeah, like something like that. Like I would get like the
What
gun
if they
channels
made
logo.
the Glock
no
without the Glock G and made it with a Glock with a gun channels G, but instead of saying Glock, it's spelled out Glocktober. I bet you
I
they would go for
I
it.
would want that.
You need a gecko with laser etching on it that says gun channels.
I mean, so you know how like some of them has like the police department like crest or whatever, coat of arms or whatever it is. Like do that for ours.
Well, it is probably within the realm of possibility that we could have somebody stick a CNC machine or whatever where you stick a Glock sight in and have a G put on it, but who the hell would want to have that done? That seems
Right. Another option would be
get those back plates engraved.
Possibly.
Oh, wait a minute, G-Babs. You're onto something with the backplate. With gun channels?
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Except
it's not that hard
it'd all
for
be
black paint.
Like, oh, you're in what's this with this fancy G on the back here? You out to hunt people?
Well, if you don't know, I can't tell you, but I can show you where to go.
Some sort of gang affiliation?
Well, I remember.
Oh, that's
did you guys
great.
see
Every
it?
time
Have
somebody
you-
had a lethal force court case or whatever, they could then plug gun channels. Well, I'm glad you brought that
Remember
up.
the gun channels gang, and you're going to
Gun channels
jail.
is a place that was built in 2013 for gun people to talk to each other.
Another idea I have.
Have you guys not
And
seen
be under
my?
oath.
It's a
You have to
biker
talk
gang
about how
from
awesome it is.
Arizona.
We'll believe you more.
A group purchase for through Magpul for Glock mags. I mean, it's just
I don't
another
think we're that big, Dano.
What?
I don't think we're big enough for Magpul to even consider doing whatever. I can't even
I'm
imagine.
just throwing ideas out there. I mean, even if it's just a group buy, it's still something for Glocktober.
Oh, I thought you meant getting like a special thing, like a special run. I'm sure we can get magazines anywhere. I know at least a few stores that have like those giant boxes that are like 3 foot by 3 foot by 3 foot full of mags. I don't even. Was there 500 mags in there?
I would still rather yet have a official Glock magazine than a Magpul one myself.
And I would agree, especially with
We'd
the
never get an official Glock anything, I don't think. Although we could probably get a special run of colors. I forgot how many they said you'd need. 250,000?
Oh,
No, that's a little bit.
280,000.
How many thousand blocks can each of you buy?
How many thousand Glocks? Let's see. Put me down for point zero
0.0000001. Yeah. But no, if I we were doing a group buy, I would want to do like an OD color or something like different.
I guess if you get like the 9mm and the 17 round, and then whatever size the G22 takes.
It'd probably be better to do something like a AAA light, like a flashlight that's a AAA that everybody could just use instead of like a Glock, which Clark would get all pissed and be like,
Oh, the grip angle.
Oh man, grip fires
I
are
can
on
see the
sale
grip
right
angle.
now at LA Police Gear. I don't know if everybody was aware of that.
Maybe on a different. I'm just talking about for Glocktober.
can we get Ruger to make 1022s that say Glocktober on them?
Get Smith and Wesson involved.
That's still gonna be like 350 or so, right?
Man, I wish Ruger would go back to making those 44 Magnum.
I don't want to turn it into like Glocktober. How big is your wallet, or how much do you want to buy? I don't want to make it like Glocktober. It's fun. Remember, Glocks are fun, but
can't you get
but
magazine run if the G-Web's on the bottom of the magazine or gun websites on the bottom?
No, I wouldn't want to buy shit on anything. But
No, but then back plates are good because there's companies that you can
Yeah,
send
you can
them
get
any
them
logo
engraved.
and they'll do it.
laser
Yeah.
engraved. and
Well,
stuff.
do you not look at my
I
desk
would get
cover?
one G-Webs. I would definitely get a Gun Channels backplate. I don't
There's
have
a
anything
backplate for a
fancy.
Smith also, right? So that's
My-
something eventually
my-
we could just have, like, I'm sure a place that does engraving buys those things in bulk in every size, and then we would just say, give us this many Glock frames, give us this many Smith & Wesson, give us this many whatever other gun.
Well, if you look at my my logo, this right here, this channel logo, or this Google Plus logo, I have this engraved onto my desk cover for my AR-10, and it was only like
You get that done in bulk? Like you buy 100 dust covers at a time, so you don't have to keep doing it every time?
no, I only bought one, and it was like $19.
No, you're saying could you, and would there be a discount
I
on
just
the
assumed
price?
you
yeah.
100 at a time, so as you're doing builds, you just always have that dust
Well,
cover.
I think additional
He is
Glock
sponsored
plate
by
is like
Palmetto State.
I am. I think what's it? The dust cover, the back plates are only like $15 for a Glock. So
Either that, or I'd like to get my logo.
yeah, then just a triangle with the Z.
Yeah, and maybe one lone palm tree.
Yeah.
But
I
I'd
went
rather
over to. I was gonna get a custom car decal for the gun channels today. I was at the Oh shit! I left my tux inside my car. I need to go get that.
Ruh-roh.
I went to like a random like strip mall, and they had like a custom decaler in there, and I showed them the picture of our triple chin shooting team. The guy's like, oh yeah, I can't do the colors. It'll be all black. And then I'm like, oh, how about this gun channels logo? But I couldn't like pull it up.
Man, you got somebody in Gun Channels that makes decal.
Yeah. I've already
Oh,
made
yeah,
a
I
vinyl
forgot.
like yours. I just don't know your address to send it to you, I don't think. But whenever I first got my cutter, I made yours and tried to do edges that first night.
Oh,
and then
yeah?
Weddles. I got one of Weddles laying around here too somewhere.
Sure, I'll pay you the shipping and the cost or whatever.
Well, shipping is a fucking 48 cents, so that ain't worried. But just send me an address sometime. I think I had it.
I'll do right here. Don't mail me any weird stuff, guys.
Post it in the external key, son. I dare you.
No,
What's
it's
your
just
store?
gunchannels at Gmail. Gunchannels@gmail.com.
I need your address again too, Keeson, because
Oh yeah.
I keep forgetting to send you this.
I need your address too, so I can stock you better.
These are for your
AR-10 mags.
AR-10, yeah.
Oh, sorry, I spelled Tacoma wrong.
Take the price tag off.
Is DB asking about women in black? In the
Say
chat?
it. Could you say that one more time?
I thought DB was asking about women in black being represented on the hippie side.
Oh, he was simply commenting on the mag differential of the PPQs. That's another thing for you, Hawaii Volcano Squad. Is mag availability.
Yeah, well, I mean, I saw him on Midway, so you know.
But did you see the M1 or the M2?
For the magazine?
Yeah, there's two different types, at least.
Yeah, you have to make sure it's for
There's
the
a different
right.
magazine for the paddle release than the button release, right?
Yeah.
That makes sense, at least. So.
Also, your 10-round mags are going to be $10 more and probably more rare for the PPQ. And I think Glock 10-round mags are probably easier to find, and you can get them on eBay because they're only 10
or
rounds.
Botach.
Well, I mean, if I get the 5-inch, they'll have it'll just be a button. But I mean, I'm sure that it'll be worth less for resale with paddle. But I'm gonna go look at it tomorrow when I'm not bleeding from cutting myself shaving, and
God damn, man.
I didn't want to bleed all over all the guys' guns, So
Do you want the Mad Max gun, or do you want the?
who knows? I may wind up at some point getting both, but
Gun that is
for now I'm just gonna get one, and so there I have a decision. So, well, Mad Max got me interested in a full-size 9 anyway, but
just
that led
buy
me to 17 or PPQ. I think pretty much is the best choices because the CZs, the other ones that were on the top of the list were just too heavy, all steel,
Well, you didn't
like the 75. You mean?
Yeah.
So you didn't try out the CZ PO9.
That's a nice gun.
Those are all steel.
No.
Oh,
No.
shit.
It's polymer.
Check out Moonscreen, yeah.
Oh, shit, there's a Glock RTF2 Gen, was it 23 for only $390 right now.
It's polymer, double action, single action. It holds 19+1, but you're not going to benefit from that. So
we could get the 10-round magazines out here, though, yes?
I believe so, but they're expensive.
Midway.
Again, they're expensive.
It ships them here, but you can't really use them. You have to bury it in your backyard and wait for,
Oh, I would.
emergency.
Yeah, that's you. That ain't me. Oh, DB also had one of those PPQs. He seems to have an opinion out in the external. Maybe we should try and give him a link. Maybe he'll join us.
Give him a link. I'm interested, in everybody's opinion. So.
And that's why we love you.
Welcome to Walmart or Costco or whatever it was.
Well, I'm interested in your opinions because I'm probably going to buy something tomorrow. So.
Ooh.
And we're here for you. We love that kind of shit. Doesn't have to be a panic buy just to be a buy.
Yeah, you can buy like the civilian version of the M249 SAW.
Semi-auto.
Semi-auto. There you go.
So how are those Glock magazine order going?
Huh? What do you mean?
Well, the one I asked about 5 minutes ago, I tried to get everybody excited about.
To order Magpul Glock magazines? Yeah, nobody got excited about that.
Well, no. If we can get somebody to get them to us at what I'll call dealer cost, so at least whoever gets them to us doesn't lose any money to us, but does us a favor. Let's say that people have to buy, I don't know, at least 5 to make it worthwhile to whoever's doing it. They can just batch it.
There's also the PO7. That's polymer CZ.
Nice. Here we go. Now we got another PPQ aficionado.
All right. Let me check it out. No, I wanted to tell you guys, like, you're right. Like, everyone's got an opinion about guns, but what I put in that chat was that's not an opinion. Like, that was fact. There you go. So, what did I put in there? I said it has. Oh, I know Glock has. This is a fact. This isn't opinion. They have better customer service and a warranty. No roll pins, cheaper parts, cheaper magazines, more holsters, options, more sight options. That's just a fact.
Third-party support for everything.
You're talking.
I mean, if I put longer track records, that's a fact. And polygonal rifling, it could be a pro or a con.
Triggers, third-party support for barrels, third-party support for slides.
Oh, right.
Support for frames. I mean,
yeah, that's a fact.
the whole 9 yards.
And then I would say the fact on the other one is like, yeah, the PPQ has a better trigger. I mean, it's a nice, crispy, light trigger. Hickok said he thought the trigger was too light to carry. Remember that?
Well, that's because he's a big Sasquatchy motherfucker.
I don't have. I mean, it's a good gun.
Long to fit in the damn trigger guard.
Good gun. I'm just like, and what you guys said was great. I mean, the 10-round option. You're probably way better off with the Glocks. I mean, there's just, I don't even know, like the 10-round. And then what really bothered me was like, and was right around when I was like, yeah, I'm getting rid of it, was Walther was like, we're introducing the M2 version. And at the time, they didn't just say like, in addition to the M1, we're coming out with the M2. They kind of like discontinued the M1, and that made me fucking livid. I mean, I was fucking livid. Because they didn't discontinue it over in Europe or whatever, but it was just like, yeah, we're coming out. It was like 1 year or 2 years later to introduce the M2.
Right?
No, the magazine don't work. So it was like, what are you doing? And then I got to deal with like gun shop fucktards who think they're the fucking expert of the world. When you call them up and you're like, hey, I'm looking to see if you guys got any spare mags for the Walther PPQ. Oh yeah, sure, buddy. Come on down. Got 5 left. You can get down there, and it's going to be like, oh, these don't work in my gun. You know what I mean? Like these are the M2s.
Oh man, I've been right there with you. I've been right there.
I fucking hate that shit. I couldn't deal with it. Honestly, it's like when I call up a gun shop. You got any Glock 17 mags? Which version? The M1, M2, M3? Fuck out of here. And it was literally, I'm not even, Moon, am I lying? It was literally like a year. It was a year later they did that.
They discontinued it for real, and it was only brought back by popular demand.
Not much.
I don't like it. I don't like it. And plus, you're talking about the 5-inch one, which is like, that's like some rare, that's a unicorn. Like, I never see them. So, like, buying holsters for that, I'm not sure if that's something you're into. But, like, any gun I have to buy a fucking holster, like, right away. I can't, and I don't like Uncle Mike's.
If you buy an open end holster, it will fit anything of that frame.
That's true.
There's people here that make Kydex on the Big Island, so, you know, that's not really a big problem. But
you can understand where I'm coming from. That really did bother me. Like, I bought the gun, and then a year later they discontinued it.
Discontinued the magazine for it? Well,
no, that version was gone, like the M1, and then they brought it back like 6 months ago.
Yeah, I sold my first one.
And when you get the 10-round, whether it's the Massachusetts or Connecticut, whatever magazine, since we have 10-rounders out here, it's still an actual Glock magazine made by Glock, not made by somebody else or penned with 5 rounds less or anything like that.
Yeah.
Like, they make actual they've engineered 10-round magazines to fit.
If you had a Glock of any kind already, like even a 45 or something, I'm like, yeah. If you don't have a Glock and you're thinking, like, what should I buy? I want a full-size 9mm polymer gun. Should I get the PPQ or the Glock? I'd probably just be like, where you live with your 10-round issues and stuff like that, I'd just probably get a Glock, because it's probably going to be easier for you to get 10-round mags. I mean, they've been making 10-round Glock mags since, like, 1994. These mags, these M1, M2 bullshit, I don't know which one you're going to buy, but then I've seen when they were, I'm sure now it's all straightened out, but like on Midway, it would be like PPQ mag, and you'd be like, or like other online retailers, you'd have to call them and ask them, and those people don't know what the fuck they're talking about. So maybe now it says MQ, M1, M2, but I didn't like that. I really didn't like that. They should have just stuck with it for a while, build up the customers that they had and give us, show that you have faith in your product. Or, you know what I mean? Like, it's just like you come out with a gun and then the next minute you're like, Gen 2.
They changed to the button one. They changed to the button one so fast because there were so many whiners out there that were like, oh, I wish it had a traditional mag release. Like every video that reviewed it, they'd be like, I can't get used to this paddle thing. I'm like,
And meanwhile, all the real gun snobs and like all the elitist HK fans, they never gave a fuck. And HK is, I give them credit for like standing by their product, and when they, and being like, hey, deal with it. It's fucking awesome. That mag release, the paddle, I like it. I mean, I don't think there's any difference. Use your thumb the same way, or you can use your trigger finger or whatever. But what's cool is that when you're gripping the gun and firing it, there's no way to accidentally hit that button with your support hand or whatever, because it's impossible. It's impossible to like accidentally let that mag go while you're shooting because of the way you're gripping the gun. I mean, I'm sure it's possible, but it's unlikely because your middle finger is like pressed up underneath it. You know what I mean?
Hey, what's the name of the maker of those triggers for MMPs? Is it Apex?
Apex, yeah.
Okay.
So let me get this straight. The magazines are different for the M1 and the M2, but there's no difference in the magazines for the paddle or magazine release, is there? Or is it the same?
That's the difference, yeah.
The magazine has a different cut in the steel, like a
that
different
cut right there in my
slot.
picture. This is a cut for an M2. Cut for an M1 is in a different location.
So they will not work at all.
They are not interchangeable. They are not interchangeable.
Hey, but
And within like 2 years, within a year or something, for them to do that to a customer, to me was a spit in the eye. Like, fuck you. I just bought this fucking gun. Now I got to call up my redneck gun shop. Everyone there thinks they're Yankee fucking Marshall. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, this is the one. This will work in your gun. You know, like fucking idiots, man. Like real
I will
idiots.
say, if you
and I
got
can't
the-
deal with it.
Yeah, if you pick up the M1 version, there is another brand of magazines that will work with it. I just can't remember.
It was Magnum Research. It was Magnum Research, right? For the
P99.
But I thought it was their clone of like a baby eagle or something.
Yeah,
It's something like that. I can't remember what it was, but M2.
So
is stuck
even those,
with manufacturers.
some of the guys on the forums and shit were showing like how they were modifying their follower and shit. I don't have time. I don't trust that. They were filing down some of the metal, like right by the follower, on the I don't know. I'm not taking a file to my fucking magazine. I'll tell you that. No way.
Not when you can just buy the right one.
I found Walther M1 PPQ mags for $30. So
That isn't too bad.
That's only like $10 more than a Glock mag.
And you're not going to pay that much. You're not going to pay that much for a 10-round mag because they're all $10 more for 10 rounds for some reason.
And typically they're more like $40 a piece. So that price that Moon's got is a very good price. What website is that, Moon?
Hold on, let me look it up.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought you had it. But yeah,
I need to search the deep interwebs.
those magazines are typically 40 and up. So if he's got a source for $30 PPQ mags, that's a deal.
So the M1 that's the paddle.
Yep.
So.
Yep.
M2 is the button.
M2 is the button. You know, it's really ridiculous that people go on YouTube saying, I want the button, I want the button. I mean, why did you buy the paddle if you want the button? I mean...
They might have not known that they wanted it before they had it, though, right?
Yeah. There was so much hype around the gun from
to
Hickok
start
45 and Nothing Fancy that people just wanted it because.
Oh my God, the trigger is the best
it
polymer
was-
trigger
But that's what's fucked up is those people went out and bought a gun, and then a year later or less, that gun was discontinued, and they're like, yeah, then I'm introducing the M2. Fuck you. You know what I mean? No. I bought the other gun. Now you're gonna fuck with me, and now I'm telling you, you order some fucking mags. You know how many times I've ordered shit from like Midway or something, and they'll send the wrong version of it? Like, I don't want to deal with.
differentiated.
Yeah, they look exactly the fucking same. You know what I mean? Like there's, and I'm sure on the bottom the base plate is probably the same. You know, the follower is probably the same, the base plate's probably the same, but the actual steel body of it is cut different, like you said. So That pissed me off, and if it was me, I would love to buy another one, like what Moon just did.
How come they don't make a magazine with the cut in both places so they'd work on both?
That's a good question.
I mean,
because the release on the frame is in a different spot, so
yeah, it works differently.
You can't have a magazine
both
with
cuts.
Both cuts, so it would work with both.
I guess that would work.
You should start working for Walther.
What the hell, man?
Yeah,
that's a great idea.
Common sense. I mean,
well, we all know that common sense is not common.
Yeah.
Well, so
anyway, I would like the version 1 if I could do it again, and they were cheap. If I can get one for like $450, I'd want the version 1 because that's the one that had a track record in Europe for a long time. I think it was like the Polish special SWAT team or something, the Rad 4, whatever the fuck it was. That gun was designed for, I think it was Polish like special forces or Polish like SWAT team, and they had that gun made from the P99, and there's nothing wrong with that European style. I like that. I mean, I'm gonna buy a gun that's 100% made in Germany.
That's because
I want it to have that fucking thing. Yeah, I want it to be not dicked around with for some fucking fat backyard Bubba. Who's like, I don't want to shoot the paddle thing, you know. Fuck you. Don't buy the fucking gun. Buy a Glock then. I don't know. I like the paddle.
Well, don't say buy a Glock out of disgust, though. How many Glocks have you owned?
Oh God, I don't know.
Yeah,
But,
exactly.
right now I have like 6.
Okay.
6. Yeah.
How many Walthers do you have or have had?
None. Well, I had that one.
Okay.
That was it.
Yeah, how many Glocks have you sold?
A lot. Probably more than I have.
But the fact is that he keeps on going back to them. It's not like he's selling them because he doesn't like them. He's selling them because he needs to sell them.
My first 2 favorite guns, like when I finally got rid of my Keltec and I had a J-frame 642 and a Glock 19, and I've never not had one, like some sort of Glock 19 or a small revolver. I love those things.
Did you have like 3 or 4 19s at one point? Like at one time, did
Yeah.
you had?
I had 4 now, and now I have 3.
Okay.
Or are they all different colors like lollipops?
No, 2 of them have Austrian proof marks, and 1 is OD.
Nice. See, like I said, you're an aristocrat.
Yeah.
Did you see that link I just put in the internal?
Is that what's that thing called?
RTF2?
RTF2, yeah.
The rough texture model 2 or whatever.
Oh, I never had one of those.
I get that.
Yeah, those are cool. I like the Larry Vicker one.
Well, I have the Larry Vicker ones are linked because they have straight serrations, but they're lip COD or whatever actual brown or whatever you want to call it. But I want to get one to match my 17. I gotta be styling and profiling.
Yeah. Right now I have 2 17s. I love the 17.
Yeah,
I used to hate it.
Sorry.
I used to hate the 17. I was like, why would you buy a gun like that?
I love the 17.
Yeah, I love it. I used to hate on it because I was like, well, the 19 does everything that does, plus it takes the mag, you know. That's the other thing about Glocks. Like, you could buy the Glock 17, you could get the 33-round mag if Hawaii gets its freedom back and stuff. You know what I mean? Or you just had to leave. You know. But yeah, the other.
Yeah, the day,
cool.
dude, the day that we can have more than 10 rounds in a handgun, I am going out and I am buying a bunch of them fucking. What is it? The Chris magazines that G-Web's had for the 45.
Yeah. The 20.
Those
the
things
21 rounders.
So sweet.
Those 25 rounders, right?
No, I think it was a 30.
The 30?
They're 30.
Oh, wait, never mind.
17.
Yeah, that thing.
Well,
he had it on a 41 or whatever.
Yeah, plus 17 on a 13-round mag.
Yep, that's 30. There you go.
Yeah, I mean, for that to happen in Hawaii, I mean, you know, all of the politicians are going to have to get caught, like at that Hostess bar.
Well, check it out, though, Hawaii. The D.C. judge pretty much told the people that were trying to get a stay to go fuck themselves. So shit could be starting to roll. We just got to keep pushing the ball.
Yeah, well, if our politicians have anything to do with it, I mean.
Oh, I hear you. I definitely hear you, dude.
Aren't they still just mad at that new movie Aloha? They think it's a
Oh, dude, people are furious about that shit.
yeah. That's
At least
crazy.
get. I mean, I'm just
How
so
can you have
sick of this.
Aloha with no fucking Hawaiians?
It's about some white people who fucking go to Hawaii and get fucked up and shit or something and have sex, right? I don't know.
Well, that's
I mean,
like
it's a
most
fucking
white
American
people.
movie made by an American, starring Americans, that happens in Hawaii. So it's like, that's like being mad at the new Hawaii Five-0 show because, like, oh no.
They were.
Oh, they were, yeah.
They were when Dano was. Well, people don't understand that screenwriters have to create conflict. It's not optional. So they had one of the conflicts they created was Dano complaining about Hawaii all the time, and people just got sick of that conflict. And so Dano and McGarrett always fighting with each other over other things now instead of him complaining about Hawaii because they were blaming the actor for reading his lines because they didn't know that he was just reading his lines. He didn't feel that way. It was just
that's some fucking bullshit, dude.
Yeah. Well, that's like today we give actors credit for reading their lines. Oh, they sound so smart, they're so intelligent. No, they're just reading their lines.
At least that's what the script says.
Yeah. Well, it's the same thing, just in reverse. Is what
was somebody looking for had a link? Moonfood had a link for
those magazines
somewhere.
Yeah.
The devil's alive.
What?
I need a trillion. I need a trillion fucking lumen flashlight. Today I saw this douchebag was drunk by the pool area and was pissing, and I screamed out the window. I was like, stop pissing,
You better watch
fucking
out.
douchebag. But I have 1,000 light lumen. I have 1,000 lumen light. It's not strong enough. I need one of those like Maelstrom.
No, you just need the 400 Ultra, and you just use the laser underneath it, and then that'll get his fucking attention.
Yeah, that's well. Yeah.
I have
What
a
do you
cat.
guys- what
I
do
have
you
a
guys
cat
think
laser
of the-
pointer. Can I just use that?
I mean, I have a laser pointer. I don't have a laser.
I saw a light that
By
was
the way,
2,000
what you need
lumens.
is a 10,000 lumen instant blindness flashlight.
That's what I need. Yeah.
What do
I
you
don't
think
care
about
if the battery
Tenefer
life's like
coating on the PPQ?
The PPQ, the finish.
The Tenefer coating, yeah.
Honestly, all the new Glocks, to me, it's like a fucking crapshoot. I mean, some of them have decent finishes, like the shiny finish. Some of them have like really horrible finishes. I'm sure the PPQ, to me, was like I think it was Melanite, and it was fine.
Tenefer.
No,
I don't
Glock
know
doesn't
if
have
it's
Tenefer anymore.
No, I don't think the PPQ is Tenefer either. Because I think the Tenefer thing was
They like
made
outlawed
illegal.
it. Yeah, they outlawed it or whatever.
Yeah,
There's
but
two.
it's the
toxic.
same shit. It's
Montana.
a nitride salt process.
Yeah, I saw that, Moon.
These are M1 magazines too, so
I can just say there is no blemishes on my PPX, so that's a
but
cheaper version of the PPQ.
check
I
on
thought
this
their finish
site.
was fine.
The cheaper version is a lot cheaper version.
Yeah, a couple $100.
Yeah, a couple $100 isn't that. You could buy a couple $100. You could buy a used Glock, a police.
I mean, this is a fact, not opinion. I mean, like,
Yeah.
there's only two guns that I can think of that you can completely detail strip, hard, all the way down, 100%, without a tool.
Classic.
And it's a 1911 and a Glock. And every other gun, it's like, you need some sort of roll pin punch, spare roll pins. bunch
Does
of
Walter does Walter offer you a class in which you can work on your guns, and where you can pay for that class and then buy parts at wholesale prices? No.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about that.
Literally.
But I know, like, the
I'm not
Walther.
trying to be on Glock's dick, but literally, they're like the best gun company out there.
But
They're
if
pretty
you
good.
gotta.
They're pretty cheap.
Do Walter have a shooting sports foundation where you can show up there and just do a shooting sport, and you have a chance to win a free Walter, or you can have a chance to win?
Oh,
$50?
yeah. Wait a minute.
That's a fact.
Hawaii, the blue label.
I need that shit.
If you join the GSSF, you get the blue label discount on your next Glock, dude.
Yeah, seriously, you pay if you want to right now. You pay $60 up front to save I don't know with the inflation of Hawaiian inflation, but over here you save.
Inflation.
Well, it's different.
Well,
It's not like I can't. You can't
Well,
buy
it's
the
not
same.
the inflation, but the price difference. Yes, I know what you're saying.
Well, I call it the Hawaiian inflation. That's what it is.
Oh shit!
How much is it?
It's a freaking import tax. You might as well call it.
How much was your Glock 30s?
630, 640.
So I think it would be, if I was to buy it right here, it would be was it 507?
Really?
I think so. I think it might be even cheaper than 507. It might be like 489 or something like that. Because I know I can buy right now. I could go buy a Glock 34, a Glock 35, a 17L, a 41 for 507. Because I think
I'm broke. Dude, my membership expires in July.
like literally like.
How many coupons you got left?
0. I used one for my Glock 43.
Really?
Yep, paid
Wow.
$380 for my Glock 43. And that was my last
Nice.
coupon.
Good
So
job,
I'm gonna have to rejoin anyway because I do enjoy shooting those matches.
And the matches are what, $25, right? I forget how much it was. It's something
Per-
cheap.
Yeah.
Per category. So you have different categories. You have master class, like amateur, and then you have different sizes for guns. So you can shoot like the subcompact, and then regular full-size guns, and heavy metal, which is like the larger frame guns. Like the
No, but what's his name in the chat? He's right, like DF2 Dot. He's saying,
Yeah,
Glock,
that's
look,
kind of
we all get caught up on Glock, and they are fucking fantastic, and the company's good, and the customer service is crazy good.
They got shite triggers.
There are other guns out there, and PPQ is like one of the top. It's a top option out there. I mean, it's up there.
Yeah, M&P.
For me, it'll probably go Glock, M&P, and the Walter series. Walter, and then
One of the
Got
biggest
SIGs out there as
determining
well.
factors to me would be the
Sig's
the
up
10
there
round.
too. Never mind. I think Sig's over Walter.
I like that. I would think about the 10 round issue.
Forget about impact guns. Their shipping is ridiculous.
Their prices suck too. I would never buy
Well, this-
anything from them.
They got the 17 round PPQ mag for $32, but the shipping is $9 for ground, and that's the cheapest.
Wow.
And it even says low shipping rates.
Well, compared to what? Like, so like companies that charge like $20? Yeah, it's low.
Hey, Nick.
I never bought anything.
We always
that
have to
cost-
deal with
I never
shit.
bought a magazine that cost $20 to ship.
Shipping.
Fuck, man, that outweighs like the cost or whatever. Does Botash do?
Midway has free shipping if it's like under a pound or under a certain weight, so you could just buy magazines like one at a time. So it's all under the weight. Just get them all individually.
Moon, there's a question in the side chat for you.
There's a PP.
PP? Does my PP smell?
There's a Botash.
I don't know.
Yeah, Botash doesn't have
Find out. My PP.
Botash doesn't have PPQ accessories. But I'm
No.
like, I was wondering if does Botash do free shipping to Hawaii?
Over a certain price, I believe. Over a certain amount.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Dano, it's the same way you do a Glock. You see the two
I've had nothing but
squares?
good luck with Botach. I like Botach a lot.
The two squares
good
at the
luck with
top
that?
of the back plate. One's attached to the back plate and one's
Not
kinda in there. Yeah.
right.
You press that one that's not in.
Oh, okay. I
Slide,
didn't want.
slide it down.
Okay, I
Just
didn't want
like
to
a Glock.
push on it too hard. So thanks.
Something tells me I'm going to be spending all night looking for PPQ magazine places.
I found
wanna
one
find
site
out.
that
Yeah.
had them. 10 rounders were only $2 more than the regular. ones.
Man Venture. Don't forget Man Venture.
Right?
Yeah, Man Venture's a good site.
They had.
I looked up one year ago, but I shot
But I
mags,
think
but they
the-
didn't have it.
I go to Slick Guns and just type in PPQ magazines.
The one
There you
that I
go.
was looking at was Hinterland Outfitters.
Yeah,
Yep. I've looked up them before, too.
Fuck, I need to get a new headset. My
It's a
cord's
good
long.
thing I have my Walther Armor certification, so I don't void my warranty.
Do you really?
Nice.
Not.
Fly to
Nice.
Germany.
Because I took the firing pin striker out of there, so I gotta be in armor and all that crap.
Kommen Sie! Mach schnell! Kommen Sie!
Do you know how to take the extractor?
Sprechen Sie Deutsch?
Well, no, I don't, but I was going to play with it. If you got a quick hint, I'll listen.
Yeah, see the, let me take mine apart.
I'm going to say this. Dano's going to break somebody else's gun. The best way to break something if it's somebody else's.
It's not as easy as a Glock, but it takes
the
a little
extractor
finesse.
comes out without the roll pin?
Yeah, there's no roll pins in the top.
Oh yeah, I
Only
can't.
the
Roll pins
front.
are on the
sweet.
side. The roll pins are on the side there.
I'm trying to help you
There's
find.
no roll pins in the slide of the PPQ, just the frame.
Yeah, in the
okay,
side,
cool.
not the
Yeah, I know.
slide. The side.
I'm not repeating what you said.
Right. Right.
All right, Dan.
Don't tell me what to do.
Oh, that's cool.
You can
Because
tell
you
me what to
really
buy.
never have to fucking take the frame apart.
Oh shit! I forgot.
Dano,
See that?
I want you to check your PMs, Dano, when you have a moment.
Oh, okay. Just a moment.
TMS.
Where the hell's my mouse?
That's a trick question. I'm not answering.
Okay, Moon, I'm paying attention.
You see the plunger, the firing pin block? You have to stick a punch in that little hole right there and push that down.
Okay.
And then,
Have it locked on it.
yeah, then you just can start to pull the extractor out. And I think you got to press another punch in the second hole.
Wait, the extractor's on the body.
Hold it steady. No, the ejector is on the frame.
Oh, the ejector.
Okay,
There's
so I got
videos
to
on
put that down. Yeah, and the extractor's not moving. So you think I got to put the other pin right behind it down as well?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll have to go get... I don't have two punches handy. I just got the one punch. Okay. Well, at least it gives me... Thank you.
I'll link you a video to it because it's easier.
Sure. Thank you.
Yep. Fun. Good times.
This is how you learn.
It's better to put the slide back on when you put the barrel and the recoil spring.
Yeah, that does help.
It does.
So what's holding that extractor in there?
By the way, is there... I guess it's got to be pretty late in Phoenix. Has anybody heard anything?
Video. I'll get the video that I watched in order to figure it out.
Okay. Well, I just asked if anything happened in Phoenix, if anything else.
No, I didn't see anything.
Terrorist one.
Is there something newsworthy going on?
Well, they were supposed to, we're going to go to this place for an after party at 8:30 their time, so what was that, 10:30 our time?
Who's they?
What is this, a terrorist after party?
The biker gang.
Oh, the biker gangs that are going to go show up at across from the mosque and protest the religion of Muslims.
No, they're going to the bar basically going to a bar for an after party. And they're gonna go at 8:30.
Well, that's going to be the most videotaped, boring. I mean, there's just going to be so many protesters there for freedom of religion that they're going to outnumber the bikers 100 to 1.
Here is
but do they have permits to do so?
It's the plunger.
You don't need a permit to beat up a biker gang.
No, I'm talking about permit to assemble there and.
There, if you get stuck,
Beat up
just
a
watch that
biker
video.
gang.
Oh, thanks. I'll go ahead and mark that one right now.
Okay, so that's a video to change.
Take the slide completely down.
Slide takedown. Okay.
But usually it's the assembly that runs into issues.
Are you saying it's easier to take things apart than put them back together?
Yep.
Unless you're talking about a Glock.
It's good like a Glock in that it has no roll pins, but it's probably a step more difficult taking the slide apart. Because the ejector spring rod thing doesn't just pop out the back.
No, that's cool. I don't really remember. I do know the frame, so it doesn't really matter. I'd feel more comfortable with that then. And then I would just like try to research how much like extra parts, were like a firing pin and recoil spring, and maybe have some of those stuff, have some of that stuff on hand because who knows,
Hey Nick, I don't know if you should complain about the sex trafficking of 13-year-old girls when the Speaker of the House just paid $3.5 million to cover up somebody accusing him of fooling around with high school chicks. So
yeah, he was paying it directly to the student who he raped.
Who accused him of it?
The war on women. It's real. The war on underage women.
$3.5 million. That's just an incredible amount of money.
Dano, have you checked your PMs yet?
Yeah, I know. It's the last, not the current speaker, the last speaker. That's correct.
Man, 6,000 lumens. This is what I'm talking about.
No, but I will now.
Thank you.
This is what I need. 6,000 lumen light.
You're looking
It's a
at the
crazy, screwed up world that we live in, but, that's why we have guns.
6,000 lumens that comes out. You need it to come out in like a beam that shoots in over like a mile.
It's a through night, so I don't know if I can trust it.
Doesn't have decades.
You can't shoot your gun a mile if it's just a pistol.
No, I don't need it to shoot anybody. I'm not sure.
No, he just
to
wanted
shine it on crackheads.
Right,
Yeah, just
pissing in
like
the
shining
pool.
crackheads. Crackheads that piss in the pool. Like that's a no-no. You got to get that LA style, ghetto bird flash.
I got it, DB. You get the shiner light. It's the million candle power one, and it hooks up to like a 4D or whatever it is, the square one.
Nice.
And you just fucking shine that shit out your window. People go blind. Million candle power. Don't use it to shine deer. That's illegal, though.
Ouch. No, I wouldn't do that.
It's only illegal if you're hunting them. I shine deer all the time in my yard.
I shine horns. Thought I'd throw that into the mix. That's like, that was my wrench, throwing it into the machine.
Well, either gun's good. That's fine. That's an opinion.
If I had one choice, I'd go with the 17. I lived in Hawaii. I'd get a Glock 17. I miss my 17. I had a
Why
flat
did you
top
sell it?
17 because I got on the M&P bandwagon, and I traded
I miss my. I was gonna say I'm right there with you, buddy. I miss my XD40.
I traded my fucking Flat Dark Earth Gen 3 17 for a M&P with night sights.
I miss my Dan Wesson.
Now M&Ps are like $420 new.
Yeah. Well, I got a good deal on that M&P. It was $4.99 with the night sights. But then that was
nice.
I ended up popping the roll pin out the back to stick the Apex sear in to make the trigger lighter, which it was awesome. But I don't know. I got sick of that gun fast.
Hey, Quirt, didn't you also have to, not have to, but didn't you end up also getting rid of some sort of family gun when you had to do your quick sell?
No. No family guns. I'm the first one, so.
Oh, well,
Kinda
I
like
thought
you.
sort of old Uncle Rifle or shotgun or something.
No. Dan Wesson was the old gun. Here are my 22 that I didn't want to get rid of, but
I love 22s.
Meh.
yeah, it was a Dan Weston that I regretted having to get rid of. But
Oh man,
I like 22s to some degree, but I don't currently own one.
Yeah,
Well, I mean, if one does not currently own one due to the current ammo situation, what do you guys think about? Would you suggest buying one because of the ammo for somebody who's brand new? Because they'll get frustrated very fast.
Is that like going to be their only firearm? Probably not, but
Let's say it's their introduction to firearms. They may or may not get a second one down the road, but it's they're tipping their toe in the pool.
then why wouldn't you treat them to a 9mm or something?
Well, they've never shot a gun before.
Or like a 25.
And Dad may be, after he gets used to it, he may possibly introduce son or daughter to it. I mean, so you're thinking about an introduction type of thing.
What kind of gun?
Well, just 20 in general.
Oh.
Because for people who are literally brand new to firearms, they're not necessarily looking for concealed carry or hunting. They're just They're starting to show an interest in firearms, but they've never fired one before.
Yeah, I think if you want them to enjoy it and like it the first time out, get them a 22, because that's how everybody I know.
Well, certainly if
got
you can
introduced to a firearm was through a 22 pistol, the SR22. Like my stepmom loved shooting. She hated guns, and then my dad got her that gun, and she was like, "Oh, this is awesome."
Holy shit, I love it.
Well, I mean, certainly if you can borrow one or rent one, you're obviously right. I mean, I think most of us would agree with that. But let's say that you can't rent one, you can't borrow one because no one you know has one.
I don't know. I would say get it. You have to go with an AK because there's just so much damn fun, and it's like you get just such a blast
But wait
when
a
you
minute,
shoot
you're
the
not
damn thing.
You're not handing that to a 7-year-old, right?
Plus, my wife was a little scared of the AK for
There you go.
a few years.
This is something that if they
No, I wouldn't hand a 7-year-old a gun at all.
to
You
their
have to wait a little longer.
Oh, I would.
Oh, my 7-year-old. Well, when he was 7, he shot 22. He shot the SR22. He owns a 22.
I'd wait a
1911.
little longer. I get a BB gun and have him wait a little bit longer. 7's too young, in my personal opinion. But hey, everybody's.
Well, he doesn't.
It depends on the kid.
He didn't carry it. Doesn't
Right.
keep it in his bedroom.
Right.
But when he went to the
He only-
range, it was his gun.
Right.
I mean, if it sits in Dad's safe, and Dad's the one that transports it, and the only time he touches it is when he's at the firing line.
When Dad's right there.
Exactly. I mean, typically when parents, or at least in my area, Junior has a gun. It's not in his room. He's not. It's really, for all practical purposes, it's in Junior's name only.
I really don't care about whose name it is or where it sits. I just would wait till the kid gets a little older. But that's my personal opinion, and
Yeah.
But
you're basing that off of a number that's
you don't
based
have to
off
agree with
nothing.
me. Yeah, you don't have to agree with me. I
Well,
just would-
yeah, but your number is based off of nothing logical. Now you're doing an anti-gunner thing where I feel it's the
No,
right number.
it's just wait till they grow up. It's a mature, just be a mature person,
Well, if I thought my kid was an idiot, I wouldn't have handed him a gun.
Right.
Right.
I mean, I know people in their 20s that should be nowhere around guns.
Me too. But we were just talking about kids for a second.
And I know
But
that
my
there's some
main point
people
was
that I
about-
know that have kids that are 7 that I wouldn't hand a gun to, or I wouldn't
Right.
take to the range. It's just it's how you know the kid and what your level of trust is
Exactly.
developed with them.
Literally being right next to him at every step of the way. And trust begins one step at a time. You just don't hand him a bucket worth of trust. No. It's one little increment at a time.
Well, I'm gonna leave it
I like
to
that.
you guys.
I like
'cause
the
already.
bucket of trust. I like that theory, Dano.
Well, it just
It's
I
not
don't
a
like
circle of
the
trust.
idea
It's a bucket of trust.
of age and maturity being equating with each other, because I know too many immature 50 and 60-year-olds. Most of them that were too immature have already died from their stupidity by the time they hit 70.
Well, anyway, I was just saying with regard to girls or somebody that didn't shoot before, I'd say that an AK is just so much fun. When you fire it, you just get such a rush out of it that I would say that would be a good first. I mean, it's a rifle, so it's not going to I mean, I would say that's a good first choice, too, but I don't know.
Well, and the only reason I mentioned it was because of the current ammo lack of availability, that might discourage them, that they can't do what you and I used to do, which is, oh, we'll stop on Walmart on the way to the range and pick up a box. That carefree type of shooting that we used to have that they don't.
Well, times change, yeah. I mean, you know, as far as the ammo goes, I mean, the world has changed. But
Right. And that's why I'm posting. That's why I'm asking the question. It's because times have changed in regards to 22.
Right.
Can I borrow a bucket of trust off somebody?
Absolutely, G-Webs.
Bucket of trust.
You might even be able to have a barrel of trust.
Oh yeah, I say you can always trust the government. I totally believe in that they have our best
Wait a minute,
interest.
wait a minute. We're talking about
G-Webs
G-Webs.
is not
We're
the
talking about
government.
G-Webs, dude. Hold on. Hold on.
Trust the government. Get that commie out of here.
Perhaps I haven't made myself clear.
Ever, apparently. Apparently.
Apparently.
I was just being funny, guys. I didn't mean to, you know.
Oh, no, that's perfect. That's perfect.
We're being funny back.
Right.
I'm
Oh,
filming drug
yeah.
deal. I'm filming drug deals go down.
Nice.
From my
Well,
YouTube channel.
It didn't happen if you don't share it. You should be sharing.
Yeah, I'm filming
Sharing
this shit.
is
It's
caring.
gonna be my first video since the butter.
Nice.
Since the butter. Since
This
the
is
butter
your
review.
new channel, like
Yeah.
format.
It's called
Aerial views
snitching.
of drugs deals.
Straight
Snitches.
snitch.
Aerial
Snitches
drug
ain't
deals.
bitches.
ADD.
Straight snitch. Straight snitching.
Second story snitching.
Yeah.
How about just luncheon? I like luncheon.
I'm on the ninth floor.
You gotta go down to the 7th so it can be
Ninth floor narc.
I live upstairs from you. Yeah, I think you heard me before.
Raid snitching. Like redemption. Like the raid. Snitching. It's cool. It's cool.
You know what else is cool? Cool Whip.
Cool Whip's good. No, I don't think. Miracle Whip is not good. Cool Whip is no good.
And you know what else smells good? Cool water. And it's cool.
No. Cool water. No.
Why can't that be a thing? Like instead of like these like stupid things kids do, like they could just take Cool Whip and throw it off the buildings or something, so people have like dollops of Cool Whip fall on them. Everybody could be down with that, I'm sure.
Oh, has anybody ever made a potato cannon?
No.
No.
All right.
I once converted the county road van's exhaust system into a crabapple mortar, though.
No.
I mean, you know, I just discovered for the first time that
Mortar
the people
flies pointing straight up.
loaded chamber indicator.
Oh,
One time though, one of my
it was fun. Let's just put it like that.
one of my aunt's boyfriends bought one of them stun guns in the back of Soldier Fortune, and I was like, "Man, how do you know that shit works?" I was like 12 years old. And he's like, "Oh man, I found a homeless person. And I stunned him." And I was like, "What? That's so cool."
That was your first YouTube
No, I
channel?
swear to God, he did. I swear to you, he did tell me that. He was like, "Yeah, I just found a homeless person."
I
stunned
thought
him.
you
This
were gonna
shit works."
say like he whipped it out and then he stunned you or something like that.
No, but no.
But DB was the homeless person.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, I was really young.
It wasn't the guy's first felony.
Oh, hell no. I mean, this guy was doing probably 3 or 4 felonies by lunch.
Nice on a slow day.
Yeah, slow down. I
Felony.
was 12 years old, man.
Token.
Couldn't do shit. I didn't know shit. You know, I just figured it out later on.
Well, you certainly weren't a rat.
Felony.
Yeah, I mean, like, one time I walked in the room, right, and there was a triple beam scale out with, like, a whole bunch of powder on it, and
And he
And
wasn't
his
a
son
scientist.
was there. No, I was with his son, like his actual son, and he flipped out on his son because I think his son opened the door. So he starts like slapping his son and like screaming and yelling like, I told you not to come in here. So his son was like, what was that? Do you think that's drugs? My mom says that could be drugs. And I was like, oh, that's just aspirin.
There you go.
I said it's like aspirin.
Now, at that time, did you know better, or were you?
Oh, I knew. Yeah, at that point I knew. Because I knew he was mad. I mean, why would he be mad? Like he was.
Why would he start beating the shit out of his son? In
Yeah,
front?
exactly. I figured something was wrong. And then his
Better
son,
be
his son was so
careful. He
stupid.
reached out for you.
Oh my God, it was so crazy. His son was so stupid. I felt bad because like they were Jehovah's Witnesses. Like I guess like he had this kid, and then he
Well,
got
the
a divorce
dad
from his
wasn't, but
Yeah,
maybe
yeah,
the
yeah.
son and mom were.
the mom, yeah, and they were so like naive. So anyway, that's my little drug story. I'm looking at the chat. 6-inch group. That's good. 300 yard.
Anybody going to the range tomorrow?
300 yards.
Range?
Anybody going to the range tomorrow?
I might.
I had Memorial Day weekend off, so now I have to work like.
Weekend. I'll be off mine until Tuesday or Wednesday.
I'm going to the gun shop tomorrow.
I work like 13 days in a row now.
I'm not going to the range till
Really
my
love my P320.
Bravo company delivery.
Ooh.
Memorial Day sale.
Ooh.
No, I just bought a extractor upgrade.
Oh, I thought you were saying like you got a new BCM coming or something.
No.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Bravo holster. Concealment.
Bravo! Bravo!
Yeah, BCM's cool.
TBD on your phone?
You know it.
Oh, it's in Philadelphia. It might be coming here tomorrow, so maybe I will go to the range.
Tell your future wife not to yell at me, aka my sister.
Nice.
I just got key mod rail sections because when I shoot my pistol, that rail
Are you
gets hot.
multiple marrying all these chicks, or like one after another?
Oh shit, no.
No, I have 3 sisters. So one.
So have you guys heard of this new app, Periscope?
Nope.
Oh, it's really cool. So you download Periscope on your phone, either like on an iPhone or an Android phone. It links to your Twitter account, and then what happens is you open up the app and you can start a live broadcast anywhere you get phone signal. It alerts all of your Twitter followers, right? And they can just start fucking watching this shit. Like, and it's crazy. It's like fucking, they can't join in.
It's like the old blog TV where one person is just broadcasting what they're doing live.
Yeah, and today I just put like, I started one up and I just put like Atlanta in traffic or something, like traffic in Atlanta. I just started one up just in my car. And it worked, and all of a sudden it shows you how many people are watching. You start seeing like all these hearts. I guess that's like how many people like it. They hit like. And then you start seeing comments, like, but it's full screen. It's awesome. It's really cool for like big YouTube dudes and shit, like want to do something at the range, like, or anywhere, I guess. Like you could
What's
just
it called? Twitter.
No, it's called Periscope. Twitter owns it, but it's sort of like Google Hangout for fucking Twitter, man. It's cool.
Well, they've had like Quix, QUX. Do you remember that one?
Yeah, oh yeah. I remember Quick and Kick. This is way better than anything I've ever seen before. Like, it was flawless.
Why is it better than Quick? Because that sounds a lot like Quick.
It's because it's fully integrated. It's so integrated
right
and
on the
smooth.
live stream. All right, I'll check it out.
No, this is super cool. Like, you don't have to do shit. And then when you're filming it,
it records or no?
Yeah, when you're done to record, yeah.
Okay.
And then when you're, it's pretty cool. I think you guys will like it. But my favorite part was like when you're filming it, you know, your screen's showing you what the camera's filming, and then like you can see the comments like kind of like semi-transparent, like you see them coming in, and you can reply to them.
That's how Quick was. You could see the comments right on the live video.
Yeah, okay. So it might be something like that. I remember Quick though. I don't even think I messed with it, and I don't have many. I have a few hundred Twitter followers. You know what I mean? But I think what's going on is that when I downloaded the app, it logs in through Twitter, and then it'll find anyone that's in your Twitter feed that has Periscope. So anytime they go live, you'll get instantly notified.
Oh, so it's not just your Twitter people; it's only your Twitter people that have Periscope.
Right. Well, no, it notifies. I think it sends out a tweet that you're live on Periscope right now. Click on, they can click on that link and watch it.
And watch your feed.
It's all Periscope. Yeah, this looks like.
Yeah, it was cool.
Well, it's
anyway,
not cool.
Just want to let you guys know.
For
New
it.
technology.
I mean, you have to do it with Google too, I suppose.
What was cool is that, so when Tack Daddy's at SHOT Show next year, remember how he used to have somebody in his hotel room, start a hangout, and then he would leave and go downstairs, and they'd have to sit upstairs and make sure that the host computer was cool, you know what I mean? He could basically just do this Periscope thing from his phone. So I don't, you can't really start a hangout from your phone now, right? I've tried so many times.
Not a shared hangout, you're right.
Yeah.
It can be a non-public hangout, sure.
Right. But not a live event. So if you were at an NRA show or something, you could just do a live
like what he did. You'd have to have a thing going. Why do we got to say like he did? Because we've done that. We did that in 2000.
Well, he innovated it. He started it.
I mean,
You guys
12?
just copied his shit.
I didn't realize we copied him 2 years before he did.
He was the first. He's the pioneer.
See you, Dano.
This is his chat. Oh, this is Moonfood's chat. Okay.
He just took it over like if he owns the place.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for your input, Dano, on my whatever 9.
Dano's the mano.
See you in a few days.
Yeah, he'll be back. We didn't play What's in the Bin under bin number 1.
All right, we'll catch you guys later.
Yeah, what's under bin number 2?
Bye, Dano.
Anyone?
I'd have to get out my printed copy of my spreadsheet.
Well, we place bets. We come up with our bets, and then you tell us who wins. You know?
What I want to know is who can guess how many bins?
That's a good one.
How many feet are in the first bin? Or bin number
How many
2?
meters in a feet?
Oh shit! I would say I would say 15 bins. That's my guess.
It takes 2 bins to tango.
Depends on how big the bins are. What's in the box?
Now
How many are in a bins?
That does not include items that are in 5-gallon containers, like dried food that's in 5-gallon containers, stuff like that. 'Cause I got a bunch of that stuff too.
So that's technically not a bin?
Correct. It's I call that a container, which also has a number.
Nice.
So if you pick the right bin, what do you win?
The bin. He ships you the entire shit.
My eternal respect.
Nice.
Great. I love that, Dano. Dano, you're as cool as Cool Whip.
All right. Not all.
And on that note.
Oh. You know what I was thinking? I was thinking the Russians make great rifles, but they've never made a great handgun.
I don't know about that.
There was that one Dano used to plug into the chat. It had no roll pins. It was pretty awesome.
The
Which one was
Makarov is
that?
awesome, right?
The Makarov?
No,
Yeah.
that gun's cool, but it was something else. I forget what it was called.
Tokarov?
No, it was like a...
Well, was it the one that was in Red Heat?
Maybe that was it.
The most powerful production firearm at that time was whatever it was.
I just don't see it, man. I mean, the Russians made a good rifle, and they made, a couple of good ones, but other than that, I would say in the handgun department, they're lacking.
I think they use Glocks now. I'm almost 90%. 90% sure they use Glock 17. Because a few months ago, there was photos that came out of Glocks made in Russia, and that was part of the thing. Like it was a military contract.
But I guess that's better than being Britain, where they don't have any great firearms, only like the Lee Enfield.
Well, what about the Wembley and let's see.
You talk about the Stern gun?
No, I'm talking about the break top with the like 450 something caliber or whatever it was.
Well, name two guns that or rifles that you would want that you would like to have in your collection, or you would happy take with you to war or to the battlefield. You know, I mean, I ask people that question all the time. They say, "Oh, Lee Enfield bolt-action rifle," and like that's the only thing most people ever come up with.
Well, I'd probably choose firearms from a country that had a proud history of firearms.
Thank you. You're an American.
Well, but I mean, there's other places.
Well, I'm not saying that there are, but if you had to put the countries if you had to rank them and vote, you would probably go. I'm going to probably get chewed out, but I'd probably go U.S. first, Germany, and I would go all the way down to like Russia. And then number 4, I would say the Czech Republic.
Does the Strike 1 count as a Russian?
I don't think so.
Let's see. There's the Tokarev TT30.
Look at this bore axis. People talk about fucking low bore axis.
The Makarov.
This is almost like a
GSH.
HKP7. Look at this thing.
Oh, and then number 5, I would have the Belgium.
I'm sorry, they do make an underwater pistol. The SPP-1. Then they make the Bison with the helical magazine.
This looks like a winner.
What do we got? I'm clicking. Clicking. Ooh, yeah.
Well, it's got
almost like a
some character.
Caracal almost. Yeah, that's the GSH-18. That is a. I just saw it in the wiki page. It's a 9mm, 2000 to present, standard sidearm for all branches of Russian armed forces.
I think that's the one that Dano linked like a month or 2 ago.
And then the other one that's similar to that is the MP44-3. It's the Gratch. That's from 2003 to present.
Mm.
But it also is
Where's
9mm.
Cooper? Is he still in here?
Yeah.
Oh no, he is. So what? You didn't get that alert? Only Haas showed up, and then another guy.
Well, I'm using my phone for this chat.
Oh, so your phone can't handle 2 things at once like that.
Hell no. I'm lucky that this works.
What is that? Somebody challenged him to put even smaller bullets in a 9mm?
Yo, these are armor piercing, baby. This gun is pretty cool. Looking, anyway.
Yeah, cool doesn't mean it's good.
All right, I just ran out of that Periscope shows. I don't know. You have to use Twitter, which is lame.
Yeah.
But I guess it does do an interesting format where you can just broadcast and then only get feedback. You can't type though. All you can do is say stuff and then people can type back at you.
Right.
I don't know.
Pretty
Maybe.
one way.
Yeah, it's kind of one way.
But when you are like at an event, you're live.
And I can run videos that way, then people could show up and interact with the video while it's happening, and it would be an interesting new kind of video. And if you scheduled that, you could do something on topic or whatever. So
Yeah.
it might be interesting. And you could do it remotely, because all I have to have is a phone, not a internet connection.
It's pretty new. Android guys just got it today.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's brand
so,
new. It's cutting.
brand new to Android. It's been on the iPhone for like a month.
Fucking iPhones.
Elitist.
Oh yeah, I see that shit. I just didn't. I wasn't in there. Gotcha.
Well,
You
I'll
guys,
check it out.
you guys ever seen watch the History Channel when they do the history of guns? They got the Sturmgewehr. It's got like I wanted to bring this up earlier, but it's got the weirdest rifle I ever looked was a Sturmgewehr. They had a bent rifle, so when you could shoot it off the top of you could open up the hatch of a tank, and then the bullet would be, I don't know how the bullet would go through that barrel, but it was bent like almost like at a 90-degree angle. I don't know if you guys ever seen that, but
Yeah, I've seen it.
There's AKs like that too. Probably other guns for shooting at tanks, like you're saying.
yeah, it's like weird. It's amazing what the things that they came up with, you know.
You can do it. It's just that it kills the barrel after a while and it starts shooting straight through.
Oh, I got you. So it
But
is
will
possible.
work for a while. Oh yeah, it works for a while. It's just a disposable barrel.
Yeah, I'd never seen that before, and I was like, that is just weird. Even to say I think I know everything, but I keep seeing these weird guns coming out of World War II, and it's just amazing. Hey, what's that one? G-Webs, you're pretty much like an expert on Russian guns. What's that one Russian machine gun, submachine gun? It's got that one with the drum.
The expert on Russian guns. I like AK bayonets, and because of that, I know something about AKs, but I don't know much about other Russian guns really, except for
Oh,
the
okay.
Papasha or PPSH or something like that.
Yeah, it's got the air cooled, and it looks like it's got like the drum, and it's their version of a submachine gun in World War II.
PPSH, you saying?
Yeah,
That's what I thought. Yeah.
About them, I guess, but I don't know anything about them more than they're just a version of a Sten.
Okay.
Zip gun or whatever. It's like an Uzi. That's that branch of the gun tree where 9mm stamped out of bicycle factories. That's what they came up with. Tubes with metal in them. Costs like $7 to make. Pretty good.
Jeez.
Nice. What a deal.
Yep, we need a lot more of those out there, so that people aren't afraid of them. And people quit going, what do you need full auto for?
Yeah.
What do you mean? I need it. I need it. I just need enough ammo to feed it.
Because this gun shoots at 1,200 rounds per minute, and that
Right?
means the mag's pretty darn quick. So need more ammo.
You know what is interesting is like you think the Browning company is an American company, right? But then you see that it's owned by FN.
Well, but Browning has manufacturing in Japan. Browning has manufacturing in Texas. Browning has manufacturing in Belgium. So it depends on what you're buying from Browning, where it comes from.
Well, I was just saying that they're owned by FN. So it's kind of neat history though, like the history between John Moses Browning and FN. That's pretty cool if you guys ever get to see it on, I think the History Channel. No, wait, I think it's the Outdoor Channel. Does the Tales of? No, I can't remember. I'm stopping right now.
Tales of the Gun is Outdoor Channel.
I'm partial to modern marvels.
Nice. Do you have a link to that episode, G-Webs, at all?
No, because they always move it around.
Okay.
It was on Netflix. Not too recently. I seen it and I was all happy about it.
Also, what was that movie that was being filmed where that you were able to put
600 million.
yeah, was that yeah. Where you're able to put a little bit of gun site or gun websites swag in the as a prop or whatever.
I got every Seconds Matter stuff in there, I think.
Okay. See, that's just
Well,
smart.
I think we had gun channels.
Speaking of, is anything going to be happening on this coming second? Because it's coming up for every second unusual, or
Question.
get a guest that shows up this time, or whatever happened last time. I
Hey,
don't
Ruben,
know.
I'm going to call Alex Jones. Oh,
What are you gonna
Alex
call
Jones.
him?
Alex Jones and Head Down.
What do you call him? A hater?
Uh,
A psychopath? What are you gonna call him? There you go.
Man. I don't know, man. He's sounding a lot like a level-headed kind of guy. Like, sound a lot of
And you need to take 2 more hits of that crack you've been smoking and
That's
straighten
tequila.
yourself out, buddy.
Drinking this in Añejo.
Añejo.
Añejo? Oh, shit. It's
No,
awesome.
Islander, you gotta do your signature. I smell some bull and shit.
I was just wondering if anything's going to happen on the 2nd. this
Last time I was listening to Alex Jones because Head Down was on the other day, and so I was like fast forwarding to get to that interview. I stopped. He was like, "It's not Republicans or it's not the Democrats who are trying to take your gun, not the Republicans. It's the global elite. It's the same people who are trying to pass this trade treaty.
It's the bankers.
The banksters."
Bankster.
Yo, I used to listen to him back in like years ago, like 5-6 years ago, and he used to always say bankster.
The banksters.
The bankster. No, it sounded like, wow, it sounded just like I hear in these chats, man. It's the global elite. They're trying to take our guns, man.
Well, technically, isn't gun channels part of the global elite, though? Isn't that what we were accused of?
Hell
We were
yeah.
accused of being elitist? Yeah, we
Gun
were.
elitist.
We were accused of being elitists.
How?
Well, somebody accused us of it.
Yeah, but is elite in their own mind the same as actually elite?
Well, it might be my perception of it, potentially.
If you have so much money that you can hire people to carry guns for you, then you're the elite. You know?
Okay, I would
I don't
concede.
think any of us are elite.
Well, I mean,
I will carry
globally,
guns for money, though. I'll make that clear right now.
I'll be your scoundrel.
I will carry guns for rich people for money.
Did you say you will or you will not?
Oh, hell yeah, I will. I'm not crazy.
All right. It's way better than picking up dog shit for money, isn't it?
I'll pick up cat shit.
Do that,
Because
too.
nothing as mean as cat shit. Cat shit.
It's funny. I was house sitting the other day, so consequently I was dog sitting, and as I was walking the dog and picking up dog shit, I realized that I was getting paid to pick up dog shit.
You thought of Ralph?
You found it up on the roof?
No.
You thought of Ralph?
Oh, dude, I started cracking up as I got the plastic bag around my hand. I'm like, and the dog just looks back at me like, "What the fuck is wrong with you?"
Hey, you lucky I do it for free. I do.
That dog's like, I prefer the people that pick up my poop to not make a lot of noise back there.
I pay people to pick up my cat shit. They come over like 3 or 4 times a day.
Well, you have a maid or what?
No, they're specifically there just to pick up the cat shit.
Is that a girlfriend?
No, it's just some people I found on the street by the Home Depot.
Well,
You know, like when you drive by a Home Depot, there'll be like a few people just
Oh, yeah.
like hanging out. Like,
Looking for some work?
yep, you say, hey, look,
except
I
he
got a
goes to
couple
the
of cats.
PetSmart. He goes, hangs out. He looks for who's hanging out in front of PetSmart.
Seriously.
Shop
Well,
smart.
catnip.
Shop pet smart.
You know what's funny? Is that when I first started getting into guns, right? There was a gun shop. They closed down, but someone rebought them anyway. There was a big old guy, huge dude, and he would sit there on like Wednesdays and Fridays, and he would clean guns. People would come in, and I'd be in there like looking at stuff, and some like rich guy would come in with his like revolver and be like, "Hey, I'm dropping it off, man. Clean it. You know, I'll be back. Like, can I come back later on today, or I can come back tomorrow?" And this guy was like cleaning fucking guns. And I thought, wow, that's so cool, man, because I don't want to clean my guns. In the beginning, I thought that was like the worst part about shooting. It's like cleaning and shit. So I'm thinking about opening up like a laundromat, but for guns. So you just come in, and we'll hire a bunch of people off the street. and
I'd be
we'll clean the
concerned
guns.
about theft, so I think that you should hire college kids, because then that way, that'll help them get their way through college.
Yeah,
Girls, right? Because you want it to be
Naked.
equal opportunity, and then I'm worried about theft, so you want them to be naked so that they don't have
Yeah.
any pockets to steal things.
Like in
No,
the
no
Ajax City.
subcompact.
Well, Nino
Sort of
Brown.
like one of those topless car washes, let's say, except that they use gun scrub.
Be like,
Can't
spread
steal
it, girl.
Against your Glock or whatever.
Yeah,
Did you
can't-
stick that C camp where it doesn't supposed to go? Trying to steal that sea camp.
Yeah. Has anybody ever fired those Armalite handguns that get imported from Turkey?
The what?
Armalite makes well, they don't make them; they import them from Turkey.
Are they like the SAR-K or something like that? K2?
I forget what they look like, but I do know like they do sell them. I mean, I don't know how many they sell, but I guess they're good enough to that where they keep them on certain websites like Cheaper Than Dirt and everything. But
Are they the Browning high power clones?
I think they might be. They got them on their website. You go and check, but I've never heard anybody fire one of those.
I'm allergic to Cheaper Than Dirt.
I don't like anything from Turkey.
Other than actual turkey. And that's usually on Thanksgiving.
I like the city of
And
Tryptophan.
that doesn't really come from Turkey.
Are you sure?
It comes from Hungary.
Ah, see, but if you had Hungary next to Turkey, they could work something out.
Hell yeah.
Get a Hungary turkey.
They make good rugs in Turkey. That's about it.
They do. I like a bearskin rug and a fireplace.
Oh man, saw a video today of two bears fighting each other.
What? Two gay guys fighting each other?
No, actual bears, dude.
That was last night.
I don't watch those fucking videos.
So when you say like bears, I mean like a bunch of guys fighting at the bar with like hairy backs and shit?
No, like
two bears?
two black bears. And it was funny, they're standing up fighting each other, and then the one that instigated the whole thing like stepped behind the tree and like was, you know, like slapping them around the side and everything like that. Like, this tree's holding me back, motherfucker. Hold me back.
Yeah, it looks like a CZ clone. It's probably Turkish. Probably Turkish.
Yeah, they're weird. I mean,
You know, DB's an actually aficionado of all things turkey.
oh, like tryptophan?
Well, he might have some choice words for you.
Oh, yeah, Turkey definitely supports the Second Amendment. They have a lot of the Canik company supports a lot of
they
shooting
make,
sports. Good customer service,
Oh, yeah.
unless you're Jewish or American.
Yeah, they have they make good ammo, the ZQ ones.
Yeah,
You say
ZQ1's one of the best ammo ever. I mean, it's affordable, especially during the ammo crisis. Like, they came to our country with very affordable pricing. ZQ1, yeah. That was the only company I ever saw at Walmart that came in on Walmart shelves at triple price on their SKU, on their actual barcode-like price. It was like pure price gouging scum.
Yeah, those cans were $4.99 or something.
Absolute scum of the earth. That company is the worst, and yeah, that's for sure. I remember bugging out. Like, I was talking to one of the guys at Walmart, and I'm like, "What is this company? I've never heard of this before." And they're like, "Dude, don't buy it. Look at the price." It's like, yeah, I mean, no shit. I mean, I don't know. Outrageous. They really took advantage, but whatever. I mean, it's Turkey, man.
Are they better than tool ammo?
No, like Turkey as a country right now is like a step above Iran. Like they fucking hate America, man, and they're scum. So
They hate Israel worse than America, though.
yeah, they hate Jewish people. I mean, they hate the state Israel. They would support if they would have a gigantic celebration if like Israel blew up and every Jew died. They would love it. They'd have like a party for probably months.
So, like, you tell me they don't like Seinfeld.
They fucking hate it. I mean, I think they were like, we're going to help you fight ISIS, so they put their tanks and, like, their troops on this, like, valley, and they turned the tanks around so that ISIS could see that, like, their troops and their tank, like, weren't facing them, they weren't going to shoot at them or something. This was, like, a few months ago.
Their problem was they wanted, if they were going to fight ISIS, they wanted Assad dealt with first, and the U.S. wasn't going to deal with Assad. But that's the problem, you know, because when it's really hard to, when somebody asks you the question, well, what is wrong with President Obama's policy in the Middle East? Well, somebody tell me what the fuck his policy is, and I'll tell you what's wrong with it, because he doesn't have one. First he was like, okay, Assad has to go, and this is no, wait, now we're gonna trade him for chemical weapons. No, wait, now we got to get ISIS, and well, we want to support, you know, the Kurds, but we're only gonna give it to the stuff to the central government, who doesn't want to give it to the Kurds or the Sunnis, and
Yeah.
it's just
This is my point about Turkey and their gun companies.
go, and this is no, wait, now we're going to trade him for chemical weapons.
That company ZQ, right? We all talk about cheaper than dirt forever.
Yankees are not supposed to listen to your opinion.
Talking about fucking cheaper than dirt, right? But then now these people on YouTube are like, hey, I'm with ZQ. Like, fucking ZQ is worse than cheaper than dirt because they're not even American. They don't provide one American job. So they can go fuck a donkey dick. You know what I mean?
I think it's suck a duck.
Yeah, they can go suck a donkey dick. And,
I think they already do.
I wouldn't buy none of that shit. And I think they did lower their price. Obviously, there's no way they could keep that price gouging price.
That's the only reason I bought this.
Anybody ever oh wow, I got that ammo.
It was during the armor-piercing M855 SS109 scare.
So much.
30 rounds a box, $10. So
nice.
The Swedes were having like the cheapest shit. Is it Swedish?
Cheap.
Ooh. I know a guy from Swede. Used to call him Swedish.
Somebody had a barrel of 12,000. Natchez had barrels of 12,500 rounds of green tips. M855s for I think 7,400 or something like that. I don't know.
I don't even care.
Barrel of them, but it looked cool.
The only thing I know
rights for the ammo mafia.
The only thing that bugs me about Cheaper Than Dirt, and this is why I hate them, is the warehouse. It's like, why don't you just make it the same price? Bottom line, it's the A warehouse, the B warehouse, man.
I don't like Cheaper Than Dirt because they're a bag of fucking dicks.
Yeah, they were price gouging like crazy.
Granted, that's my opinion, but I'm gonna stand by it. I'm not gonna forget that shit.
But at least they were American.
Okay. So I respect them, but I'm not gonna purchase from them.
At least they hire. They provide jobs for Americans. That's a fact.
Okay, that's a good thing. It's not a bad thing. I have no problem with that.
But ZQ1, I doubt they provide any jobs for Americans. They're just here to rape us.
Didn't Military Arms Channel go over there and check out the factory?
Yeah, he did.
I'm not sure.
And then they made him take it down.
Ammo. Oh, really?
Yeah.
They took the factory tour down?
Yeah.
I wonder why.
They requested him to take it down.
Because they don't want to get hit by ISIS or some shit. I don't know.
ISIS.
For letting out all their ammo making secrets.
Maybe he took it down because he realized it was the same company that was doing that shit back in the day.
But
there's an Armalite pistol. I don't know if it's the one you're thinking of.
The AR-24. There you go.
Side chat.
Okay.
It's a CZ clone.
It is a CZ clone, isn't it? I knew it.
Well, in that case, just get a CZ then, right?
That's right, buddy. I read you loud and clear,
It's the
brother.
same price.
I swear I've been going the morning I was leaning towards PPQ, in the afternoon I'm leaning towards Glock, and
Oh, it's made in Turkey.
Feel different in the morning.
A lot of CZ clones are made in Turkey.
If you like that too, I've just posted a link there that's relatively informative.
They're not bad looking, but
5 years old, but it's the guy telling you about it when they first came out, I think.
I got an Advil commercial.
I'm
just glad he's not pointing that gun at me, G-Webs. I appreciate that.
I remember.
What do you think about those rear sights, actually, now that I'm looking at that?
Rear sights?
On that Armalite AR-24 9mm pistol.
Well, not bad. I mean, I have not met anybody who shot it, though. Like, who took it out to the range.
Too many proud Americans in here.
Yeah, that's right. But I am a Ford guy.
I like the way it looks.
Yeah, the AR-24, it's not bad. I mean, if you're biased toward like Turkey, well then you ain't gonna buy it. But it's
Yeah,
not
but
bad at all.
if it's a CZ clone, though, why wouldn't I just want to get a CZ?
It's a little different. It's got a rounded trigger guard.
That grip's a little different.
Yeah, the back grip looks weird.
Checkering in the front and back straps.
It's not bad. I mean, I haven't heard any bad reviews about it. I mean, that's got to say something.
It's got a full-length guide rod and full rails on the slide. It's a little different, but it's basically a CZ design. It's more like what those SARC people did with the.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what else is like another clone of the P226? You guys ever seen that one from Sestava? It's the CZ999. Looks just like a SIG P226, but it's like priced at $315.
Yeah. Never shot one.
Never shot. And all the videos that I've seen, the videos that I'd seen of that one was the 999-40, and it had the porting on it, and it either blew the insert out of the front side or it blew the front side off. And then if you need anything fixed on it, customer service might be a challenge.
They don't speak English. No habla. Guys. Yeah.
There's the James Yeager CZ999 video where he thinks it's a CZ. And it's not.
And it's, yeah. Clearly, it's not.
Yeah.
Because I believe isn't that one also Turkish made?
Yeah.
No, it's.
No, that one's
Serbia or something.
That's from Serbia. It's from the Sestava factory.
Oh, so it should be VZ, not CZ.
Something like that. It's really
Yeah, I think
weird.
they did that to trick people. I don't know why they call it that.
It's the Sestava.
They wanted to get in on that rep from the CZ.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I cannot believe that I just. There's some. You guys ever get to the point like I cannot believe I sold that gun. Like
It was in a movie.
Every day.
I bet you do.
Every day I go on Gun Broker. I look at P7 M8s, like mint, new in box, and they're like 2,000.
Oh my god.
500. I sold mine for 1,400.
I
Never
regret it.
fired in the box.
Oh my god.
And
I'm
I
ready
sold
to
it. It wasn't even that long ago. It was like 4 or 5 years ago.
Oh man. Yeah, I'm regretting the day that I sold my Mosin Nagant carbine.
But can't you get another one though?
Well, around here where I live in my area, I'm sure if I go someplace in the state of Michigan, but to get those the carbine ones.
Was the carbine the 44?
Yeah, the 44. You can still get them. You can still get them for what you call it? You get them for was it like 229? The Russian one.
Yeah, Nick, if you ever want, check out either Slick Guns or Gun Watcher, and you just type that shit into the search bar, and I know that they'll find you the deals that they,
Oh yeah, I forget about that. Thanks for putting that in my brain, because I was like, man, I really missed that, because I see pictures of it. I'm like, oh baby.
Yeah, you can definitely. They're out there.
Just.
And I mean, that's at least attainable. You know what I mean? As far as.
Classic Firearms has them right here.
Whereas DB's going to actually, literally going to have to
out of
shit
stock.
like half an ounce of gold in order to buy that one back.
Yeah.
You need more. You need about 2.5 ounces of gold.
You have to pinch a golden loaf.
You know,
it's still one of the coolest looking guns in my opinion.
It looks like I always thought those things looked like SKSs, but without the magazine.
What, the M44s?
Yeah. It seems like that's where they got the concept. They're like, well, we'll just turn the Mosin Nagant bolt action into a semi-auto to compete with the M1 Garand.
I don't know that the SKS is in direct competition so much with the Garand, whereas the Mosin almost was, I guess.
Yeah. It's funny that Remington used to make Mosin Nagants, and when you look at the history, like Remington made a lot of firearms for Russia.
Well, a lot of those companies did make firearms. Like General Motors made firearms and everything like that.
How'd you like to get one of those stamped ones? That would be that one. Something like that. I might only ever fire once, or might not ever fire something like that.
Mm.
I think General.
It's the old dilemma, dude. You want a rare gun that they don't make anymore. That's like, and then you buy one and you're like, should I shoot it?
Well, that's my problem, dude.
Yeah,
I feel that if I have any, that they're all shooters.
And they should be.
My opinion, though.
Well, I had a Winchester. I have a Winchester 351, and I can't find any ammo for that one. And I want to find a 10-round magazine. I know there's a couple of websites that are offering them, but that thing also comes with a bayonet. That's unique.
Yeah, the best thing is that, and then like when you get into that shit, if you have one mint new in the box, like never fired kind of collector's item gun, then you want a beater. You want the same gun, beater version, and they're not cheap either. You know what I mean? Sucks.
Oh yeah. Oh, I was gonna say like, whoever was talking about like stupid gun shop guys, I got a story for you.
Don't get us started.
I love it. No, go for it, man. No, go for it. Go for
You
it.
want me to open up the Hell's Gate? Oh my God.
As long as it's entertaining.
It's entertaining, my man. This is more entertaining than watching a Kardashian clip.
This is a gun shop stupid idiot moment.
Yeah, I think we should have a chat about this. Well, anyways, yeah. So anyways, I go and this is when I got rid of my Mosin Nagant and to get more money for another gun, right? I go into the store, it's Total Firearms out here in Holt, and I go in and this is when the whole importation of Obama, and the gun shop guy is so freaking stupid. He's got like that, the deep, the guy that says Coors, the banquet beer. That's what he sounds like. And he was like telling me, well, these guns are not really popular anymore, and to find ammo for them, the Barack Obama banned importation. I'm like, you, in the back of my head, you freaking idiot. Do you know that other ammo is made here in the United States for 7.62 by 5.4R? And my God. And he's just sitting there, and then another guy comes up, like he needs to be, like an extra pair of eyes or something. Like, you can't find ammo for that rifle anymore. And I was just like, yeah, you can. Winchester makes ammo for it. And he's like, oh, I don't think so. I was like, listen, idiot, you got a box right there. I didn't say idiot, but I said, sir, you got a box right there. Like, oh man.
Nice. I'd have had a hard time not laughing. I really would have.
Yeah. This is like, well, like they're not. Yeah, maybe it might be a good conversational piece. That's what the guy told me that was doing all the paperwork for the buy. I was like, what? It's like, dude, look right down there. You got it right down there behind the counter. Jeez.
Oh man, that's funny. And they still didn't ban the import of the ammo.
And it's like, what do you think, that the importers just bought one ammo can at a time? They bought that stuff in bulk, man.
Cargo container fulls. cargo container full.
Oh my god. I got more, but man, that's just like a warm up in the bullpen.
That sounds a lot like the gun store out here. The freaking guys are a bunch of idiots.
Oh my god. No.
I brought that shit up because the M1, M2 mag, it's a perfect example of like you call a gun shop. Like I've done this before. Like I called the gun shop and I'm like, hey, do you guys got Federal HST 9mm? And they're like, yeah, we got a whole bunch, man. We just got it in. Like, come on down. I drove like fucking 30 minutes, and I get there and it's HydroShock. It's just Federal HydroShock, and I'm like, oh man, you got the Federal HST? And they were like, no. Well, yeah. They were like, yeah, it's right there. And I'm like, oh no, this is HydroShock. And they're like, same thing, man. And I'm like, okay, well, thanks for wasting my time.
Yes, but no.
Yeah,
No.
it's just like bullshit, man. And it's the kind of thing where you'd call and be like, oh, you got those Walther PPQ M2 mags? And they'd be like, sure, come on down. And you'd get there and it would be the fucking M1. And trust me, I mean, shit like that happens all the fucking time, man. So it's like, it just sucks, man. It is what it is.
Oh, and then what do you do when they don't know, like, what a direct impingement is? And you're like, huh? Oh, I've had that. I literally have had that. Like,
Yeah, try to keep it simple, man.
Yeah, it's
still with these guys.
Oh man, it's just amazing. And then when you got something on layaway and they're looking through the paperwork, and like, whoa, what's your name again? It's like, dude, I just said it's the guy over the phone, and now I'm here.
I mean, I don't know, like how many times I've told my cousin twice he's bought 2 guns. Every time he calls me from the gun shop, he's like, so which ammo should I buy? They're telling me to buy this. And I'm like, what ammo do they have? And they're like, he'll be like, well, all they have is like Remington hollow points, just like plain Jane, green box, a critical duty, critical defense, something else. And then I'll be like, what are they telling you to buy? And it'll be like the worst fucking shit. Like SIG Performance. Like probably because it's the most expensive. I'm like, dude, SIG Performance brand? I'm like, get the fuck out. This happened like a few days ago. I was like, I guess out of all that, if they don't have Gold Dot or HST, I'd go with the critical defense.
Duty.
Not even the duty, because he bought a 43, and I know all the duty stuff is plus P. So I was like, just get the standard pressure, you know.
Well, you get not all the critical duty isn't plus. There's some that's not.
I just don't fuck. Get the defense, and they come in 25-round boxes. But it's like then he's like, well, no. And then he argues with me like, no, they told me to get this SIG Performance.
Why would you call me and
Are you
ask
sure?
this?
Yeah, he knows because he bought what I told him. I'm like, dude, don't listen to them. And then I'm like, what's up with the holster? And I said, don't buy anything Uncle Mike's. And sure enough, he's like, they're telling me to buy this Uncle Mike's because they don't have a holster for it. So they're telling me to buy this Uncle. I'm like, dude, don't waste.
Like, are you
$15.
calling them to find out what to buy, or are you calling me to find out what the fuck to buy?
Yeah, I hate that.
Fucking Uncle. I mean, it's the same shit.
All the time.
SIG Performance, man.
You tell them, like, you give them a recommendation or something, and they're like, I'm gonna buy this instead. I don't trust your knowledge.
Yeah, that's like when I brought my mom to the gun shop, and we were looking at guns for like concealed carry, and
she's like, I want a High Point.
This old timer was like, this is the one you should get. Like, he kept stressing it. It was a SIG 938 with the thumb safety, like cocked and locked, you know. And I'm like, wow. And he's like, yeah, it's like, he just kept pushing it. And I'm like, you don't want to go with the safety, Mom. I just kept saying, like, you don't want to go with the safety. And then he's like, why? Like, you know, I think it would be a good idea. And I just looked down, I'm like, come on, man. Like,
this is my mom.
No one's talking to you. Like, go away.
Are you disrespecting my mom?
Go away. No, because she's like, he works at a gun shop, plus he's older than you, and he's got like an old, he's got a veteran's hat on, like he was.
What did she buy?
She didn't buy shit, but like, unfortunately, I think I talked her into the car at the time. So she just bums my dad's revolver or whatever.
Oh, I went to Gander Mountain one time. Oh no, my stepdad went to Gander Mountain to get his scope mounted and put on right, basically, because my stepdad didn't know much about putting on a scope, so he wanted to make sure he does it's done correctly. So he goes and has the scope mounted, and they sight it in by using those bore laser sight things.
With the magnets at the end of the crown or whatever.
Yeah, and and anyways, he has it for like a couple of years, and we go to the gun range, and he's wondering why he's not hitting anything, right? And he's like, God, this, because, it's just like, why am I missing, the first shot and all that? And anyways, make a long story short, when they were taking a look at his scope, the Leopold was facing down, not to where you could see it, you know what I mean? It's like, it's got so they mounted it incorrectly. And that's like, I told my stepdad, like, I don't think the Leopold the Leopold brand is supposed to be hidden or not be able to not be seen.
Be visible.
Be visible, yeah. And I was just like, wait a minute, they mounted this wrong. He's like, are you serious? It's like, yeah. And it's just like, that's why I'll never go to Gander Mountain, because I've heard so many horror stories.
Well, what if it's just that person and not like the whole store?
Oh yeah, that's true. I agree with that.
I mean, like,
but the thing is, with a lot of those stores, I've worked in retail for quite some time, and you got to watch out, because a lot of times these departments will pull somebody from another department, another part-timer who has very little knowledge, like he's worked in there for a couple times a week. And, and then I hate it when you go in these big box stores and they think their price is the cheapest around. And then you always got the gun commando guy walking into the gun shop. Like, oh man, I have this friend and he was in this war, and I have this friend, and they can't say enough about this gun. Like, okay. Thank you. Jeez, oh please, I hate those gun commandos. Oh.
I don't like co-witness, by the way, Island. I think it's too distracting. Just pick a aiming method. Don't try to do two at the same time.
Well, he doesn't have flip down sights, so.
Ooh, someone text me.
He could either co-witness it or have the sights at two different ranges.
Oh, you know what movie I'm hoping they would do a remake is Last Man Standing.
I'm not touching that one, G-Webs.
Oh my god. Oh, and they need to redo Commando.
He ain't reading it anyway. Hey, Yankee, you there?
Yankee?
Yeah, I'm here.
I'm just reminding you about the artwork for them things that we were talking about we needed artwork for.
Yeah, I need to figure it out. I tried the other night to put it together, and I just drew a blank on how I wanted to set it up.
Right on. I'm just kicking you in the butt.
How I want to do it. I think I want to do one that's just my logo. That I can just give out to people that like. It's just like, okay, here's people that support me and my channel, not financially, but our fans. And then one that I want. Then I'll do the ones with the sayings, and I'll do one with the Kool-Aid character.
Hey Yankee, you remember that one video you did where the one you had a holster, like a prize, to win a holster, and you kicked this guy off your channel, but you fulfilled you were going to fulfill your end of the bargain by, mailing the holster to him. because this was a person that won the holster, and you remember he was just being a major troll. He was saying just really nasty things. You remember that video?
Vaguely.
Yeah, I mean, you're like, oh, well, I have your holster, and you need the
We've been
address.
talking for 3 or 4 days.
What?
Yeah, it's been a few days. Dano's back.
Dano is sleep chatting again.
Sleep
Turns on his chat and joins the chat.
Damn kids, get off my lawn.
Yeah, he woke up last night in the middle of the chat. That's only because we yelled out, Dano, there's kids in your yard.
Yeah.
Actually on my phone, so I may just listen.
He just want to tell us that he just saw another calf, or another cow, giving birth to a calf.
Well, I hope it's giving birth to a calf. If it's giving birth to anything else, I want to see that.
I was walking past the living room and I looked out the window. So then I ran to the kitchen.
I had to turn around, guys.
Well, I also noticed it doesn't look like this is linked in the lobby.
A link to internal?
Yeah, when I went to play the current chat, it gave me last night's chat.
Oh, who started this one? Whose is this?
Is it Moon Food? No, not Moon.
Yeah, it is.
It is Moon?
Yeah, I refreshed it and it's up there.
Yeah, it was up there.
I mean, I just turned my phone on after I logged off, so this has got to be the latest.
Are we live?
You're having technical difficulties, Dano.
Well, I apologize.
Since we're live, if there's anybody out there that likes to send me messages, please just get to the point and ask me the question. 3 or 4 paragraph emails lose my attention 2 paragraphs in usually.
Is it just me or is everyone staticky? Yeah, I was going to ask
It's
that.
Yankee, I think.
It's Dano and Yankee.
You sound
Well, I think I'm still showing yesterday's chat on my lobby too, but whatever. I don't care.
I was seeing this chat, I think.
Yeah, it's live for me. I just refreshed
live for me.
CanonChannels.com pre-chat lobby, is that the one?
Yeah.
Yep.
It was
okay.
pre-Edge.
Pre-Edge, and then Edge had problems, and so, alright.
Edge eventually went live. He just went live later than normal.
Do I sound any better now?
Yes, you do, Yankee.
Normal now.
Yep.
So, Yankee, you tested out any of those grips yet that you got yesterday or was it 2 days ago?
Sitting in the box behind me. Last night I had to go there. I had to go to after I got off chat. I had to run to freaking Walmart and get a cake because my son comes down the stairs at like 2:30 a.m. and goes, "Oh, I forgot to tell you I need a cake in the morning for school."
Ouch.
So
And you went to Walmart.
So you had to go to Walmart to buy flour and sugar and...
No, he wanted a specific cake, one of the ones that they make at the store. There was a specific one he wanted, but it comes from Fred Meyer's, but Walmart has one very similar, so I had to go to Walmart and get it.
Uh-oh. Yankee,
What happens if he shows up to school without a cake?
It was something they were doing today where they had to bring in their favorite comfort food. And he liked this lemon cake that we'd get at Fred Meyer's. So.
Oh, Yankee loves
Well, my
Walmart.
comfort food is macaroni and cheese. Here it is.
Lemon poppy seed?
Chinese food.
Mine's probably fried
God.
chicken. Fried chicken.
Yeah,
Almost
actually,
anything that's edible.
I take that back. Chicken is-
Chinese food owners, restaurant owners, well, they will tell you that whenever it gets rainy, people come in for Chinese food.
I always go for Japanese. I never really go for Chinese food.
Smothered fries. Like fries with...
Because of the cold and damp, I guess?
Yeah, that's what they will. That's what they ask any Chinese restaurant owner. They'll tell you, yeah, since it's raining, people come in for Chinese food. If it's cold, people come in for Chinese food.
Is this like
I don't know
stereotyping?
any Chinese food restaurant owners, but I'm sure Kisan does.
Oh, come on now.
Well, he's part Chinese.
No comment.
Aren't you part Chinese?
I'm a quarter Chinese, yes.
Yeah, see, he's part Chinese. That's not racist. It's descriptive.
That
That's
doesn't
what I
mean he
like
owns a
about it,
Chinese.
It was an educated guess.
The racist part is he had no idea ahead of time.
He
if he was-
knew that there was a possibility.
No, I knew he was like Chinese and Cambodian or something.
Are you Filipino, T-Son?
No.
No, he just told you what I was.
Chinese and Cambodian.
Oh, Cambodian? All right.
Good guy is Filipino.
Y'all think I don't pay attention. I know what these people are.
Whoa!
These
people?
I'm talking all y'all. I know what all y'all are.
So you have a database that tracks everybody by race.
Nope, I'm like Bob. I just list everybody as brown and non-brown.
Guess that's one way to do it.
At least he's not calling us Orientals.
Orientals? No, rugs are Oriental.
Oh, actually, Oriental is a derogatory statement because Oriental refers to like French.
Well, Oriental is like a chair can be Oriental, a rug or a vase can be Oriental. People cannot be Oriental. People are Asian.
What about soup? Do they still make Oriental flavored ramen?
Yes. Oriental is not a negative term. It's only a negative term if you apply it to a person.
Yeah.
Well, the Orient, didn't that used to mean a specific?
Is it negative or is it ignorant?
But Come Fly to the Orient was out for decades.
Yeah, well, that's a place.
Well, it still describes the area of the planet, right?
But it's not the nationality of the people. It's not their race.
Yeah, it's a continental area. Come visit the Orient.
The Orient Express.
I mean, that was the name of the airline.
Yeah, you're not giving. You can't apply it to people, but you can apply it to people.
Places and things.
There you go.
Right.
Oh.
I mean, you go to a specific country, but you visit that area of the continent.
Or American.
Yeah.
We should solve racism one of these evenings.
But then what will everybody talk about come election time?
Finances again.
Sexism.
Gender.
Yeah, we're about to all become sexist, so all this stuff is. This is also last year.
Elitism.
Yeah, there's good old class
Whoever-
struggle. Class warfare.
Whoever basically tells me that they're going to supply me with ammo subsidies, that's the person that
Oh yeah,
I'm.
Ted Nugent, right?
Well, I don't know if it's Ted. I don't think Ted wants to subsidize my ammo. He ain't that rich.
You seriously want the government that can't do anything else right to deal with it, to supply us with our ammo? We
No,
can't
no,
even
no.
hardly
I
get our
don't want
ammo
them
now.
to supply all my ammo. I kind of like the big oil companies. I just want them to offset my cost of ammo.
I just want a tax break. It should be a tax deduction. How much you spend on guns and ammo every year?
There you go. I think I posed that question the other day. A subsidy or a tax break? I would definitely take a tax break.
Tax deduction. You're preparing your militia. You're honoring your obligation to be ready for a militia, so you should be a tax deduction.
Yeah, every ammo run to the store should be subsidized for oil and the cost of the ammo, or for gas.
Well,
and the
along
cost of the
those
ammo.
lines, not only should the costs be covered, but then we should be getting
training.
We should get paid for the time we're taking to do it, and then for our level of achievement in education, or
and get a free phone.
Right, free ammo and guns.
Well, it ain't free.
We should get a
Not
free
saying-
base set of gear
Not
and
free.
ammo, and then anything we buy on top of that is covered, and then we get paid
Wouldn't be free.
percentage
You'd
for
be paying
having
for
the gun, and then extra for shooting more.
Wouldn't be free. You'd be paying for it. Then you would
It'd
just
be
not
like
have-
cruise care. It could be cruise care for
No, I think
ammunition. and
everybody
guns.
should have to pay their fair share. If they don't want to go to the range and become a part of the militia, then they should pay their fair share for us having to go do it.
Well,
We're
they
doing it
kind of
for
are.
them, basically.
They kind of are, because then they'll be paying taxes on more of their income because they don't get the deduction.
Yeah, I want it to be kind of a lot more, though, and them to also pay for our ammo. and pay for us our time to be there.
You got to buy your own ammo. What are you, welfare ammo queen?
Yeah, I want tides to turn. I want just basically milk off the government, shooting.
What they should just do is every state or county should just like have a county or state sponsored range, and then that range is fully stocked with ammo, and whoever wants to show up there and practice just gets to come in, check out boxes of ammo, and go practice.
I don't mind if they count the ammo so that for their own use, but yeah, not to care who uses it, just how much of it they actually use. That way they would be better prepared to have enough on hand for people. And then you should be able to take home as much as you can carry each trip.
Yeah. And they should also, like, whatever the ammunition that the military doesn't use every year, that should be also distributed.
So we talked about it the other day. What happens when there's phasers and lasers and stuff?
I want a laser.
I go for a taser.
Now I'm talking lasers like Star Trek or...
Oh, one of those.
Like they're actually going to incapacitate people at distance, potentially kill them, potentially be adjustable, so that you can do whatever, just like science fiction. That stuff will happen. I think we all can agree. Not like there's some physical limitation that we can't ever see those. So when it happens...
There's some physical limitation on like the phasers and stuff, and that's the law of conservation of energy and equal and opposite reaction.
What's that?
Meaning that if enough energy exited the end of a gun like that to actually obliterate something on an atomic level, it would kill whoever was standing behind it.
No.
Now Star Trek had this one episode with the one where the Kirk and Spock are the gangsters that were the town, the planet was full of people who mimicked other and I think it was a translator was the energy source for everything, for the phasers, for tricorders, and they said, oh yeah, well one day we're gonna come back and they're gonna be the boss. I forgot the exact line, but
well, speaking of lasers,
they had an energy source that could do that, a translator. So they had some conversion method.
Well, they got a laser cannon on top of the ship, and then they got one on top of one. The Air Force has got one mounted on one of their big airplanes that they're testing right now.
Yeah, so I'm not sure. Was it called the translator in that episode? I can't remember.
Oh, that one? I think it's called.
Remember the episode.
You don't remember the one where it was...
kept calling when it was the mob type thing, or they kept calling them the heaters.
The heaters, right? It's like, and they got Spock to say check, or.
Is that the one with Joan Collins where she dies in the street?
No. That's the one. This is the one where Kirk keeps calling him Spocko.
Yeah, like Rocco.
Yeah, but at the end, basically, they're
find it on YouTube and link it to us because I don't barely remember this episode.
Well, I guess I could do that, but the point was at the very end of the episode, they're worried at the end because they left the tricorder.
Research.
I'm sorry, I don't have every episode of Star Trek on the tip of my bookmarks.
No.
Gotta be peer reviewed, dude.
Well, go study until you got it, and then come back.
It's all in my brain somewhere.
You know what sci-fi rifle I always wanted was the ones from what was it? Starship Troopers.
Well, didn't Aliens have the real coolest weapon? I mean
they had the pulse rifle.
Yeah, the pulse rifle with the flamethrower and the grenade launcher.
And then
LED countdown.
Then I wanted the rifle from Aliens, the Sigourney Weaver. I was like, those are two of the one. I want the one that the Starship Troopers had, and then the ones from Aliens when the Marines.
What's his name? Who's the guys that support. We like shooting. Manticore Arms. He's got a mock-up on his back wall of the pulse rifle. I don't believe that it's functioning, obviously, but he does have one on his wall.
I would want like a battle rifle from like Halo.
Oh, there you go.
I'm so out of the loop, I don't even know. I mean, I know what Halo is, but I don't know what the battle rifle is.
You know, in Aliens, what they used for those their rifles, the big, they used MG42s, and then they just put some, accessorized it and everything.
I still want the pistol from
Han Solo?
No, well, sure, but no.
Always.
I want the pistol from it's Harrison Ford. It's had the
the best pistol was Logan's Run. I mean, I think Yankee linked that one time. That pistol with the shot like 4 flames out of the side of it.
It's a Sandman blaster.
Sandman blasters, yeah, those were awesome.
If I was to get any like movie replica gun, I would get the Hellboy revolver.
That's pretty sweet. That's pretty
Wouldn't
sweet.
be able to carry it around unless you're a Hellboy.
Oh yeah.
Wouldn't be able to handle that recoil, that's for sure.
Oh fuck yeah! It'd be like that. Was it 12 gauge from Hell, but just in a revolver?
Oh, what is? Come on, man.
I wanna.
Blade Runner. Shit.
That's where we started.
Yeah. Then I always wanted the rifles from Star Wars, at the clones. What are the?
Oh, the blasters.
Yeah, the blasters.
Those are my top 3.
Oh,
I
shit.
really don't want anything from Star Wars.
My friend owes me $20. He just admitted it on Facebook.
Uh-oh. What did he lose? Or what was the bet?
Oh, you know that former Speaker of the House that got indicted a couple days ago?
Yes.
I said right off the bat, I said when they said it, I said he's a wrestling coach. He fucked a student. He raped a student. And they're like, we'll see. But it turned out today he's been fucking a student.
Paid $3.5 million to cover it up. That's just
Makes me think
crazy.
it must have been one of his wrestling students and not a girl student. Because if it was just a girl, he'd just be like, yeah, stuff with a high schooler. What else? But I don't think he spent $3.5 million to cover that up.
Yeah.
So they're indicted him for lying to the FBI is all, because everything
Well,
else,
that
the
and-
statute of
that and-
limitations has expired.
Yeah.
He couldn't keep the PP out of the TP.
Well, he's not just indicted for lying to the FBI. He also transferred funds in a way to avoid payments to the IRS and et cetera, a bunch of other legal financial. Because he wasn't smart enough to know that you take out just $10,000 at a time. If you take out $10,001, they report it to the government.
No, but he knows that he was taking out just a little bit under every
No,
time.
no, the first 2 times he took out $50,000 and $100,000, like 4 or 5
really?
times in a row. And then the bank told him, "We got to know what you're doing with this money." And then he switched to taking out just not $10,000 at a time. It was too late.
If it's cash, they need to know. If it's a check, they don't need to know.
No, if you do repeatedly more than 10,000, they'll ask you no matter what manner you transfer it in.
No, cash checks. They don't. It's not.
Yes, they will. I bought flipped houses. Every time we would write checks for more than $10,000, more than twice in a month, they would be like, "We need to get a record of what you're doing. You might need to report. We're going to report this to the IRS, so be prepared."
Wow, because
Any
basically the thing was they're trying to stop
Also,
drug laundering money, you know,
Money
by
laundering?
with cash
Money
deals.
laundering, transfer money by check and by money order too.
Well, I mean, but so you could, instead of 2 $10,000 checks, you could write one $20,000 check, and they wouldn't report that.
Yeah, they would. They would report that as finance to the IRS.
And BSRs as suspicious.
Yeah, as a financial but if you write a check, the thing is with writing a check, there's a record already there of who you wrote it to. So there are more. They grant more scrutiny to cash transactions simply because there's no record of who it was transferred to. But anytime you do anything that's more than $10,000, it's recorded somewhere.
Or even if you deposit large amounts of money.
You gotta do under, was it? You gotta do $9,999. You gotta do.
I had a long conversation with my accountant about this.
5,000?
And he told me for one deal, yeah, you can just get a check and whatever it is, you know, they can report it to the IRS, but you don't necessarily have to pay taxes on it because they don't know it was income or what. You know, they don't know what it's for.
Well, just
because it gets reported. But if you do cash, then they're gonna be all over your ass.
Just because they report something doesn't mean that you've done anything wrong or that you have to justify it. If you write a check to, like, say, a mortgage company for $25,000, that is reported to the feds, but they can see what it's for. So it's not a big deal. If you take out $25,000 in cash, they're going to say, "What did you do with this $25,000 in cash?"
No, it's more like they're interested in deposits. I think usually not
Well,
if cash
deposits,
deposits, so that deposits.
They're interested in withdrawals too, because that could be transferring money illegally.
Well, the whole thing is, you know, yeah, criminal drug laundering is what the whole cash things are supposed to try and stop.
And money orders are big in the drug industry because I remember Wells Fargo got tied up in that whole transferring money orders across the state lines and crap.
Yeah, well, I had a long conversation with my accountant about selling, like, if I ever sell my mixing board or some of my audio gear, and yeah, he said, no, just what you do is you open a bank account. If somebody has, okay, I do business with Bank X, so that's where we're going to do the exchange, and then so you go to the bank, you open an account at whatever their bank is, and then you just transfer. You say, okay, write your check. You go deposit from the same exact bank, and then as soon as the next moment, you take all of it out, close the account.
What he just told you to do is to commit a felony.
No, it's not. If my accountant would not tell me to fit it. No offense, I'm going to take my Jewish accountant's advice over yours, Yankee. I'm sorry.
First, but here's the thing: if you receive more than $10,000 and don't report it as income, it doesn't matter how you transfer it, be it check, money order, or whatever.
It's not income. If I sell something, it's not income. That I own, that's not income. I'm not working for it.
Certainly is. For more than a certain amount of time, and you've recorded that item as a loss on taxes or anything, it is income. It still is income if you sell something.
Doesn't matter if you report it on a loss on taxes or not. You can't just have possession of something and sell it without the fucking
you still have to report it.
of it, dude. Trust me.
And you have to. It has to counterbalance each other on your taxes. You have to say, I show a loss if I sold this item. That's why they ask you in the taxes.
Otherwise, we would have criminals doing whatever the fuck they want all the time, willy-nilly, because they would never have to be accountable for a massive amount of money that comes in and out of
this one.
Well, it's not like there's ever been a CPA that violated his oath either.
Yeah, telling someone to, if someone you sell an item for a lot of money.
We started out talking about having to record a transaction over $10,000, which is definitely something that they do at banks. Now, if you're talking about in order to get $10,000 given to you without anybody knowing about it, there's probably 100,000 different ways of doing that. But that has nothing to do with whether or not it's your job to tell the government.
But it's not. Doesn't mean it's legal. If it's over $10,000.
It's not illegal.
It's not illegal. Just take possession of $10,000 from somebody else. It's your business.
$10,000 and you don't report it as income. If you sell something and you don't report that income.
That don't report it as income is between you and the IRS. But taking possession is the part we're talking about. That's not illegal.
No, but what he's saying, the way he said his accountant told him to do it, just do it this way, then take it out a little bit of time, and you don't got to report his income. That's the crime.
No, he didn't say to take it out a little time. He said take it out all at once.
And he never said don't recount it as income. At least he never said that his account was.
Then why would you transfer it inside of the bank and then take it out?
Just so that the bank doesn't know who's sending
because
money
that way
their
bank,
business.
the check can't bounce.
And you're going to report it as
There's
income.
no delay. No.
No, you're correct.
That's the question. If you're going to report it as income, why do you care if the bank reports it to the IRS?
I don't know, but why do we have to explain to anybody how we do our banking?
But I'm going to say, though, if you're going to report it as income, why would you go to extra measures to not have it reported?
Well, before you even get to the IRS, you guys are missing the point, is that if you have a large transaction to do, and it's going to be a large check that you get, and somebody has to write it for you, if you open the account at the same bank that they have, then you don't. As soon as they write the check, the money's yours. You don't have to wait for it to clear. It doesn't have to go through from one bank to the other.
I don't know where you're coming up with all that. And I'm pretty sure if
your money right away,
dollars, and then you empty it, the bank is going to tell the government about that.
Yeah, the bank is going to tell, but here's the thing too, that's not true either. Even if you transfer immediately, most banks will have a hold period on that, regardless of even if...
No, not if it's the same bank.
No, they will. I've done multiple large money transfers, even when I'm transferring money from one account
Not
to
even
the
the $10,000. I've dealt with less than that and had to wait for a portion of it. They give you like a portion right away, but not all of it.
Not if it's the same bank.
We always did deposits of $25,000 on homes when we would put our deposit down to hold them for earnest to be able to get possession.
You're dealing with people that have different banks, not ones that have
No,
the
we
same
would transfer
bank.
it inside the same bank from our holding account, from our money market account to our checking account, so that we could write the check for the deposit to the escrow account, and the escrow account would say how long do we have to hold this. The bank would tell them hold it for 24 or sometimes 48 hours before it's good, because they would
It's a
have
different
a
thing.
hold on it because they don't want people doing the flippy floppy with money and ended up in the end getting more money.
That's
than
because of the escrow part.
Yeah.
Well, nothing that I suggested to do was a felony, and like I said, I'm going to go with Moshe's advice. And
Well, I tell you what, if Moshe didn't tell you, if Moshe gave you that advice, I would ask Moshe, why would you tell me to set up a bank account?
Well, I certainly hope you have to deal with transferring more than $10,000 around. More power to you.
So I would ask Moshe, why would I go to this measures? What would be the end game for me? What would be my benefit at the end? Other than trying to get the money a day or so faster. If that's what I want the money faster, just have the guy withdraw a money order and give me the money order. It's in my hand immediately that day. The only reason you would go to those extra measures
or because it gets reported differently than checks, I suppose. I didn't go the detail that. What's that? He was typing something. I had this conversation with Moshe. He's a CPA. I'm just going to go with what he says. So.
Well, I would ask him, why is he giving you that advice? Because you're going to have to report it to your taxes anyway. If it's more than $10,000.
I don't think so. I don't. If I
Sounds
sell
like
something
attorney-client
that I own,
privilege. You're
it's
asking.
not income.
It's his
It
business
depends.
why his attorney was telling him that.
Is what? Was that?
Saying that's his business. That's attorney-client privilege. You're not allowed to ask him why his attorney gave him that advice.
Accountants are not attorneys.
CPAs, yeah.
CPA client privilege.
His wife's a lawyer. He's a CPA. So
I think that your accountant should be on the same as your doctor or your attorney. No.
I don't know, because I think
no, CPA is certified public accountant, and the IRS can ask certain questions.
Yeah,
if
they're required to turn over certain information.
Yeah, but lawyers are certified or whatever.
Yeah, but lawyers aren't required to turn over certain information. Lawyers.
That's what I'm saying.
They
You
are
should
required
change
to
that.
turn certain information. But
Accountant should be on your side.
Yeah, well, yeah, but the IRS, if it's a certified public accountant, there's certain things that if the IRS asks them, they will tell them, And so a bit,
Yeah, you guys keep saying the way it is, and I'm saying I think it should be a different way.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
Well, I mean, most accountants.
The advantage of having an accountant that's your CPA married to his wife who's a lawyer is you get all the protections of both of them. So.
Oh, yeah, until you get burnt and see how quick that wife that's an attorney tells them that they have no responsibility to any of your actions.
What about if your attorney is a
good
CPA?
If you're
also your CPA and also your attorney.
If your CPA is so good that he scares the IRS people away.
There ain't no such thing as a CPA that scares
I'd
you.
like to find out who that is. You could ask Cal Capone. I bet you he had investigation as one of his items. That didn't work.
Yeah,
well, they had to capture his bookkeeper or something. I forget.
I don't remember. I have to see that documentary again.
Well, the whole thing was they caught the accountant, right? And
the guy from Honey, I Shrunk the Kids.
Yeah, the accountant, his CPA testified against him. Isn't that correct?
They got him with a bunch of receipts. They went through the IRS that he didn't pay his taxes.
It was a code, and the CPA had to interpret the code so that they could verify, what everything meant. So own CPA had to testify.
Basically, he didn't pay his taxes.
Right. And so they had to flip the CPA.
Tax evasion.
Right.
Yeah.
So-
Anyways, let's do
I guess the key that Yankee might be a little confused on is what is income. You know, so
If you sell an item for more than $10,000, that is
an
income.
item, any item.
Not any item. There are some exemptions. but
Yes,
you sell
any
something-
item, pretty much.
Well, no, there are some exemptions. There's like some exemptions for some medical items, etc. But you have to report them still, and then you have to exempt them after you report them.
That's the whole point of the stupid way that the tax system is. You can't just be in possession of something and then sell it. They want to know about everything you do. If you do it off the record, it's between you and the government. You're doing it off the record.
They don't.
Well, if I own items that are expensed already and depreciated, and you know they're just sitting in the
Dude,
closet,
I would think the same thing in a free country. You should be able to say, look, I didn't claim that I don't own this or anything. Like, this is just a piece of property. I'm going to go sell it and see what I can make on it.
I mean, I already
can't just
claimed
do that.
it.
You
I already
gotta claim
paid
all
my
that as
taxes
fucking
on
income.
that thing. What's there to
Yeah, no
report?
shit.
It's not income.
Dude, they count it as income. If you make any money out of nowhere, you can't just make money out of thin air.
It's not out of nowhere.
Income.
But there are ways you get to where you don't actually have to pay any taxes on the money that you brought in. There's a difference between having to report it and actually having to pay taxes on it. I sell stuff all the time. Back when we had businesses, we'd sell stuff all the time, like old kitchen equipment, stuff like that. You don't have to pay taxes on it. You have to show the offset to where we did have this material that was worth this much money. Now we don't have that material that's worth this much money. Now we have money for it instead, because that stops you from saying, okay, I just sold something. I sold something and got, oh, I have this $20,000 because I sold $20,000 worth of kitchen equipment. Then the IRS can say, okay, where's the bill of sale for the kitchen equipment? And if you don't have it, you're fucked.
Well, that's the whole thing. It's like if you have
action says, well, I paid $20,000 for this item, and they're going to go, that's interesting. So who was this item from? And then they're going to go find out if your taxes relate.
That's why 1099s exist.
Well, so basically you're talking about income, but what I'm talking about here is like, let's say Yankee, you bought a D9 for your construction like 20 years ago, and you did some whatever kind of expense, and you paid your taxes,
I
depreciation.
bought it as a business item, so I'm sure I wrote it off on my taxes.
Yeah, so you've already paid your taxes. So if you sell your D9,
the opposite.
is that
You don't
new
pay
income?
Taxes on it, you stop from paying taxes when you write something off. Writing something off doesn't make you pay more taxes. It makes you pay less. But later, when I get the money back for it, there's going to be what's called a difference of value, and I'm going to have to pay taxes on. If I've already written off so much of it and I didn't pay taxes because I wrote it off, but now I get the money back, I still have to pay taxes on that money.
But no, usually when you
let's
have
just say
business,
that somebody comes along and gives you a
depreciating
bulldozer.
curve, some kind of depreciation schedule for how you're going to depreciate it over time. And so after the 20 years you owned it, or the 10 years, whatever the depreciation schedule was, you've already paid all your taxes for it.
Big deal. They don't care at all about any of that. That's just how you get paid on that end. So let's say somebody just gives you a bulldozer and walks away. He says, here's the keys, thanks, and walks away. You go, I don't need a bulldozer, so I'm going to go sell it. Right? You can put the money in your pocket and act like it never happened, except for if a guy on the other end says, I paid $20,000 and here's where I'm depreciating it and writing it all off. And they're going to go, who'd you buy this $20,000 bulldozer off of? And then they're going to go look at your tax return and go, that's funny, we don't see a
it's on my
$2,000
tax
bulldozer.
returns already. All my stuff is on my tax return, so, you know.
But writing something
my
off.
subchapter S tax return.
Well, if you guys are selling a D9 for 20 grand, I'm in. I'll buy it right now.
That's not Canadian money.
Why not?
Anyway, I suggest everybody go to your CPA and don't take advice from the internet.
And here's one thing I'll tell you too: if your CPA tells you tricks on how to get away without reporting money, don't use that CPA.
Amen, Yankee.
Sorry, I'll go with Moshe. Or
I'll tell you, Moshe's a fucking crook if he told you to do that, because that would be a red flag to the IRS. That's the kind of shit that gets you audited.
Well, there's
there's
accountants know the rules. They know the playing field. They know the game. So then there's going to be ones that play a certain way. There's going to be ones that play another way, and there's going to be ones that bank the odds that there's probably somebody else who get audited before you. There's probably we can have do this or that and make it so it's less appealing to audit you. And then there's some that are going to be let's play it safe. So that's all we're dealing with here is probably just different
Yeah,
types.
they
of
do know
accountants.
the percent. Yeah, they could look at your, what you're doing and say the chances of you being audited are like less than 1%.
Here's the thing,
Sure, and they might be totally confident that if you did, that they've got ways to justify it, and they might be right. It's just that, unfortunately, the other side of it is the fucking federal government, which has unlimited resources and has no reason to let go. If they bite on something and it's wrong and they feel like prosecuting it, they'll spend unlimited resources on it, which is ridiculous. And if we know that we're talking about a government that will go after people that are of different political agendas or whatever, why would you want to put a red flag in front of that ball?
If you sell something, it's $10,001, and let's say you've already taken all your tax depreciation on it, you are no longer have any tax credit on that item at all. So any money you sell it for is going to be pure profit now. So let's say you sell it for $10,001, and your accountant Moshe tells you to go to that bank, open an account, put that money in that account, and then withdraw it back out. Well, the IRS is going to look at that now, and if you don't report that as income, they're not going to say, "Oh, look, you just didn't know you had to report that as income." They're going to look at that transaction and go, "You could
prove its income. Prove its income."
Are you kidding me? They're going to go,
Prove
"Oh,
that I
you
own
accidentally
taxes on
opened that bank account, transferred the money, removed the money from the thing, and then canceled the bank account and forgot to tell us about it as an accident. Whoops, you were busy that day because you were opening and closing
I'd like
bank
to see them prove that I actually
They don't got proof shit.
owe tax on the money in the first place.
They're just going to have to show that
All they got to do is go, "Where'd you get 10 grand, dude?" That's all they have to do. $10,000 in your bank account, or in your. Well, I guess if you're saying
it's
you're going
not
to
there
put it in
anymore.
cash and put it under the bed, then yeah, what are the odds that they're going to come bust in your door and look under your bed?
Yeah, we had a guy once, and we sold a condo over in northeast Portland, and the people put a $50,000 deposit in escrow, and we had to deposit a $50,000 money order, and believe me, we had to jump through hoops to fucking deposit that $50,000 money order, transaction-wise, as far as taxes were concerned, because it's unusual, because it was an unusual amount for that size of a property. Because it makes it look like we're selling something other than just the property.
Yeah.
Because when we sit down with our people, when we were selling or buying a property, they'll even tell you, these people want to put this much down. No, just let them put this much down. Because if they put that much down, people are going to start looking and sniffing around.
Yeah, and if you didn't try to have our government try to do as much crap as it tries to do, then it wouldn't need to steal as much money as it tries to freaking steal all the time, and then it wouldn't need
The government
to have
is
all these
always
damn
hungry.
rules.
The government is always hungry for more money.
I hear you, but we could chop it down so it's a smaller hungry thing.
Oh yeah, but I can understand the government worrying about, okay, we got these giant corporations moving billions back and forth across borders, so we need to make sure everything's on the up and up and there's not people coming with that, etc. But when someone's transferring money in their own private accounts between family members and business people, it doesn't need the scrutiny that it's getting. They end up wasting their time because what they end up doing is going, well, we could go after the big offenders, but the big offenders got lawyers and it's going to take forever and blah blah blah. But if we go after the little guys, it's better to arrest, go after 100 little guys and make just as much money as it is to go after one big guy, because the one big guy will fight and the 100 little guys will just roll over and pay because they got no other option.
Well, what about, so that brings us to our next subject, FIFA. $150 million worth of fraud.
Yeah, I almost couldn't care. I mean, I understand that I should be offended by the fact that people like this exist, but nothing bores me more than fucking soccer other than soccer controversy.
Yep, it's a communist chess game.
And the people that are upset are Vladimir Putin and all the workers of Qatar who are being worked in the 140-degree
killed. I mean, they're being put to death. They're being worked to death to be able.
Yeah,
to
what we need is a website that just says how many people have been killed and like have a running ticker like the debt clock.
I rock my guitar in Qatar.
Yeah, I mean, well, at least we know how the last two World Cup locations got awarded. So
yeah, I got it through.
I know that I feel better knowing that the 9 versus 40 debate was settled tonight.
I haven't even figured out which. I'm leaning towards Glock right now over BBQ, but I don't know. I might change in the morning.
What, 9 versus 40?
Yeah, while we were doing this one, in the midst of it, Edge did a chat 9 versus 40.
I don't think that's what it said on the title, but I was listening to it and I didn't hear any of that part of the debate. But
Oh, it just turned into gun talk.
No, dude.
No,
you want to
it
really
was
get
on.
gun geeks in a war? Talk about caliber wars, Jesus.
I was kind of listening to two chats at once, so it got confusing.
I like
Well,
to
I'm
do
a
that
40
sometimes.
guy. G-Webs, are you a 40 guy?
Normally.
Thank you. Yankee?
He can't handle 40.
The only thing is I can't stand it's like, you know, G-Webs, isn't the PSI to the 40 and 9 it's the same?
I don't think so. 40's high pressure round, 9's a weak, anemic round. Made for Europeans. So it didn't hurt their wrists and their brittle bones. Pretty sure there's less gravity over there too, so that makes it even worse.
Yeah, Europeans.
Well, can't you? Why don't you just get plus P rounds instead, and not have to, for your 9 and not worry about it?
Would everybody leave? There's
No,
10
I'm
people
still
in
here, G-Webs. I'm still here for you, brother. What's going on?
This money talk has made me bored.
And then you started
Thank
talking
you.
about 9.
Figured Dan was sleeping. Yankee got mad because we were right and he left in a huff.
I'm not sleeping. I got my CPAP on.
Oh.
CPAP.
I got that thing on. I can't talk.
Oh.
Whatever keeps you
Dan,
alive.
you're roboting. Too soon? All right, well.
Well,
What? Wait,
Seems like
whoa,
you light a firecracker or something.
What?
I realized that as I was setting the aim point, that I didn't check the magazine first. And that was a bad thing.
Well, I'm seeing here on diffin.com that the maximum pressure for a 9mm is 9mm. Okay, is about 34,084 psi, and the 40 is 35,000 psi. So.
1,000 psi's.
Yeah, so it's about 1,000 psi's difference.
So, has everybody stated their preference, or did everybody abstain?
All about that 9.
40.
They got a reverence for Edge. A lot of people didn't want to vote. They voted no contest.
I mean, I'm a crusty
Well,
old.
I've heard rap songs about 9, but I haven't heard one rap song about 40. So.
Oh my God.
There's a lot of 40 songs.
There's a couple of 40s.
A rap song about a 40.
Oh yeah.
I think they need 40 ounces in those songs, though.
Yes, and penetration for 40 is like 9.8 to 25 inches. I think 8 to 40 inches on a 9mm.
Well, I mean, I'm gonna have to start going looking at shooting the bulls all of his ballistic tests. I mean, I kind of know that I want the Hornady bullet for my 3-inch for my subcompact Ruger, but I don't know. I have to go look at all of his ballistic tests for what's the best 9 for a full size 9, because I think it's important that you pick the right ammo. So, and of course, I think Mac did that one test with some special ammo for armor piercing with a 9, or I think it was a 9mm. I forget.
I mean, the difference in PSIs is like less than 1,000.
So what's the difference then? Who cares?
Well, talk about numbers.
I think maybe the bullet, design of the round or the bullet might be important. I like the critical defense, those FTX flex points for my 357, but I don't know about for 9s.
I like 9s because they make great rap songs. Grab my 9.
Yeah. Grab my 9.
Oh, you remember when Tech 9s were the thing? They were rapping about, grab my Tech. Those Tech 9s have faded away, man. Speaking of which. Remember Tech 9s was the evil gun in the United States for a little bit?
Well, I mean, the AK is always the evil, I think, that people
but the Tech
see
9
it as evil.
It was, I know it was manufactured here in, I know it was manufactured in Florida. It was
that's more like a hip evil thing. I don't think even most people know what a Tech 9 is.
Well, there's a rapper called Tech 9.
I didn't know that, but I haven't been following that shit since NWA. So.
Oh, I love NWA. We could talk about that forever. Tech 9, yeah. Used to be one of my favorite rappers. Yeah, it was the Tech 9 gun. That was the
Intertech 9.
Intertech, yes, Intertech 9.
Wasn't it the same guy, Kellgren?
Yeah, it was made by a Swedish company.
Yeah.
Out of Stockholm.
It's the same guy that ends up working that is with Keltec.
And then after the Cleveland School Massacre, the Tech 9 was in California's list of banned weapons. Was subject to controversy following its use in the 101 California street shootings. And later, oh yeah, that was the same gun used in the Columbine High School Massacre. What is it? The Robert E. Roos Assault Weapons Control Act? Yeah, you don't see anybody talk about the Intratech 9.
G-Web's got a couple of videos about it. I actually found some 10-round magazines for it at one point. I was going to get one.
Yeah, it looks like a ripoff from the Grease gun.
Nah. Doesn't load the same.
It just looked like they just turned a few things around and it's like, I don't know, that's what I'm getting from it. It looks like a Grease gun. I'm looking at it here on Wikipedia. I like it with the air cooled.
The muffler?
No, the muffler, yeah. Oh yeah, that was. I just remember Tech 9s because, like, what was his name? Spice One used to rap about those guys all the time. Rap about those guns all the time.
Jack Burton used one in Big Trouble in Little China.
Oh yeah, he did, didn't he?
I think it was that 9 is easier to rhyme than 40. What the hell does 40 rhyme with?
Oh, 40? Shorty?
Shorties. Gotta love them shorties.
40 ounce?
That'd be a forte.
Yeah, some Tay-Tay.
9 rhymes with more shit.
Tippy Tow, Tippy Tay.
Yippee yo, yippee yay.
Time.
Got my 40 and AK. Ready to ruin somebody's day?
Well, today's a good day. I didn't have to use my AK.
Right on. And you know, I'm not down with Ray J. Gosh, those tech nights. Yeah, it looks like a freaking. There's one guy that has like a grease gun. If you go and look on the images on Google, it's like they got one that's look. They knew it. Intratech.
No, it was a innovative design. I wish G-Webs hadn't have left, man. He's met the guy, Kelgren. He's done a couple of videos on it. It was
like,
called something. It was something that was over there first before it was over here.
Well, bring it up in the next chat tomorrow or something.
Definitely.
Is there a Saturday chat?
Yeah, I'm sure he'll do an I Hate Guns podcast tomorrow, I
oh
bet.
my God, let's do another Caliber chat. Oh, I can go on.
Well, tomorrow I'm going to buy a gun, so it's,
Oh, nice. You know, tomorrow I'm gonna make some apple pie.
What's your
I
gun
have
you
no
go
idea
buy?
what kind of gun. At least you know what kind of pie.
I know I'm going to the range tomorrow. And I'm
Oh,
gonna
nice.
sling some lead.
What kind of lead are you gonna be slinging?
357, 357, 45 ACP, and some 223 556.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I might try to go.
I'm going to be contemplating about burning my house down.
Really?
Right.
On purpose or on accident?
For insurance purposes?
Insurance purposes?
You don't have
Make
sure
So technically that's on accident, by the way. An accident.
Yeah, just say you fell asleep. You were smoking a cigarette and you fell asleep and the cigarette dropped down and it caught everything on fire.
Yeah, no. Actually, you know what? I think I might make a gun range tomorrow.
Nice. I like hearing that, Flat.
It's going to be kind of hard for you to make a gun range with the field for the cattle.
Moving targets.
Who would? Okay, let's do the. Who would you guys rather have with you as your partner, like in a zombie apocalypse? The Predator.
Daniel.
The Predator, Van Damme, Steven Seagal, or Spock?
Does Spock have knowledge of interstellar travel and things like that?
Yeah.
Does he have a phaser?
Right? All of a sudden.
Yes.
But I don't know. What happens when the Predator gets bit by a zombie, dude? I don't know that I can handle that. That would be bad.
Oh,
That'd
yeah,
be
that's a
real
good point.
bad.
But do you think?
I go to Spock. Like, who would mess with an alien? Come on now.
Well, no,
Spock will like create create the cure to like prevent all this stuff going down.
But what?
Motherfucker can build me a rocket ship to get out of here. What are you talking about, man?
Seriously.
If Spock could be like the professor on Gilligan's Island for future items, you know, out of coconuts you can make, you know, a warp 6 ship, then he'd be my guy.
Yeah,
Out of coconuts.
Well, that was everything was coconut made on Gilligan's Island, if you remember.
Well, like, who would you, like, what about Steven Seagal or maybe like Van Damme or Arnold Schwarzenegger? Or,
Zombie fodder. They're the first
Give me
guy I'm
Spock.
tripping.
Give me Spock.
Spock? All right.
I mean, a phaser and a tricorder, he would be pretty. He could detect the zombies. Nothing's gonna get near him, and if he can't cure it, he'll wipe them all out.
Well, what about Doctor Who?
Wait a minute, is it Doctor Who or does he have the TARDIS?
I don't know. I mean, Doctor Who's
Because if he has the TARDIS, you can just go hang out in the fucking TARDIS, and the zombie apocalypse won't mean shit. I mean, there's a fucking pool in there.
But I wanted to say that Captain Kirk would be fucking useless in the zombie apocalypse.
Right, unless he's banging zombie bitches.
Oh, yeah, well, he could fuck the zombie queen and turn them all into his army.
There you go.
So
in the zombie apocalypse, I'd be heading further north.
There you go.
So
did you see what was it? Dead Snow? Laugh? Did you see that one? Where it's the Nazi zombies?
Oh yeah.
I was until I've seen like the little advert zombie Nazis. I'm like, yeah, no.
It was, you know, of course. So it's a foreign film, right? You know, classy and all that, pinky extended and all. But it was pretty good. It had a decent twist at the end. I don't know that the zombies were. They were smarter than regular zombies. Let's just put it like that.
Highly trained dead zombies?
Well, they were originally Nazis, so they were trained at least in that much. But they didn't freeze to death, kind of like you would hope.
So
like you're
they
talking
followed
about.
orders.
Well,
yeah, but that
sorta.
That right there is like null and void.
Right, because the shit would freeze, right?
Oh, that's like when I think of like if a zombie apocalypse would ever happen.
It happens in the insect world.
You'd have to like the ideal spot to live, or the two ideal spots I think would be along Texas, Arizona, or up here in Canada, preferably in the Alaska, Yukon, Northwest Territory, Nunavut area. Because you either have you either have dry heat that would dry the zombies out, or you have bloody cold that freezes the zombies.
All right, I can see both of those.
We could just get them to chase us across the lava or something, and they just march right into it, trying to get to it.
Well, isn't Hawaii very humid?
Parts of it. We got a desert. We got deserts. We got snow-covered.
Hawaii
mountains.
has
We
a
got,
desert?
yeah. Hell yeah.
Interesting.
Like, what is there, 11 climates? We got like
it has
7 or
every
8.
climate zone in the world except like subarctic.
There is
Big
a
on them.
Hawaiian ski team.
Well, yeah, but I don't know if they're any good. I mean, it's not-
There's a Hawaiian snowboard competition every year
There you go.
over on
Brother,
Bigham.
we're making magic, brother.
they gotta walk up. There's no like, you know.
Oh,
they
and
don't-
here's the other thing. It's on fucking lava rock, too, so no matter how thick you think that snow is, that's lava rock that is very sharp and will cut you very fast underneath it.
Yeah, so you have to be stupid to go snowboarding on the Big Island, basically.
Or not fall. Literally.
Everybody that goes snowboarding falls. I mean, come on.
It goes with the...
Even
it goes with the
even I
territory.
fall.
So lava rock's that sharp, huh?
Oh, lava rock will cut you like a bit.
Well, the is
I
sharp.
like how you say it.
I thought people like
Nonchalantly.
wasn't it like a sport or something to go down like the lava formations with banana leaves or something?
No, the sleds. There's a story about that that's interesting. They have sleds. The ancient Hawaiians used to go downhill. They used to have like I don't know. Was it what kind of wood did they use?
Either sandalwood or koa.
Koa. Well, no, they also had what's the other kind of wood?
Well, Kiabe wasn't there yet.
Ohia.
Ohia?
Ohia wood.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, basically, they see ya, Nick. Anyway, so yeah, they would go downhill, and the story is there's this one famous legend that about there was this one king of Puna. I forget his name, but the king of Puna would go down would always have the races, and so one day and he had a very fast sled, and he usually won. So one day Pele came down in disguise and raced the king, and the king won. And so she said, "Wow, can I try your sled?" And he says, "No, who are you to ask me for my sled? You know, you're nobody." So then she got mad and left her regular disguise, and then she called down the lava and to go, and so the king had to like run, and he chased the lava chased the king all the way down to the ocean and Puna, and he got on a boat and he had to sail to Maui. And there's a story about that. You could look it up online, but
Well, those sleds that you're talking about, they were actually used in a battle or two, and I think it was over on Oahu and some of the higher elevation valley or whatever. So it was like they literally slid down the walls as the enemy was basically coming through the valley or whatever, and they rode the sleds down and kind of like slaughtered them. It was used in warfare as well.
well, I must have missed that battle, but I don't really follow the battles that much. I just knew that legend about the king of Puna and the Pele getting angry at him for not loaning her his sled, and so he had to run to the ocean, get on, and make an outrigger.
Well, and here's the other thing. It's a good thing that you realize that Pele is no one to be trifled with.
Well, Pele's Tahitian. She's not even a Hawaiian. I mean, that's the legend. These are legends, but it's a Tahitian god. It's not the Hawaiians have 4 gods, and Pele isn't one of them.
Are you still going to mess with Pele?
No, I already had my house burned down once because I messed with Pele when I was a kid.
All right. I was going to say, you live on Big Island, so I probably would have even more respect for Pele.
Well, I don't do anything to offend Pele. But I also don't say Pele is. Well, what happened to me was when I was 13 years old, I came here and I took some black sand back with me to California, and then it was in my place in Malibu and it burned down. So I figured, I had a little bottle of black sand or something, little mini.
How do you spell Pele?
P-E-L-E.
Yep.
Sorry?
P-E-L-E.
P-E-L-E.
E. P-E-L-E, Pele. Yeah, but that's a Tahitian god. The Hawaiian people that worship, that say stuff about Pele, most of them, think that's like the god of Hawaii, and it's not. And they don't even all the Hawaiian immersion people that study, that's the Hawaiian culture know that that's, not the Hawaiian gods.
So let me ask a question born out of ignorance. So who did the Hawaiians ever have a war with?
Themselves.
Measles, and measles, and the Russians once, I think. Did the Russians? They had that base or whatever they tried to establish on Maui or something.
What was that, like 1800s or?
Yeah.
Well, like the Hawaiians weren't unified under any one king until Kamehameha the Third, Kamehameha the Second, the one who had the cannons.
Right. I mean, I understand tribal warfare. I would just, I got the impression that there was another power other than the Hawaiians themselves.
Well, no, most of the Hawaiians died because of, like, what was it, the measles that they got from white people coming over from Europe?
Yep. Kind of like the North American Indians with
American Indians,
smallpox and polio.
Yeah, well, whichever it was, that's what killed most of them. I mean, there wasn't any actual battle when the Hawaii, they got rid of the queen. What's her name? Queen K.
Liliuokalani. Liliuokalani.
Right. Well, there wasn't like a battle where people died or anything, I don't think. They just took over, and they had ships with guns.
The air quotes bloodless coup.
Yeah.
Air quotes though.
Right.
Well, compared to the way they slaughtered all the Indians, I mean.
Yes.
I think in Hawaii it was just the population being affected by the diseases brought by outside. Mostly that killed the most people, just numerically.
Right. I mean, it seems that obviously that many tribes are treated poorly in many different ways, but the American Indians seem to, in many ways, get the worst in all ways. I mean, having their land stolen from them, being driven thousands of miles, humanitarian slaughter, disease. I mean, everything.
Yeah, it very much, the Trail of Tears and the Long Walk very much reminded me of what my family went through. Then they were fleeing the Nazis, except it was Jews fleeing Nazis. So instead of Indians fleeing white people, being force marched, we were just running away to stay ahead of them.
Other than a lot of white people don't want to acknowledge what our ancestors did, and my ancestors were still over in Ireland at the time.
Yeah, I didn't have anything to do with it.
We don't have a national day of, I'll call it, remembrance for our native peoples.
What would you call it? What would you call it, though? You can't call it National Indian Day. That would offend all of them.
Well,
Native American Day?
No, you call it Native People, because you can't have 15 for every Indian nation, etc. Everybody have their own day. I mean, you can certainly have one. It just as far as everybody's off for that day, so that we can have what each individual family wants to do to remember why that day is special.
Yeah, but I think Obama administration is Island. Have you been reading about the whole thing where they're creating a Hawaiian tribe, just to create a native Indian tribe so they can give some money to somebody in the Hawaiian Free Press? Did you read those articles?
It was it's kind of been going on for a while, where it was the conquered people or something like that, and the Hawaiian section or whatever it was basically saying, no, we don't want, they're basically the same rights that the Native Americans ended up being granted afterwards.
Yeah.
Because they're like, no, we're they still under the guise of the sovereign nation still, and this and that, so they didn't want to be under the same not jurisdiction, that's not the right word, but where it falls under the same category or whatever. So basically, they've been not wanting that and fighting against that.
But somebody very happy because they're going to get a lot of money. I mean, because of what they're trying to do.
Yes, because if it does go through, I mean, think about it. If they get the same basic rights that the Native American tribes were granted, they have their own rules on their own reservation. They can have casinos and gambling and make their own rules, basically.
But they have to be members of a tribe that doesn't exist, so they're trying to create one, by taking people's names off lists or something. I don't know. It just seems weird what they're doing, and.
But it just kind of like regardless of how people feel about not JFK but MLK, even if you don't care for him necessarily, but just a day of remembrance of slavery and the war between the states, how that tore this country apart, that as a bare minimum, we should have a day as a remembrance for remembering the past, so we dare not repeat it in the future.
Well,
I mean,
I don't know. Remember the
Well,
past
like-
day?
Well, but out here, also, Dan, you got to understand, as far as state holidays go, we have May Day, Admissions Day, King Kamehameha Day. We have several state holidays that are remembrances of the Hawaiian peoples.
Yeah, Kill Howley Day.
maybe
That's
it's
not
not
a state holiday.
maybe it's
Prince
not
Leo
appropriate for the Hawaiian people, and I guess because you already kind of have something. But I guess I'm thinking in terms of the sins from the Big Father in D.C. Up past that have been visited upon the people.
You're breaking up, Dan, a little bit. Regroup.
Robot. Robot alert. Robot alert.
And but if you don't remember where we've been,
Right,
we're bound
I
to
got
repeat
you.
it.
I definitely got you.
We just don't have to have a holiday for everything, though. But,
Well,
I mean,
but it doesn't have to be a day off, but just a day of remembrance, like the Japanese in World War II in internment camps. Because the modern day equivalent would be Muslims.
Except they're not in internment camps.
Yeah. I'm not saying that that's a high possibility. I'm just saying that,
well, if you want to have a holiday where somebody got screwed over, a day of remembrance, and you'd have to have a list that scrolls for about an hour of everything
Right,
that's been
every
fucked over in
ethnicity
America.
that ever came.
Right. I understand that. That's why I'm
We're
saying
sorry about the Irish, the Indians, the Cherokees, the Hawaiians. We're sorry about internment camps. We're sorry about Obamacare. We're sorry about. It's never gonna happen.
I'm trying to keep it generalized. It doesn't need to be a day of
Make a good song instead of making a day. You make a great song. It's like.
I mean, we have holidays that are not paid vacation days. And it can be as simple as that. It's just a day that hopefully some people will remember as to, oh yeah, that's something that happened way back when. And by keeping it in our current minds, we are less likely, but not impossible, to repeat that and happen.
Either you study history or you don't. Either you study history or you don't.
Columbus Day ought to be removed entirely. I mean, that's a correction that needs to be made.
That's why I threw that out there. But, the other day was also like National Cheeseburger Day. Or Hamburger Day, excuse me.
We have Earth Day, Lettuce Day, Broccoli Day.
I mean, those are just awareness days for like industries. They're not holidays.
What was that thing where there was a big controversy because the New York State Senate was like trying to figure out what the state vegetable was or the state snack food was, or I forget.
Oh, well,
especially after they banned 2 liters and all that junk food and all that, you kind of have to wonder.
Have like a state bird, a state fruit, and that usually has to do with like agriculture and what literally brings in that state's money in that particular industry.
Did you guys hear the story in California where it's now against the law in some town in California to mention that for a restaurant to mention that they can order juice or soft drinks for children. If you go into a McDonald's in the town, you either get them water or milk, and that's it. I mean, you can ask for it, but the employees aren't allowed to ask if you want a Coke or a juice or something. They're only allowed to offer you. So you have to ask if you want it.
That's an natty state right there.
That certainly rings of governmental overreach.
Yeah, and they had a I saw the news story on it, and they had a 2-month open comment period, and not one person commented the whole time on it. So now, if you go through a fast food restaurant or any restaurant and you have kids, that they're not allowed to ask you if you want a soft drink or anything.
Like you can ask for it
water or
yourself.
milk. Yeah, right.
But they can't offer. Well, they can't mention it to you, I guess.
Right.
That's fucked up. That's a bunch of bullshit.
Where is this?
Somewhere in California.
Oh.
California. I'm trying to remember the town.
Of course,
It's in a
of course
story
it's
today.
going to be in California.
That's
What
okay.
else would it be?
Somewhere in California.
Yeah, it was in the news today. You can Google it, you know. But if you really want to know.
Regular TV.
Yeah, it was on CNN or something.
So I mean, I get like Sky News, which is out of England, and
Check Fox. If it wasn't on CNN, it had to be on Fox. So sounds like a Fox story.
but that's why when it comes to U.S. news, I mean, a lot of times I'm 24 to 72 hours behind everybody else. I mean, unless literally everyone's talking about it on the internet. But you know, that's $60 a month I don't have to pay just for that 24 to 72 hour waiting period.
Right, because how important is that news anyway?
Yeah, I have a 2-week waiting period for handguns here. So.
Yep. Sons of bitches.
Go pay for it, and then you wait 2 weeks.
That was the hardest part.
I'm so glad I don't have to do that.
When I bought that revolver, and like so I was ordering it from the mainland, and it took like the week or whatever to get here, or however long.
And then you have to wait another 2 weeks.
On top of it, yep.
Yeah, and plus they got a new guy in Tona, so he's like slower. He's like a week behind or something in just registering it, going through the FFL stuff. So it's like you can wait like a month after you buy it.
Wow. No, I will admit that the MPD here, the ladies, they're very nice at the records department or wherever it is that I'm going. They're always nice. They're usually pretty thorough and efficient and quick.
One retired here. They are here too, but one retired and they got a new guy, and now everything's just all fucked up.
So, Darren, was that anybody we know?
Huh?
Or you just want to go with no comment?
What, my wife?
I don't know. I don't know. That's.
Daniel wants to know what's her store number.
Well, she's married.
There you go. She's taken, Dano.
Well, what's that got to do with the store number?
Well, I gotta get out of here. I gotta save my energy, get some sleep, because I gotta go buy a gun tomorrow. So.
Congratulations.
I don't know which one it's gonna be yet. It's gonna be a Glock or a PPQ, but
anything but a Glock.
Anything but a.
Looks like there's several people still in this chat, but it seems like we only got a couple talking. So I don't know if they're just AFK or what
I'm
they are.
about to head in just the next few moments myself.
Yeah.
I gotta get everything packed up.
I'm just going to mute and see if anybody talks. If nobody talks, then I'll just disconnect. So we'll catch you guys later.
All right, take care, Daniel.
Catch you later.
Mad Max rocks the Glock. I'm out.
There you go. Peace.
Oh, even Yankee left.
It's definitely starting to roll down for sure.
The herd is thinning. Yeah.
I think so. Yeah, because the range opens up at about 8:30. It's only open to 1. There's only so many lanes, so if you don't get in early, you'll have to wait. So, like, I gotta get everything in packaged and ready to load into the truck first thing in the morning.
Huh.
Because we cannot transport, like, loaded magazines. The ammo has to be locked. The firearms have to be in firearms designed cases. Like, cases specifically designed for firearms. We got a bunch of silly rules here.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
I thought our rules and laws were out of this world.
I mean,
like for us, all we gotta do is make sure there's a trigger lock on the pistol, and the pistol's gotta be locked up in a case, but the ammunition could be in the same box.
oh yeah, that would be a no-no for out here.
So you pretty much have to. So you got to have 2 lock boxes, one for your pistol, one for your ammunition.
Well, for example, like I can just use like my Glock case or my Smith & Wesson case for those handguns because they were technically designed for the firearms, right?
Yeah.
So I don't have to have those locked, but I have to have them in those cases. And then like I have a rifle case, so I just lock that. And then as far as ammo, like my mags and my ammo are just separate from my firearms. Like they're not even in the same bag, kind of a thing. Just in case if I ever did get pulled over, because they're always going to ask you, do you have any weapons or firearms? So of course I'm not going to lie to them and say I don't if I do, because then that's its own amount of trouble.
Yeah.
But then you don't also want to have to do any extra splaining either, so just a few extra hoops to jump through, so it sucks on that end, but you know, it's one of those things, if you follow the rules, you'll probably be okay.
Actually, you know what? I think the only time I've ever been asked if I got firearms in my vehicle is when I got pulled over by Fish and Wildlife.
Well, that makes sense, because that's the way they roll.
And I've always said yes, because I always have a rifle in the back seat.
Nice.
And they're like, well, why do you got the rifle? And I'm like, because I do a lot of driving. Last thing I want to do is hit a deer and have it suffer on the side of the highway.
Well, yeah, there's that. Plus,
don't
you have bear and things like that too. You know,
Yeah.
you got all that kind of stuff there.
And me, I don't really feel like beating a deer to death with a ball-peen hammer again.
Again? Oh man,
That's a pain in the ass.
man. Especially when old Bambi's looking right up at you, like, "What are you doing, man?"
Oh no, what's funny? What's funny? Like the first time I ever did long distance driving, it was in my pickup truck going from Okanagan Falls up to Fort Mac, and there was this deer crippled on the side of the highway at 2 o'clock in the morning. So me and my old man, we pull over to see what we can do, and I'm like, Dad, do you got a knife? He's like, no. You got an axe? No. It's like, you got a hammer? Yep. Shit. Okay. So take the hammer. It's a little 2-pound ball-peen hammer. Walk over the deer, and just as I'm about to swing down, a little car comes rushing up the highway and stops in front of us, and the driver's like, you guys need any help? I'm like, no. Okay, all right if we watch. Okay.
What?
So
I'd be
then,
like, wait a minute, you got a knife in there? You got an axe in there? You got something?
So I lift the hammer up, and I just whack the deer over the head. And then all of a sudden, I hear like these 2 or 3 kids in the car just start screaming and, "Oh my God, Dad, what is he doing?" And the guy was like, "It's the way of life." I'm like, "Oh dear God."
Nice. I thought he was going to say Bambi owed him some money.
No, the guy's like, "No, that's what happens when you find a deer on the side of the highway." It's like, oh shit. So there I am, 5 or 6 swings into this thing.
Oh man.
And the damn deer finally calves over. I'm like, fuck, I hope I never have to do this again. So I grab the front and rear legs, and I start pulling over the ditch. And what was this? This was early January, so it was deep snow. So I get onto the side of the highway, and I sink up to my chest in snow, and this damn deer rolls on top of me. I'm like, oh, Jesus Christ.
It's good. It's still got something for you. It's gonna try and take you out.
And then my dad comes over, and he's just laughing his ass off and rolls the deer off. And I'm like, oh, Christ, I hope I never have to do that again.
Thanks, Dad. Thanks,
You're
Dad.
You're an ass. When was it? That was 9 years ago? Oh, man. But that's what we got to live with up here.
Right, circle of life. When I lived I lived near the Great Lakes, we had deer issues like that. They're right, always by the highway, so you always had to worry about that. And you know, if you're not driving a truck, a deer's gonna fuck your car right on up, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, that deer might kill you in a small enough car.
A deer. Yeah, anything smaller than a mid-sized car will definitely fuck your day up.
Yep. Well, and if you're going too fast or anything like that, you know, you're gonna lose control. Who knows whether you roll it, you hit a tree. I mean, any and all.
Yeah, no,
Our deer are much smaller out here now.
Yeah, because you're still in Hawaii, right?
Yes, sir. We have access deer out here.
So you got them things that are smaller than a Great Dane or around the same size of Great Dane.
A little bit bigger, but yeah, axis deer.
Yeah. Yeah, because I know down by the island, they got deer. I think they stand 3.5 feet tall, and they live off of what is it? Kelp or whatever that comes off the ocean.
Really? Seaweed?
Yeah, the seaweed. That's their main source of nutrition.
Where's this at?
Down by Vancouver Island.
Okay, I gotcha. Yeah, so they're pretty much genetically predisposed to not grow that big because of what their situation or their environment allows them.
Yeah, because they're naturally small deer. Like, they're no bigger than a Great Dane.
Yeah, so compared to a whitetail or a mule deer, or let alone elk or caribou or anything like that.
Yeah, like a whitetail or a muley deer, they stand. Well, their head is probably 5 feet.
Yeah, because it doesn't say they're at least 4 foot at the shoulder, at least 4 foot.
Yeah.
If not a little more.
Yeah, they're about. Yeah, muley and whitetail, they're about 4 feet at the shoulder.
I never ate mule deer, but I've definitely eaten some whitetail, and it's pretty good.
Yeah, especially during bow season, you don't get that gamey taste because they're not in the rut yet.
As I say, because it's earlier. They don't have all that extra hormones and shit going crazy.
Yeah, and I haven't been able to make a single bloody deer season, I think, in 6 years because of my damn job, but I've always tried to...
That job allows you to do whatever you do with the rest of your year, though.
Yeah, but I'm hoping this year I can probably try to get out.
Well, I certainly hope so. Like out here, they're like what do you call it? A nuisance or a pest or invasive species kind of a thing. So same with like the feral hogs out here. Like there's not necessarily a regular season on like private or what do you call it? Like not like refuge land, but something like that where it's set aside for hunting specifically and all that.
Oh yeah.
So like hog, you could take hog 2, 3, 4 if that's what you want to do.
So no bag limit, no.
Definitely not on hog. You know, there's only just certain areas that you can go. Whether it's your private land that's large enough where it's okay, or there's certain hunting areas that you can go. Like one or two of them are like land trusts that have been set up so that you can go hunt in those areas and stuff like
That's
that.
kind of cool.
Yeah.
Or become buddies with some farmers.
Well, that's kind of hard too because you still have to be aware that you can not discharge a firearm within certain distances, either from the road or from the neighbor, or there's so many rules. Not like say I lived in Wisconsin or whatever, and all that pasture land during deer season gets rented out for people to go deer hunting.
Yeah, because up here you can't shoot a firearm within 100 meters of a house or 100 meters of the center line of a road.
And the other problem with that out here is the noise portion. If the neighbor technically hears the gunshot, but you're still outside of, like you just said, the 300 meters or whatever, like 1,000 feet, if they can still call the police on you. Now you might not get, like if you have your hunting license and everything else is kosher, you might just get a stern warning. Like, hey, can't hunt here or something like that. But if your stuff's not in order, well then they're just taking your rifle and taking you to jail. You might be able to get out relatively easy, but the fine is going to be pretty hefty.
Wow,
yeah, they really don't want
So
you
it's
discharging
either-
a firearm other than in the prescribed areas for the most part. They're really not down with that.
So it's more of a noise violation thing than the firearm violation.
Well, if anything, that's what gets you busted, is that the neighbor would call for hearing gunshots, right? So since there's no season on hog, it could just be Tuesday afternoon or something like that, and the neighbor don't know any different. They might just go, hey, I heard gunshots over at Kavika's house, so they're going to send somebody to investigate, and then if it comes down that they see you like hauling, putting your gun away and putting a bore in the back of the truck or something like that, they're going to ask you for your hunting license and this and that, and did you know that, the neighbor called on you and blah blah, they're going to do their due diligence because if gunshots fired, they gotta check it out.
Yeah.
So it's always nice to be able to go hunt somewhere where there are no neighbors, or the neighbors are so far away that they don't hear the shot.
That's probably why I could never live on a large island, because everyone is probably within noise distance away.
Well, I think I looked it up the other day. We either have like 750 or 775 square miles that is Maui. So it's not quite as small as everybody thinks, but it's definitely not big, It's small compared to like a state and everything like that.
Oh yeah, but that's still a large island.
Relatively speaking, everybody likes making jokes about, oh, you can just walk from one side to the other. I'm like, yeah, if you had like 2 or 3 days, and you'd only really want to walk the skinny part. You wouldn't want to have to walk the length of it.
Yes. Let's see here. Yeah, probably walk it with no problem, but there's still a pretty good mountain there, isn't there?
Well, that's the thing. One of them is just over 10,000 feet. That's a volcano, and the other one's an extinct volcano that's, I don't know, 3,000 or something like that, 2,300. So it's like you got 2 points. That's why Maui was the Valley Isle. Basically, you got the 2 points sticking up, and then you got the valley in between them. So, like, if you lived on one side, the far side, and you had to go to the other side, the far side, it's going to take you a little bit driving because of the roads all squirrely and all that kind of stuff, you know. A little bit of a cliff face. So, like, if you go off the road in a few spots, you know, you're going to go down either 100 or 200 feet sometimes on some of those, and some of them are one lane and yada yada yada. So it's just one of those things. You know how it is. You got to pay attention, like where you're at. You got to be paying attention to what the fuck you're doing.
Yeah, I know that because I'm looking at it right now on the map. Like, whew, that's. It doesn't seem that big, but still, depending on how you either how you drive or how you walk, that's still pretty good old jaunt.
Yeah, it's going to take a minute. And the
Like,
nice
how
thing
long
though
does it-
is, oh, you go.
Like, how long does it take to drive from the most eastern part to the most western part?
Like if you're talking on that map right there, probably from Hana, Hana, over to Kapalua, which will be pretty much the other end of the island, basically. The way that the road is it's gonna suck because it's one lane in some parts on the one side, so it's gonna take you, you know, and plus with traffic, like there's no real passing on that road so much, so it can take you 2+ hours just to get to the town where the airport is, and then it's going to take you another hour or so to get from where the airport is to go all the way out to the west side where like Kapalua is and stuff like that. So it's, you know, it can take you, you know, 3 to 4 hours, 4 hours plus, and that's with, you know, minimal traffic and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and for me, that's nothing.
Oh, I hear you. That's
But-
barely a commute or what have you.
Like 5 hours, that's still a pretty long jaunt for the size island.
Exactly, and most of it's because some of that road from the eastern side over to the other side is that it's the road that just can't go that fast. You can't go 75 or whatever. If it was a lot straighter and didn't have as many switchbacks and one-lane bridges and all that kind of stuff, yeah, it would be a lot faster. But the fact is that it's not that far of a distance. It's just the road itself doesn't allow you to, you know, go that fast. Like if you could drive 55 or 60 the whole way, you know, it wouldn't take that long at all.
I was just looking at it, it's like, that looks like a 20-minute drive. At least.
Yeah, it's
Me, I
definitely
could-
a little more.
Like me, I could do, well, about 800 kilometers in about 6 hours.
Well, so like there though, you have a lot of straight road, and you can drive what? I'm gonna go miles per hour,
65.
so you got to tell me what that. 5. Okay.
Uh,
So
we-
that's more than that's like a mile a
average,
minute.
Yeah, average highway speed is about 65 mile an hour,
Okay.
which is 100 kilometers an hour, give or take.
Right. So you drive for 8 hours or whatever, you've gone 800 kilometers.
Yeah.
And here's
Which
the other
is
thing,
like whenever
you
you
have
ask,
enough space. You have enough space to drive for 8 hours in one direction. We don't have that.
that's why when you come up to Canada, you ask how long does it take to get to point A to point B? Won't give you it. Or when you ask how far is it from point A to point B, and we give you a time, that's usually
Nice.
That's usually how many kilometers. If you say from Edmonton to let's say Calgary, it's like how far is it from Edmonton to Calgary? About 4 hours. You know, it's about 400 clicks.
I got you. Definitely got you. And that makes sense. It definitely makes sense.
Yeah. I'll be right back.
Actually, I'm probably going to end up jumping out, Flat. You take care, all right?
Hey, you too.
All right, aloha.
Aloha. So, anyone else out there or what?
Wow. Go away while everybody dies.
What was that, Wayne?
Hey, someone is alive.
Yeah, no, I'm still here. I was just watching some Yankee videos.
Yeah, I feel bad for you.
If I got time to waste, I watch his videos.
Yeah, I still like it. I haven't seen a lot of his earlier ones that a lot of them seem to have problems with, but the later ones I definitely like.
Yeah. I don't know. Seems like for some weird reason I'm drawn to Yankees videos. Probably because he's always talking about some kind of midget hooker or something.
It kind of does need a new spiel there, but
That and when I'm working, it kind of helps keep me up to date on what's going on in live chats. Seems like every second or third video he does is like, well, back in the live chat I was doing, this thing came up. I'm like, oh, okay, well, let's see what's going on in the live chat then.
yeah, free material.
Mm-hmm.
Like left for, I don't know, like 20 minutes and like everybody was gone. This is usually when you guys get started. I'm like freaking fading big time. It's like 4:30 in the morning.
Yeah, no, this is when we usually go off air and just rant for hours on end. So I think it was crap. Brian?
Yeah, I don't know real names.
Yeah. But the guy that's going in for his aircraft ticket. His aircraft mechanical ticket.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. The guy that's like a year older than me.
Yeah. I think we were chatting till hell damn near 5 o'clock in the morning there the other day. Talking about useless stuff.
5 o'clock in the morning there or here?
It would be here.
Yeah.
So
that would be like 9 o'clock in the morning here.
Yeah, because it's 2:30 here now.
I think he's in California, so he's 4 hours behind.
Yes. So he's an hour behind me, I think.
Yeah, like either an hour or two.
Yeah. Yeah, he's an hour behind me, so that was still fairly early for us. Yeah, no, there was a couple people in the on the website here that would pop up, and I'd throw out the website, but no one would bite.
Oh, you mean the Hangout link?
Yeah.
Well, everybody's toast, I think. I'm assuming it's been dead air for some time.
Yeah, since about 2 o'clock.
What the hell are the laws like in Canada? I mean, can you have semi-autos, etc.?
Yeah, we can have semi-autos. Like, we can't open carry or concealed carry.
Okay, and the process is different, right?
Pardon?
The buying process, it's pretty restrictive, though, isn't it?
No. For me, it's not restrictive. To buy a rifle, you need to do a 1-day course. Then after you get that 1-day course, then you gotta send. I think it's $85 to the government for a little ID card saying that you're allowed to buy a rifle and ammunition with it. And you go to the store and you can buy a rifle right there and then, take it home. To buy a handgun, you got to do another 1-day course. Pay.
You can do it as a together license.
Yeah, you can do each license together or individually. Usually the handgun course, or what we call the restricted course, is a little bit more than the rifle course.
How much monetarily? And I'm assuming this is basically just strictly safety, right?
There's pretty much no difference between the two courses except for handling and transportation. Because your handgun's got to be in a locked box with a trigger lock, and that's about it when you're transporting it between your house and the shooting range. And the handgun, you're only allowed to use at a shooting range, unlike your rifle. Your rifle, you can you can transport it at any time, anywhere.
Unless it's a restricted
area. You can transport your rifle anytime, anywhere throughout your province with no restrictions.
Wasn't always that restrictive, though, right?
It used to never be restrictive until, I'm going to say, 97, I believe, 97, 98, when the firearms registration program kicked in. But, yeah. But then to buy a handgun, we got to have a gun range membership. We got to have our firearms license, and we could go into any gun store. Depending on what time of day it is, you can usually get your handgun that day.
Wow, I thought it was worse than that, but it's still a little on the crazy side.
Yeah. Like,
I'll be biased from here, but
like, it's not as bad as what some people say it is, but at the same time, it is pretty bad. Like,
if you have to be registered somewhere first, I'm assuming how much is that like a month?
For what?
Range. Basically,
range. Like I'm paying $65 a year for the gun range that I go to. But if you go to the city, it's like $350 a year.
Okay. I was whining there for a while because here in this state, it's you can buy the gun then and there as long as you're over the age of 21. You can buy ammo. Same, like store policies vary, so they usually ask you for your birth date, but you don't have to produce ID or anything. And you can get it right then and there for handguns, rifles, whatever, and there's no caliber restriction, so I could get a Barrett 50 if I wanted to, and what the hell I would do with it, I wouldn't shoot it, but you can get it.
Like here, you can get a pistol at the age of 18.
Yeah, I never really understood that because what happened with the friends that I had, all I did was I had an extendedly loaned handgun, essentially, before I turned 21.
It's just a firearm that just kept, you want to borrow it for the day?
Yeah, it was basically, here you go. Here's some money for it, but just so you know, this is actually quote unquote loaned to you.
Yeah. Yeah, no, like, yeah, because I know, like,
because it was like the CCW stuff that I had to go through. I mean, it's a May issue state here, and it cost me, I think by the time it was done, it was probably around the $550 mark. You know, between the course, having to go through all the paperwork, having to get everything notarized, having to, you know, get the ammo. That doesn't include the gun or ammo or any of that kind of stuff.
yeah, because I can't remember what it is here. Because up here we got the ATC. It's acquisition to carry. And if you can get it, which is slim to none, I think it's $65 every 2 years.
Well, that's technically what ours costs. It costs $65 to have it sent in to the pro notary office here. But that doesn't factor in all the other notary costs, the ad you have to place in the paper. The
ad you got to place in the paper?
Yeah, it's. I think it's like that for most states, really. It's old. It's an old rule because, you know, now in the internet age, who the hell reads a freaking paper for the most part, unless you're like 60 or over. But yeah, you place the ad in the paper saying, and your name is plastered in there saying this person is applying for a concealed carry permit, blah blah blah, and on this day, and then you get a few days later, after it's been printed, then you get a copy of it sent to you, and then you submit that along with your paperwork, along with, you know, the fact that you've taken the concealed carry class and you don't suck, you're not going to shoot yourself in the foot, you know, that kind of thing.
Almost sounds like when we get a DUI, your name gets put in the paper. This guy just committed a felony. Now he's going to put his name in the newspaper. That's what it sounds like to me.
Yeah, we have to. I think in this state, what else do you have to put your name in the paper for? I know there's a couple other things you have to do, like before you do certain stuff. In terms of like felons and whatnot, no, you don't have to put your name in the paper, but you do have to, if you're classified as a sex offender, you have to like knock on your neighbor's door or whatever, and you get. I've gotten like, I think when I first bought this house, I think within like the first month, I think I got 4 phone calls from the local PD, stating that, I had this person, sex offender in this area. I was like, wow, great.
Thanks for telling me that now.
I don't pay attention to it. I mean, it could have been somebody that was basically peeing within, 1,000 yards of a school.
Yeah, indecent exposure or something. Or worse.
Yeah, it goes up from there.
Yeah.
So, like, I'm assuming you have quite a collection, or just like a few, or.
I got a bit of a collection. The wife thinks I got too much of a collection, but I'm a guy, so it seems kind of small to me.
Yeah, that's always the case, man.
I like how I get blamed for everything.
But yeah, no, I got a few handguns. I got a couple rifles, and.
Well, does she have it? If she's got an invested interest, then it probably wouldn't seem as many.
Well, there's a couple. Like, there's one that I still need to transfer over to her name, but other than that, like, it's our guns as far as I'm concerned.
Oh yeah.
It's just knowing which ones to take out at the right moment. If there's a coyote, you take this rifle out. If it's an intruder, you don't touch that rifle.
So they don't have a. It's not like the Republic of Australia. That's the word I'm looking for, where you have to actually like separate the gun or actually keep it locked away all the time when it's at home.
Restricted firearms have to be locked up all the time. They gotta be double locked.
Define restricted firearms.
Pistols and ARs.
So you can't use those for defense.
No.
WTF.
Tell me about it. Especially the ARs. Like right now, we've got a couple organizations trying to fight to have the AR taken off the restricted list because it's a hunting rifle, as far as I'm concerned. Like, I love to go out and shoot gophers and coyotes with it, but if I'm caught, it's a minimum of, it's a maximum of a 5-year prison sentence.
Nice.
The same with using a pistol. So pistols and ARs are strictly target shoot only. So I can only use those at approved gun ranges. But my SKS, my lever guns, my shotguns, I can walk out my front door and shoot them all I want.
What if you have a SIG brace?
A SIG brace.
Yeah, I'm guessing those probably aren't legal there. Basically, the short-barreled pistols that they're in name only pistols.
Yeah, no, anything pistol is range only.
think I would flip my shit.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, no, that's a restricted device because the pictures I'm looking at right now, that's an AR, or what we call an AR, and that is a restricted rifle or pistol.
The SIG, the one with the SIG brace, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't know. I mean, nobody's admitted to it, but I'm assuming that's the only real reason that you would probably buy one of those is just to go out and go buy a replacement stock. Probably shouldn't even say anything on the air about that, but whatever.
Yeah, no, because that's pretty much a pistol that you Velcro to your arm.
Well, that's how it's sold. I'm assuming anybody that buys that probably doesn't keep it that way. Although I'm assuming they probably don't take it to any public ranges or anything. Unless they want to go to jail for like 10 years.
No, that's under our guidelines. That's classified as a pistol.
Yeah, it's classified as one here too, but it's essentially an AR. But all they did was, take off the actual like backstock to it, and it's a short barrel. And in a lot of states, even like mine, you can't get any NFA items like silencers. They're ixnayed. Anybody that had one prior to what the hell was it, like 1968 here, I think, in Delaware, is grandfathered in. But beyond that, you can't get them, or you're not supposed to have them. Like, put it that way.
Yeah, no, like suppressors up here is a prohibited device.
Yeah, it's NFA controlled, meaning you can do the tax stamp in a lot of states to be able to do it along with short barrel rifles or shotguns, but you have to pay the $200 and go through the paperwork, assuming your state allows it. But ours, well, not ours, but mine does not.
Yeah, I know. Like up here, there's no point in getting the SIG brace because it's the same price as just a normal rifle. Just might as well just put the stock on and keep it classified as a pistol.
Well, what are the do you know what the restrictions are in terms of, like, are there barrel length restrictions or any of that stuff in addition to silencers?
Silencers are absolutely prohibited.
Well, in addition to that, I'm at about the barrel lengths.
Barrel length, anything under 16 inches is prohib, or not prohib, but can be classified as restricted. So you need a pistol license to own anything under a 16-inch barrel length.
Okay. So if you have the pistol license, though, you can have short barrel.
Yeah. Like if I want, I could go to Winchester and order a sawed-off, double-barreled shotgun pistol grip, and it would be classified as a pistol. So,
do they classify that? So is it just ARs, or is it certain calibers that are classified? Not
nothing. Like, we don't have, like, I could buy a 9mm rifle or a 45 ACP rifle, and as long as it doesn't meet certain criteria, it'll be a non-restricted firearm, so I can take it out hunting, like the Chris Kimber. That's classified as a non-restricted firearm, so I could go hunt with that.
Okay.
Anything that fits around the AR platform is a restricted firearm.
What about the AK?
The AK is a pro-hip. The CZ75, they reclassified that as a pro-hip. Yeah, anything that looks like an AK is pretty much a prohibited device now.
But they don't consider the SKS?
The SKS is a hunting rifle.
Wow. So basically, as long as it's got the thumb hole stock on it, then they're okay with it.
For the most part, yeah.
Yeah, it sounds about like government thinking.
No, that's bureaucrat thinking. Because all our firearm laws are made by the RCMP, our National Police Force.
Well, that's different. Well, I guess it's, it's all PR.
Yeah, like right now we're trying to get the police out of firearm classifications, because it should be the government dealing with firearm classifications, not bureaucrats dealing with firearm classifications.
Well, I'm assuming, since you listed silencers and basically taken on the same short barrel stuff as here in the States, probably a stupid question, but what about automatic firearms?
They've been up until 97, you could take a course to allow the prohibited firearms, but after 97, it's strictly grandfathered. Like I've worked with people in the last couple of years that they've been lucky enough to have the prohibited firearms license, so they can own fully automatic toys. They can go to the States, order and buy anything that they wanted.
Oh, so being grandfathered in qualifies them for any new ones too.
Yeah.
Well, ain't that a pisser?
Yeah. And how does that work? If you are a child of someone that owns prohibited firearms, you could be grandfathered in, but only to inherit those firearms. But
yeah, so basically, heirloom clause.
Yeah. Yeah, like, but it does, like, you can be grandfathered in, but you can't buy any future prohibited firearms. You can't buy any future upgrades. You can't order replacement parts and stuff like that. So pretty much once the last person dies with their prohib license, that firearm pretty much dies with them.
looking at us talking about AKs, and then I wanted to go see the one that I had bookmarked earlier.
Yeah, because I can't remember who was asking me if you were allowed to buy 50 cals and stuff like that. And like, we are allowed to buy 50 cals, and like just some of the 50 cals we can buy are just out to lunch, I think, for pricing. But
I know Barrett 50 is around $5,000, I think.
Yeah, the Barretts are around 5. Like, there's this one that's for sale right now at Wolverine Supplies. It's a McMillan TAC 50 C15, and it's about $1,600.
I haven't looked to look at it on used. I'm assuming Gunbroker probably have it for at least around half that, I guess, depending on who's selling it and how badly they want to get rid of it, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I've been looking at this rifle for some time now, and it's like, I definitely wouldn't mind it, but I just can't bring myself around spending $1,600 on a rifle that I could probably only shoot a couple times a year.
Yeah, I don't even think the range, the public range that I go to, I'm pretty sure that they would not allow that. It's like partially enclosed, so even with like earplugs and everything in there, I'm sure that would get me kicked out if they would even let me in the range. I think don't they have, I don't know, they're not steel ball, but I'm pretty sure they wouldn't pass muster at the range either, because you can't have anything that's got like a certain amount of steel or something in it, some arbitrary thing that they have.
I have no idea.
There's a few hurdles, like you can't have any steel core ammo, no draw fires or anything, no, you can't fire any more than once a second, etc. I really need to get a membership somewhere else, if I can find something that's close.
Yeah, like, I don't know, like, the gun range I belong to, whenever I go there, there's like no one there. So it's like pretty much make up my own rules. They have a designated pistol range and they have a designated rifle range. But I usually go out to the rifle range and shoot both.
Yeah, I'd like to be friends with somebody around here that's got like a few acres of land or something that they can just shoot, you know, whenever the hell they feel like. That would be ideal, but
yeah, find yourself a farmer.
I'm just debating on what I want to actually. I know I want to either get. I know I'm going to get both at some point, but either this Arsenal Arms that was recommended to me yesterday in the other chat, or go ahead and spend close to that money on a Bravo company upper for my AR. Not sure which. I was just going to build this one again myself, barrel and all, but I priced it out. I think it's like a $20 difference or something, so I'm basically paying them $20 to put it all together for me.
Yeah.
Where exactly in Canada are you?
Clyde.
I'm assuming that's a few hundred outside of Vancouver somewhere.
No, that's outside of Edmonton.
Google for the win.
Yeah.
ABQ, okay. All right, now I know where that is.
Middle of nowhere.
Well, that's a place to be.
Eh?
I think those are like the only guns I think I've got any interest in right now. Just I want to get another AK, finish this other build, and maybe get an FNX 40. And I think I'll probably be done for a few years.
I think the net, like right now, I'm looking up the TNW M37. M37.
That's full auto, isn't it?
Oh, they got the civilian model, which is a semi-auto belt, which is kind of something. Which is what I've been. Pretty much the rifle I've been looking into the last couple of years. But
what, a belt fed?
Yep. Because the rifle was originally designed before 1945, so I'm allowed to have a belt fed firearm. as long as the rifle was built before 1947. And this here is just pretty much a civilianized model of it.
I would assume that. What the heck was that? I would assume that ammo is a bit difficult to come by, though.
308. It's a pretty common fire caliber up here.
Well, I mean, belt fed. I'm assuming these are. That's what you're getting, right?
Yeah. I don't know, the links are easily accessible. The ammunition is accessible.
Okay. Yeah, I mean the links are what I was thinking of.
I don't know, like you can go to pretty much any Army surplus store and buy handfuls of them.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it's like that here in the States. I would assume so. I wouldn't have any reason to think that that would be considered prohibitive, I guess. I just have no idea. I haven't gone into a surplus store in, wow, since I was probably in my early 20s or something.
Because a lot of our, well, in Edmonton, it seems like all the good gun stores are all the Army surplus stores. So you can walk in and it's like a little walking museum. Oh, hey, look at that. That's kind of cool. What era was that? Oh, that was like Boer War, or go over here, World War One. They have firearms. Yeah, like they have
that we had around here, but it's been a long time since I've gone into one.
I know, like the one surplus store. I don't know how long they've been around for, but they have firearms from damn near every era.
The actual surplus store, yeah, I know the weapons themselves will not be available in the surplus store unless you're licensed for that. But I have yet to have seen any walk-in stores that are like that so far.
Yeah, I don't know. Like the one gun store, they sell everything from your non-restricted firearm all the way up to your prohibited firearm. So your Saturday night specials, your chain guns, fully auto Thompsons.
Wow.
To your lever action 30-30.
Yeah, I'm sure there's probably a couple like that in Texas or something, or maybe even Arizona, but not in this tri-state area. I mean, PA's not too bad. I got Maryland on one side of me, got New Jersey up a little bit above me, and then there's New York, and yeah, basically not seeing that kind of stuff in any of those states. I have definitely not seen that in Delaware. The surplus stores that we had, I mean, you get clothing, backpacks, like stuff that I think Haas USMC just did one on his like surplus backpacks and whatnot that he had. Stuff like that, but actual arms along with it.
Yeah, because there's a surplus store about an hour east. They sell your deuce and a halves, your motorcycles, Jeeps, and stuff like that.
I wish they'd sell us like the old Jeeps and stuff. I'm not really sure where the hell that shit goes.
If you want it. Well, what is it called? If you're interested in like a deuce and a half or a bob deuce and a half, check out $100 Man.
And depending on how cheap that stuff is, I'd take one just to like drive it down the street, freak people out.
Let's see here. $100 Man. His trucks. He's got deuces, bob deuces, personnel carriers. Doesn't seem to be putting prices up here all of a sudden, but it used to range anywhere from a couple grand all the way up to about 10 grand for like a bob deuce and a half.
Bobbed?
Yeah, bobbed, because you know your deuce and a halves, they're a 6x6, and a bobbed deuce is converted into a 4x4. Yeah, so various trucks, anywhere from $2,500 all the way up to $6 grand.
That's it. And I think I spent $5 grand on my 1995 pickup. Shit.
Like your bob deuce and a halves, they're going to be a little bit more pricier because it takes a mechanical time and some fabrication to cut the back axle off and put a proper box on and stuff like that. But like your deuce and a halves, you can run almost any kind of fuel in them things. Diesel, gasoline, kerosene, used motor oil.
I was about to say, I mean, instead of a pickup, I could have basically hauled a house around.
Yeah. Yeah, and this guy here, he also sells like old Jimmy, like old military Jimmies and K-20s and.
What's the name of it again?
Oh, what's his website? $100man.com.
I assume this is Arizona or something here. Let me look at this.
Let's see here. Where is he? California.
Yeah, 760. Okay. Wow.
Yeah, sells some pretty interesting stuff.